Hi bro, don't forget to subscribe to the channel and rate the video in the comments. Enjoy watching. From somewhere out of the darkness, exclamations and drawn-out screams mixed with laughter are heard. The main character, named Chen Li, returning from the veil of consciousness, barely opens his eyes. Still struggling to think, he still wonders why it's so noisy in here. His vision is quite blurry, and it takes him a while to realize that there is a bright fire burning in front of him, with the carcass of some animal suspended above it. He was puzzled. Is this a fire? When he manages to fully open his eyes and see the picture in front of him, it turns out that right in front of him, in a small clearing, there were strange girls. They laughed tirelessly and clapped their hands, as if dancing a ritual dance around the fire. Chen Li was still trying to understand what was going on, so he asked the next question. Were these people having a bonfire party? Suddenly, opening his eyes wider, he, not paying attention to the fact that he was lying on the ground, noted with pleasure. He understood. It's a camp party. He didn't think it was still popular with girls. Chen Li was so happy with his guess that he didn't even notice the bones and skeleton parts lying right next to him. Watching the strangers twist the animal carcass over a high flame, he decided, now or never. Suddenly sniffing, he also added, "It's the smell of fried lamb." Saliva immediately flowed from the corner of his mouth, and he understood, like fried lamb. Finally sitting down, and watching from afar the strangers who still did not notice him, he smiled, saying, "Beautiful girls and delicious food." The next moment, Chen Li immediately rushed towards them and shouted enthusiastically, "He's coming!" However, almost immediately he fell face down on the ground, since during the entire time of his awakening he did not feel that his legs, like his hands behind his back, were tied. Excitement flashed in his eyes, and he wondered, is this a rope? Is he connected? Then something ahead caught his attention. He looked in this direction, and when he saw the red system window, he was shocked. What is this? The window indicated that his main task was to survive. The task was that primitive people must hunt him within 12 hours. The reward will be 1 point. A survival gift bag as 1 piece. The countdown is 1 minute 20 seconds. It turned out that at that time 2 men noticed him. One of them, bald and wearing the skin of an animal with a white fur bandage, looked at him in surprise and chuckled. Chen Li immediately started shouting at them. It can't be. What kind of monsters they are? Where are the girls? When the people came closer, they turned out to be twice his size. Although he immediately softened, he continued to shout, "This is some kind of mistake, comrades." But the men did not listen because they did not understand what he was telling them. The shorter guy immediately reached out to him with his hand, smiling evilly and pushing his friend away. Chen Li, looking at them with big eyes, tried to stop them, shouting, "They must wait." But suddenly a thought flashed through his head. He remembered. In the night sky above a clearing surrounded by a dense green forest, the silhouette of a flying creature with a long tail and a large wingspan appeared, and on top of that, he wondered where this hole was. 12 hours ago, when the sun stood high in the sky, having fallen into the wild lands, Chen Li was sitting on a clean sandy shore, next to huge boulders. Clearing his throat, he filled his palms with salt water and washed his face with it. Afterwards, looking at his own hands, he sighed heavily and said out loud, "Yesterday he kept Jan company. They went shopping to buy her jewelry. How did he suddenly fall asleep and end up here? Could it be that God punished him for being a gigolo? But this is not a crime." Suddenly he was attracted by an incomprehensible noise. Turning his head to the side, he saw 3 unknown people in strange clothes muttering something, and immediately asked irritably, "What? Is this some kind of prank?" At the same time, he tried to address them by shouting, "Guys, how can he get out of here?" However, the strangers only continued to make strange sounds and groan. One of them, the shorter one, swung his hand and threw a sharpened bone at the main character. Chen Li was so dumbfounded that he could not move, and a homemade arrow flew past him, hitting his cheekbone and leaving a scratch on him. This made him realize that he was clearly not welcome here. Rushing away, he shouted in panic, These guys shouldn't be so serious. They should let him go. 3 men also ran after him, shouting something along the way and waving their hands with bones. Soon Chen Li, looking back over his shoulder, began to laugh. The sound of footsteps was already further away. He's still good at running. Ordinary people would not be able to catch up with him, let alone the boy who was with them. But the very next moment, his former euphoria evaporated, and he said, "No!" Another bone thrown at the guy hit him, injuring his side. Gritting his teeth in pain, he barely restrained himself from swearing. This boy, along with this, the realization came to him, this is not a joke, but this is happening for real. Suddenly, a system window appeared right in front of him, in which it was announced that a new task was starting, to survive. Chen Li immediately stopped, wondering, the main task? What is the main task? Then a countdown was shown in the window along with the task and reward, which was 11 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. He continued to run, shouting at the same time, "Is this a system? Did he end up in another world?" Just at that moment, one of the strangers pursuing him took aim and again threw a sharpened bone towards him. Chen Li, feeling that something was approaching him, looked over his shoulder and screamed in fear. Finally, the homemade weapon hit him, wounding him in the neck and knocking him down at the same time. Falling to the ground, Chen Li, with his eyes closing, thought he was finished, he was wounded. Now, when all his memories returned to him, he sat tied up on the ground, looking at the strange rituals of primitive people. Suddenly, a red window of the system appeared in front of him again, in which congratulations were written. He spent 12 hours among primitive people. The mission to survive is completed. He receives a survival gift bag and 1 point. Now he has to distribute the points manually. A sly grin appeared on Chen Li's face, and he noted, well, looks like he still has a chance. What is the reward for completing the task? Following this, a new system window appeared, in which it was indicated that 1+ was added to his physical form, 1+ was added to strength, and 1+ was added to agility. His authority is 0, technology is 0, he has nothing in his possession. After reviewing the data, Li noted that the plus means that he can increase these 3 values. It's very similar to a gaming system. Did he really end up in the game world? The information in the window has changed again, and now the question is, does he want to open the survival gift bag? Alert! He immediately ordered it to open the package. Boxes immediately began to appear from the system archive, and racks with rows of folders on the shelves appeared. It also congratulated Chen Li on acquiring basic language proficiency. He purchased a beginner's survival guide, universal card activated. This will display the areas he has visited. He will be able to indicate the names of places. Does he want to get a battle axe? He should also remember that all items cannot be returned instead of being stored once they are removed. After that, the system announced that the survival mod had been recorded. Mod basics of medicine recorded. When everything disappeared, Li suddenly found himself shocked. The man who looked the most important was wearing long pants, a skull of some animal on his head, and a fur cloak hanging behind him. Throwing his hands up to the sky, he said, "Yahello. He is the most cruel and brave. He can kill the biggest beast." The girl, sitting on the ground and listening to him with delight, immediately repeated, "Yahello. It can't be. He's so gorgeous. She wants to become his wife." Chen Li, listening to them, realized that he could now understand the primitive language. This must be a very ancient world, when culture had not yet arisen. Everything was at the stage of development. His goal in this game is to survive and create a civilization. So it's an open-world strategy game. Well, he should start by getting resources. Then, turning to the system, he ordered to add points to strength and purchase a battle axe. A soft sound of notification was heard, and it announced that it and the axe were to be received. Points added to strength +1. Li actually had a sharp weapon, and he, endowed with energy, tensed his muscles and easily broke the rope that had been holding him back all this time. Clenching his fists contentedly, Chen Li noted that he did not expect that one point would add so much strength to him. Finally, the most important man, together with his red-haired comrade, turned their attention to the side, seeing Li approaching them and grinning. The head of the tribe immediately ordered everyone to grab him and not let him escape. They should kill him on the spot. They will eat him. Afterwards, blocking Chen Li's path, the muscular man announced, "They will not let the boy escape." But this again only caused a smile in him, and pointing the tip of an axe in response, Li menacingly replied, "Iba-aba, they are a bunch of ignorant savages, du hajai kameda. They dared to defy God." This puzzled the primitive man, which is why he immediately asked, "What is God?" "They do not understand," Chen Li immediately explained. "This means that he is an authority among this bunch of primitive people, also the leader. He was sent by heaven to rule over them, and for having offended him they would be punished." In response, a menacing roar followed from the primitive barbarian, and he jumped up to Vera. He raised a huge bone right above Li's head. Almost immediately a new system window appeared, in which it was indicated that the main quest called Getting Back on Your Feet had been activated. The purpose of this is to intimidate the primitive people, subjugate them, and become a leader. The reward for completing the quest is 1 point, 3 adhesive plasters. If defeated, he will be deprived of his battle axe. Chen Li, having read what was written in the windows, frowned and silently asked the question, will he lose his battle axe? Finding himself dissatisfied with this version of the outcome of events, he immediately swung his hand in response, shouting, "This won't do. Without this, it will be very difficult for him to survive in this society of primitive people. He can't lose." The next moment their attacks met. But then the ground under Li immediately became covered with cracks, and small stones flew up. Pursing his lips, Chen Li noted that he did not expect this savage to have so much strength. Continuing to resist, he, like the man, groaned and, looking into each other's eyes, bared his teeth. Li sure thought, he has enough strength. Then, making another effort, he made the primitive man become horrified. Finally splitting his bone, Chen Li proudly exclaimed, "He deserved it." Then they both suddenly froze and slowly turned their heads towards the severed part of the homemade weapon. The savage again turned his gaze to the part of the bone that remained in his hands, while the rest of the people stood together, with their eyes riveted on the fragment that had fallen to the ground. Li was wary and noted to himself that he had a bad feeling. Finally, the man, shaking, began to scream convulsively. How dare he break his weapon? Then, turning to his comrades, he added, "Attack! They must tear him to shreds." The crowd of primitive people rushed at him again, and Chen Li, perplexed, but still ran away, tried to reason with them. This is a scam. Didn't they agree to fight one-on-one? Is it normal for so many people to attack a 24-year-old guy? No, this is not normal at all. Finally, one of the savages caught up with him, whose hair was just as long, and his bangs almost completely covered his eyes. The guy raised his hand with a stick over Li's head, but he suddenly stopped and said in surprise, "What?" The next moment, without even looking back, he swung his axe, disarming the brown-haired man, who immediately fell to the ground and screamed in fear, stretching his hand forward, showing his defenselessness. But Chen Li, towering over him, exclaimed smugly, "They are a crowd of savages. This will never end, right? He doesn't want to fight them. But they have him cornered. He will spare this guy if they let him go. They need to give up." The rest of the male team immediately froze in their seats, confused. Threatening them with an axe, Li began to think that if these savages had not attacked him, he would not have had to explain anything here. He didn't expect this bluff to work. Suddenly one and the women began to scream loudly and pitifully, while the others were overcome with panic as they looked ahead. Then the primitive people rushed away, shouting to each other they should run away. Chen Li, watching them in bewilderment, began to ask what's happening? Frowning, he wondered what they were afraid of. Why is everyone shouting so much? Is he so scary? All this time he did not notice or feel how a huge shadow with thick fur and red glowing eyes appeared right behind one. but a system window appeared in front of him, in which it was announced that a side mission had been activated called Expel the Saber-Toothed Tiger. The goal is to help primitive people get rid of the self-toothed tiger. The reward is 2 points, the sympathy of primitive people. The mission is automatically accepted. It is impossible to refuse it. The mission has begun. Li still did not notice how a huge animal, bearing its fangs, from which saliva flowed, hovered right over him. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. He wondered, a side mission, saber-toothed tiger, what it is? But nevertheless, slowly raising his head, Chen Li noticed the bloodthirsty animal, and also rushed away and began to shout, "That's it! This is really a saber-toothed tiger." It, being light red with spots like a leopard, bared its sharp teeth and let out a loud roar. Li tried to tear himself away from the animal, but getting more and more tired, he said, "This is too much. Why does everyone want to eat him?" The tiger kept up with him, and with one swing he scattered those stones over which he had difficulty jumping. Chen Li finally made up his mind, thinking, no, if this continues, he will die. What kind of stupid side mission is this? How can he ever get rid of this one? Yes, it will swallow it in one bite. The saber-toothed tiger continued to follow on his heels, and, pushing off from a fallen tree, jumped forward, pushing Li in the back. Groaning more, he fell to the ground, and raising himself on his hands, he thought, it hurts. He will definitely die. Has his luck run out on him? Having risen to his feet, he began to swing the axe, catching up with the animal, simply because he understood that he could not continue to run away. He can't go ahead, he must calm down and outwit the tiger. What can he use against this animal? Noticing a wisp of smoke in the distance, Chen Li noted, exactly. The saber-toothed tiger is a wild animal, and they are afraid of fire. Looking at the way it revealed sharp claws on its paws, he, although openly afraid, thought, he only has one chance. Then, swinging his weapon, Li shouted, "Come on, bad cat, he will fight it." The animal, reacting to this behavior, began to growl. The next moment, they ran towards each other, and when the tiger jumped up, Chen Li leaned down, and thus flew forward, asking as he went, how about his glancing blow? However, the animal did not rush forward recklessly, but stopped abruptly. Then, quickly rising to his feet, Li again took to his heels, complaining along the way, it can't be. He won't trust movie tricks anymore. Hearing another roar from a saber-toothed tiger, he mentally added, all cats are disgusting. They love to play with their prey. Running into the thicket of the forest, Chen Li noted with hope that the plants ahead will help him break away a little. As soon as he gets to the fire, he will immediately win. The animal that was on his tail broke dry trees with its claws and cut through green foliage as it walked. Barely dodging, Li repeated in horror, it can't be. When he got to the clearing, he saw a lonely burning fire, with animal meat still roasting over it. Frowning, Chen Li said hopefully, ahead, but as soon as he got into the clearing, he immediately tripped over a stone and rolled forward head over heels. But very quickly finding himself at the fire, Li took one of the logs, which was engulfed in flames, and lifting it up, scorching the eye of a saber-toothed tiger, which had already managed to run up to him. The animal immediately howled in pain and did not dare to come closer. Swinging a burning stick along with an axe, Chen Li noted, that's it. The torch can hurt it. Feeling his advantage, he also began to shout, the big cat might come. It must try to catch it. However, at the same time, there was still fear inside him, which is why Li hoped that the animal would retreat. Suddenly, he was attracted by a small earthquake, causing him to wonder what is that sound? Chen Li, as well as the saber-toothed tiger, froze in place while he, looking around, suggested, this cannot be. But is this sound really from what he is thinking? Remembering how he saw a huge paw print with 4 long fingers on the clay ground, Li noted, yes, that creature seemed to be even larger than a tiger. An incomprehensible noise continued to be heard from the thicket of the forest. The cracking of trees became closer and louder. Even birds in whole flocks began to leave their nests in the dense crowns of trees and hurried to fly away as far as possible. The saber-toothed tiger was also pitiful at first, until finally he squealed completely, opened his mouth wide and rushed away. Chen Li, looking after this, muttered through his teeth, but he shouldn't run away. And what should he do now? He challenged it. But a system window immediately appeared in which it was announced that he had completed the side mission of expelling the saber-toothed tiger. The saber-toothed tiger escaped, so it congratulates him for successfully completing the task. He received 2 points and the gratitude of the primitive people. Now he must distribute the points manually. Li, being delighted and puzzled at the same time, first noted 2 new points. However, the noise coming from the green thickets still did not stop, so once again looking around and armed with an axe, Chen Li frantically noted that the sound was getting closer, or you need to get out of here quickly. Then, running away from the clearing, he ordered the system to add 1 point each to strength and agility. It immediately notified him that the specified number of points had been added to the given characteristics. Li was breathing heavily, but his eyes clearly reflected confidence and determination. He easily overcame hills and hillocks, jumped over thick roots spreading along the ground, while saying the speed became higher. Suddenly, when he hit the next root, he stopped in place as a cliff appeared ahead. It turned out that right next to this were the same primitive people that Chen Li had met earlier. Having caught his breath, he finally, at his own peril and risk, called out to them. The savage, who was the main thing in this tribe, exclaimed in surprise, "What? How did a saber-toothed tiger not eat him?" Having grinned at such a question, Li smiled restrainedly, and then, raising the axe up above his head, he exclaimed, "This insignificant saber-toothed tiger is nothing more to him than a big cat." As soon as he attacked it, it immediately took off running, and while the people were at a loss, he, blissfully closing his eyes, noted that they should quickly kneel before him. But when he savages do not follow any reaction, then Chen Li, feeling a little embarrassed, wonders what is the matter. Are they not afraid of him this time? Didn't they hear what he said? Suddenly a girl with lush blonde hair appeared in his field of vision, clenching her fists and holding them to herself, looking at Li with big eyes. When she came closer, he stuttered and said, What is she doing?" Quite suddenly the blonde fell to her knees, and hugging him tightly to his feet, began to scream, "Benefactor! He saved them all." The rest of the tribe members also began to raise their hands up in agreement, shouting, "He saved them all. He should accept gratitude." Anyway, they asked him to become their leader. This way they won't have to fear the saber-toothed tiger again. Li, frowning, mentally clarified, is this the very reward for the task? The sympathy of primitive people? He did not expect that this sympathy would be like this. The savages really tried hard to show him their sincere feelings, and already began to bow, sitting on their knees. Feeling awkward, Chen Li still cleared throat and announced that first they must stand up. They are so loyal that he cannot let them down. At this point, the savages began to scream even more enthusiastically. He not only agreed to live with them, but also agreed to hand them over to the leader. It can't be. It's so touching. They're about to cry. He really is the most powerful. Li, hearing this, chuckled slyly. Note to yourself, he became an emperor so easily. Afterwards, he made the announcement again. They all must stand up. From now on he is their king. The system immediately showed him new notifications. He successfully joined the nameless tribe. The main quest called Getting Back on Your Feet has been completed. He received 3 bandages, 1 point. He needs to distribute the points manually. Chen Li did not hesitate to order this to add 1 point to his physical fitness. The system immediately carries out the task, and he began to reason out loud. Any improvement in ability leads to qualitative development, meaning pumping up abilities. The more points he adds, the easier it will be for him to complete tasks. After Chen Li gave a new order to his system, it should open the inventory. The system immediately began to list that he had a patch, an effective medicine with various herbs, stops bleeding and promotes healing. The shelf life is 1 year. Li was unpleasantly surprised and immediately asked, "Maybe this has an expiration date, so just 1 more day?" In other words, if he pulled it out, he would have to use the potion within 1 day, or he would have to throw it away. But still, Chen Li took out the potion and tried to calm himself down by dropping only 1 drop, a rich green color. He noted that he would take one and see how it would cope with the wound on his back. The next moment, as if hearing Li, the liquid rose into the air and smoothly approached his lacerated wounds. As soon as it touched him, everything disappeared, leaving no trace. Chen Li, feeling his muscles in his arms, dreamily noted, surprisingly, this is a good thing. At a critical moment, it could save his life. The primitive people around him continued to admire, until finally Li approached the former leader of the tribe and said that if any of them were injured, he could give this medicine. The man once again became emotional and shouted, "Their king is so powerful. He is very grateful to him." Chen Li, surrounded by his admirers, grinned and said, "Right, otherwise how can he protect them? Since he is a king, he needs to get to know them better." Then, pointing his fingers at the man with an animal skull on his head, he noted that they would start with him. He should introduce himself and talk about his skills. The savage answered readily, showing off his biceps and his good physical shape. His name is Shig, which translated means stone bone. He was the boss of everyone else before the king came. After that, a short guy spoke, with a stuffed white wolf on his head and a very long cane in his hands. He also presented himself. His name is Agun, it means stick, and he is good at hunting. A dark bald man with slanted eyes shared that his name was Wolfbone, and he could growl loudly and scare away wild animals. Another very muscular savage with a wide chin and big fists, but with a good-natured smile, exclaimed, "His name is Huangshi, and he is the strongest." Suddenly someone's dissatisfied voice was heard, "No, no." Then someone's pale hand landed on his shoulder, and then Huangshi said in bewilderment, "What?" A cute blonde with blue eyes suddenly announced that she is the strongest, his sister. Then, turning to Chen Li, he said, "Respected and dear king." He was puzzled when suddenly she, being a girl with a very large and inflated body in a beautiful green dress, albeit a little torn, said that her name was Shanlin Da, which translated means big mountain. He can simply call her Dada, and she can also throw stones. Li, when he saw her, tried not to show his surprise, but frowned and wondered, is she the hidden boss of the game? After her, a young girl with pink hair gathered in a bun and holding a red ripe apple also spoke up. Her name is Shou Shou. She can climb trees and pick fruits. He smiled and agreed with a slight laugh. She is indeed very slender. At the same time, Chen Li also became happy, finally an ordinary person. Suddenly someone pushed him in the back, causing him to stagger. Gritting his teeth, Li turned around, displeasedly asking what? Who hit him on the head? In front of him was a tall girl. Her blonde hair seemed silky, and the fangs of a predatory animal hung as earrings. Looking down at Chen Li with her turquoise eyes, she said that she was asking for the king's forgiveness. She also greets him. Her name is Ayu. Li was delighted by her beauty, and was even slightly embarrassed when he replied that he also welcomed her. Suddenly pointed her finger to the side at 2 children, one of whom was bald and stood confused, and the other, on the contrary, had long shaggy hair covering his face. Ayu explained with a smile that these 2 were her sons. She had not yet come up with names for them. Closing his eyes, he immediately noted that she still has children. But when a sly grin appeared on Chen Li's face, he wondered what? How is he different from the thief cow, who loved to collect widows as wives? He was very abruptly pulled out of his thoughts by a guy who had already met him earlier and was the first to throw a sharp bone at Li. He shouted very sharply, sneaking up from behind, "King, he is a hunter Xing. He has no special skills. He has good eyesight and hearing, so he can find any road." Presenting a map of the area, he immediately noted to himself that this hunter could be very useful as a scout in the future. Then, addressing the entire tribe, he finally introduced himself too. His name is Chen Li. They can call him king, boss, or just by his name. He knows everything about civilization, and he came here to impart his knowledge to them. The puzzled savages immediately began to ask, Li? Civilization. Hand over. He hastened to add that later he would teach them a lot of things, so they would change. Simply put, it ensures that they can eat meat every day. It took the savages a few seconds to imagine the meat that they could really eat every day. And then the primitive people began to rejoice. Hooray! His Majesty. Immediately after this, a system window appeared in front of Chen Li, which made a notification sound and announced that the owner's consciousness had been detected. The main quest called Settling Down has been activated ahead of schedule. The content of the quest is that it must help primitive people build a home, officially create a bonus and increase the number of people to 50 people. The quest period is 15 days. Since it started early, it gets an extra 3 days. The time limit is now 18 days. The reward for the quest is 3 points, a large treasure chest as 1 piece. Having read all the information, Li looked pleased and even asked with a slight smile, another main quest. Looking up at the primitive people, he also noted that even if he counts these guys, there are only 15 of them now. In 18 days he needs to expand the tribe to 50 people. This can only be done by joining other tribes. It looks like these 18 days will not be the happiest. He will have to try his best. A large chest and inheritance. For the first time he sees such a reward. He really hopes that he will not be deceived. He will wait impatiently. As night fell, a large moon appeared in the sky, greeted by warm light. Chen Li, along with the rest of the tribe, was lying in a small clearing right on the grass, and while the snoring was heard around him, he lay frowning on his back and with his hands under his head. Jumping up sharply, Li exclaimed in displeasure. He was tired of it. It's the lawn that rubs everything on him. He can't sleep. Rising to his feet, he also noted, and then, how can they conquer the world on an empty stomach? He needs to find something to eat first. But looking at the savages, who were also stretched out on the green grass, fast asleep, Chen Li noted that these guys were so simple-minded. They didn't even leave a sentry. Sighing heavily again, he again said, suffering. Where can he get food? The next moment, memories of the confrontation with the predator flashed through his mind, causing Li to joyfully say, exactly. In that clearing, there was a lot of fried meat. Who knows, maybe it wasn't eaten. The next moment, he was consumed by internal debate. The angel on his shoulders noted in fear. But that giant beast that could scare away the saber-toothed tiger might still be roaming around somewhere nearby. However, the little imp insisted. But if they really need to wait for starvation, they need to take a risk. Having calmed down and clapping his hands, Chen Li finally decided that he would stop worrying. He doesn't think he'll encounter this creature. Then, thanks to the system, armed with an axe, he ran in the right direction, shouting, forward. The night continued, and only the moon's satellites slowly moved around it. Soon, parting the bushes and breaking the branches lying under our feet, Li carefully looked out into the clearing, saying, very quietly, carefully. In that place the fire was still burning, over which the golden carcass of the animal was baked. Come closer, he saw that 3 more of the same things were lying nearby, as well as an animal with white fur, similar to a hare, but with sharp fangs and a small horn. Chen Li remarked contentedly, what? There are other spoils left here? Now that he is the king, he can not only take care of himself. Having taken the rope and wrapped the meat with it, Li turned out to be satisfied, and even proudly said that he would take it to the guys. Rushing again to the clearing, he encouraged himself, exclaiming, he should run. But after a few meters, wandering along narrow paths among the bushes, Chen Li looked back and wondered what was happening. He feels as if the terrain has changed. Suddenly he did not notice the hole, and fell straight there, exclaiming in pain and swearing, what is this? Li was angry, and looking around he added, who dug such a big hole? But then something else caught his attention, causing him to say in confusion, what? Sitting in the recess, Chen Li saw a black silhouette, which he himself threw away. He is an extreme task, and trying to find logic in this, he noted, a shadow? Where does the moonlight come from in this jungle? Turning around, Li added, stop. Looking around, he slowly realized that he was not sitting in a hole, but in a trail left by something huge, which passed through the jungle and demolished all the trees in its path. Finally standing up, Chen Li exclaimed, "Whose footprint is this huge? Is this an ostrich? No, 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 there are no ostriches that big. Is this really?" Along with the last assumption, the image of a huge, ferocious dinosaur appeared in his head. But Li, trying to drive away all the bad thoughts, said, "He is a complete fool. He saw a saber-toothed tiger and should have guessed right away. This is not just the age of wild beasts. These are the most terrible creatures of antiquity." Having got out of the trail, he again went deep into the jungle, realizing that he needed to find a safe place as soon as possible and settle there. He couldn't wait a minute. As soon as the sun appeared over the horizon, the savages woke up and began to fight for the food that Chen Li brought them. Two men, grabbing one carcass, argued and shouted. One of them, grabbing the prey by the neck, argued, "This chicken head belongs to him." Another guy, holding the animal by the long ears, tried to take it away from Shig, repeating, "He must give its meat." Screams and noise were heard everywhere, mixed with threats and requests to give up meat. Li, watching them, at some point could not stand it and shouted furiously, "Everyone must stop fighting." Looking at how the savages froze with animal carcasses right in their mouths and fur between their teeth, he realized that these guys don't know how to make a fire. I don't know politeness and the rules of economy. They have a lot to learn. Then, relenting, Chen Li announced that today's food will first go to those who go hunting. "Who's with him?" Shig hastened to answer, "King." They usually hunt in turns. Yesterday it was him, Agun and Huangshi. Today Liu Tian, Hai Zhuxiao and Wolfbone. But since the king is with them today, they want to all go together. People immediately began to support him, repeating, "Yes, yes, yes, yes." However, Li, turning his gaze to the side, noticed the lonely hunter Xing, and to himself from me, "This kid is probably touching him, because he thinks that he harbors a grudge against him because he caught him yesterday. He should figure out how to cheer up this hunter." After that, Chen Li turned to the savages. "Well, if so, then they will go to you together." He wanted to choose a place for the whole family to build a new home there. Shanling Da, who came from behind and scared him, asked again in her loud voice, "Will the king explain what a family is?" Li warmly said that family is when a person's close people live together in one place, just like the roots of a tree. They go deep underground, providing food and security for the whole family. She, looking at him enthusiastically along with the other girls, said, "That's how." Then Shanling extended her huge hands to Chen Li, and pressing her tightly to you, she asked, "Then can you live with the king?" Moving away from her, he confirmed this, "Yes, from now on they are the whole family. So, of course, they will all live together." Shanlin Da suddenly raised her hands in the air, shouting in a deep voice, "The king wants to live with her. The king wants to give birth to a child from her." Li, quite tired and stupefied by her words, asked her not to add non-existent rules. Then she turned to him again, asking where the king wanted to build a new house. Chen Li smiled contentedly and said enthusiastically, they should come closer to him and listen to what he has to say. When the whole tribe surrounded him in a circle, Li took a thin stick and started drawing on the ground with it. He asked everyone again. They need to look at it. First of all, they need a large, flat piece of land. Plain will be best. In the north there are mountains, and in the south there is a river. This not only makes it easier for them to obtain drinking water, irrigate fields, extract firewood and minerals, but also provide a safe, enclosed area to reduce the risk of attack. There must be forest on the other side of the river, firstly for hunting and gathering. Secondly, so that they could find seeds and wood for farming and building houses. Finally, it would be much better if there was a sea nearby. All this time the savages listened to him very carefully, although they partly did not understand what he was saying. However, Li was very immersed in what he was saying. He continued dreamily. He could provide fertile land and a favorable environment for further training in swimming skills. Suddenly Xing turned to him, announcing the place where the king was speaking. He knows where it is. Immediately turning to him and placing his hands on his shoulders, Chen Li asked again, "Right? Then he should quickly take them there. If he really finds such a place, he will become first minister." Hunter Xing added, "This place is not far in the east, but His Majesty should know that it is better for them not to go there. There live a herd of bulls, which it is better not to mess with." Li immediately imagined how they could domesticate these animals, and clarified, "Bulls? Why should they be afraid? It's even better if they have a herd of cattle. But it will provide them with a large amount of good meat, and everyone else will acquire shepherd skills." Then, flexing his fists, Chen Li exclaimed, "Very good. Today their prey is a herd of calves." Then, raising his axe, he shouted loudly, "Comrade, they must take up arms and hit the road towards their new home." The sun stood high in the sky while fluffy clouds floated calmly by. A voice was heard among the dense thickets of bushes and trees. The situation was normal. Suddenly the head of a rooster appeared from the foliage, and a voice was heard again. The smell was normal. Hunter Xing, wearing a bird's head for camouflage, looked around and at the same time made a report. "The king should know that the area is quiet and calm. They can wait a little and go out." Chen Li, who was sitting behind him with the others, finally stood up and said as gently as possible, "Xiaoxing doesn't need to worry so much. If he grumbles, he will make clouds." Then he turned to the rest of the savages. "They should not worry. He will scare away the saber-toothed tiger and protect them." They all went out onto the road together and moved up the hill. Xing agreed and said, "Okay." And then, pointing ahead, he added that from that peak one could see the gathering place of a herd of bulls. Li immediately decided to cheer him up by asking him to take them. Soon, when they climbed to a hill, Xiaoxing, crawling to the cliff, said in a whisper, "They should hug the ground like him and be careful." Chen Li again tried to say as gently as possible that he shouldn't make a big deal out of a molehill. And then, coming closer, he also wondered if there were other animals here besides the herd of bulls. The next moment, his eyes widened and Li was speechless. In front of him was a large green plain with a blue river flowing a little further away, small clusters of trees that grew here and there. And this whole wonderful place was surrounded by rocks of regular shape, which from a distance even resembled the silhouette of the city. When a light wind blew, Chen Li asked enthusiastically, "The smell of the sea." He then ordered the system to open map. A blue translucent window immediately appeared in front of him, on which the entire landscape was marked. After carefully examining it, Li confirmed his guesses. There were mountains on 3 sides, and the sea on one. This place is ideal for building the first city. But out of the blue, he was suddenly pulled back by Xiaoxing's hand. Chen Li immediately asked him, "What is it?" He exclaimed in response, "His Majesty should not speak so loudly, otherwise the black bulls will hear him." Li peered out from behind the large boulder again, replying, "Okay, he'll be careful." Then, reactivating the system, he began to look around the area while it described everything to him in detail, a basic guide to survival. Illustration search is activated. As a result of the scan, 3 plants and 2 animals were identified. Green sunflower is an herbaceous plant whose root is used as a medicine to relieve stomach pain. The dragon's mustache is a vine whose sap is poisonous and can paralyze a person. The longevity tree is a deciduous tree that has high-quality wood and grows for about 100 years. The gray squirrel eats nuts, the meat of which is juicy and tender. A wasp sting is toxic. 5 stings can be fatal. Li carefully read all the information, and finally asked, "So, where are these big black bulls he was talking about?" Xing looked out from behind the stone with him, pointing forward and replied, "Right behind that grove. There is a big bend in the river. He can take His Highness there." Chen Li agreed without thinking, declaring, "Okay, everyone else should be on alert." Half an hour later, when the birds flying in the sky were bathed in the warm rays of the sun, the squad of savages along with Li walked towards a small forest led by Xiaoxing. He, looking back, quietly repeated, "Here, quicker." Finally, when they were all ambushed again, Huangshi noted that they had come. However, Xing, peering into the distance, said that they would be discovered earlier. Chen Li, also crouching among the lush bushes, wondered, "Isn't it quiet here? What's so scary about these bulls?" Suddenly, right in front of him, red arrows of the system appeared in several places. But then an announcement appeared that 3 new plants and 1 small animal had been recorded. "The directory update is complete." Exhaling with relief, he said, "What? That's all?" Again looking for something between the trees, Chen Li began to think out loud. He is worried that there may be worse monsters here, since there is not even a single calf nearby. Shen couldn't be more wrong. Then, turning to him, Li asked if he remembered incorrectly. Xiaoxing did not answer anything, but, dripping with cold sweat, only pointed his finger somewhere forward. Chen Li followed his gaze, and seeing the dark silhouette of something thick and tall, he warily asked, "What? Is the ebony moving?" Finally, Xing shouted desperately and stutteringly, "It's high." Li seemed puzzled and asked what. But when a large shadow hung over him, he, looking up with wide-open eyes, said, "Things are bad." A huge silhouette of a bull appeared right from behind the trees. All over its body there were stripes glowing with a fluorescent blue color. Chen Li repeated in horror, "It cannot be." Xiaoxin also tried to say something. This. The huge monster, without noticing it, headed somewhere forward, mooing menacingly. Finally, a system window appeared, indicating that it was a black-horned bull. It is a mammal, artiodactyle, subfamily of bovines, primarily herbivorous, with a strong territorial awareness. Now Shig's voice was heard. Couldn't it be a bull? Coming closer to Li, he barely said, "Will they really hunt them?" Chen Li immediately answered in the affirmative, although he was clearly as scared as the others. Of course, simply, moving away from the rest of the tribe, he announced that they should sit in ambush. He would go to reconnoiter the situation. When Li disappeared behind the nearest tree, Shig immediately exclaimed, "The king is so handsome." However, Chen Li was actually whining at this time, thinking that he didn't want these people to die in vain. Finally creeping closer to the bulls, he also noted that now he could only count on those 2 abilities. Armed with an axe, he stood behind one of the tree trunks, watching until one of these monsters passed by him. Looking out and seeing the bull again up close, Li realized it was 3 times bigger than him. He should find a calf to practice with. When the animals let out a loud roar, Chen Li, pursing his lips, also noted that it looked very scary. Approaching the next bull, who was aggressively chewing grass, Li once again retreated, saying that disturbing anyone while eating is bad. Finally, he saw the calf, whose big eyes were watching the bright yellow butterfly flying around. Chen Li immediately perked up. This little one? He will try to come to an agreement first, in case they have an easygoing character. Then he won't have to risk his life. Coming out of hiding and hiding the axe behind his back, Li waved his hand at the huge animal, softly saying, "He greets the cute calf, but eats grass. It is delicious." However, the monster suddenly froze while Chen Li chuckled with a forced smile. When the silence seemed too long to him, he opened his eyes and noted with hope that it was no longer angry. But just like that, it was then that he saw a huge monster with red eyes and stripes, which also changed their color due to the manifestation of aggression, moving straight towards him, his mouth wide open. The rest of the bulls, hearing an incomprehensible noise, turned away. Li stopped right in front of the angry herd rushing towards him and shouted. He just asked. No need to attack them all at once. But then, also running away, he added, they should not approach him. Soon Chen Li was already swimming across the river, actively moving his hands and feet, but without stopping yelling, "They must stop." Turning around and seeing that the monsters were still following him, he added, "Are they still running? Why should they be so angry?" Shig all this time, along with the others, watched his escape, while enthusiastically exclaiming, "Wow, this man deserves to be their king." He decided to provoke the entire herd. He's not afraid of anything. They all need to see this. The king reached the high wall. There's a dead end. However, one of the other savages immediately replied, "Why is he talking like that? The king is going to surround them. Li, indeed, running away from the angry bulls, found himself in front of high rocks, but pushing off with his feet from the ground. He first approached one of the ledges. Pushing off from this, approached the second. Stretching his hand forward, Chen Li finally grabbed the rock, hanging on it. Turning his attention downwards, he frantically said, "What is it?" Many of the monsters, in an attempt to catch up with him, crashed into a rock, falling and losing consciousness. Li, carefully climbing onto the ledge, suggested that they braked late. Then, grinning, he added more confidently, "If they can, then let them come up here." His best bet would be to knock them out. The black bulls, looking up at him, continued to moo with displeasure. However, Chen Li calmed down. "It seems that rock will not bear their weight. They will not climb here." When the monsters actually began to retreat, he also noted that he was safe for now. Today, when he returns, he will tell all the hunters about this, and will also give them weapons. And then, raising his head up, Li noted, "But how could he get down now? These mad bulls are waiting for him below." The animals actually moved a short distance, but were in no hurry to completely lose sight of him. Climbing onto the next ledge, Chen Li decided that he would continue to climb up and take a roundabout route. At the same time, it will record the view from above. Soon, when he manages to reach the very top of the rock, Li furrows his eyebrows and, trying to take in the view that opened before him, said, "What? This?" From the very top he saw a green field with lush grass opening up in front of him, surrounded on the sides by other rocks. A little further away the sea stretched out, shimmering in the sun. Li smiled contentedly and exclaimed decisively, "He chooses this place. He is going to found a tribe, a city, an empire here. This game is just beginning." Xiaoxing, with his hands folded over his eyes as if he were looking through binoculars, watched the black bulls, wondering why the herd was returning. "Where is their king?" Hai Zhuxiao, behind him, also added, "Hasn't he been trampled on yet?" Shig, climbing the tree, immediately noted, "No, he must find a way to take the king's axe." But as soon as he pushes off the ground with his feet, he hears some noise, and the next moment that same axe is pierced into the bark next to him. Shig also starts screaming loudly in fear, and a voice comes from behind. He is a brave man. It turns out to be Chen Li, who, having returned with him, first noted, "The savage wants him to die." The rest of the tribe, coming out of hiding, immediately began to rejoice. "This is the king! King!" Shig, also approaching him, folded his hands in apology for participation, and, giggling bashfully, asked how it all went. "Are these bulls strong?" Clicking his tongue, he pointed his hand at one of the animals passing nearby, and Li replied that he was going to eat beef to replenish his strength. Would they like to try that? Sheng tried to stop him. The king should forget about it. They cannot be defeated. Shig agreed with him. Yes, they are too tough for them. However, immediately Chen Li's gaze became very cold, and he said, almost growling, "They just need to answer yes or no." The savages, frightened by his behavior, began to repeat, "Yes, yes." Having calmed down, Li walked up to the tree, and taking out his axe, noted, "Good. From today he will teach them how to create powerful weapons and advanced hunting techniques. In 3 days they will deal with the bulls." The men, hearing this, were delighted and began to shout, "Good, fine." After some time, when it was past noon, Chen Li, sighing, swung his axe and with one swing cut the trunk of a tree, which immediately fell to the ground with a roar. The savages, looking at this, were in shock. Shig even came up to him and pointed out that this tree is inedible. There is no fruit on it. Why did the king cut it down? Li explained that it was material for making weapons. They should carefully watch how he does it. It will be useful to them in the future. They must choose a wooden stick about 2 meters long and sharpen one end. Having shown the resulting spears to the savages, Chen Li saw how one system appeared nearby, in which it was indicated that he had successfully invented a new weapon. 1 point was added to it for technology. His current stats are as follows. Fitness is 2, strength is 3, elbow is 2, authority is 0, technology is 1. He has no possessions. Li was pleased and noted that this was much better than the assignment scores. But he doesn't know what the technology is for. After the word, he began training men. Raising his hand with a homemade weapon, Chen Li noted, "This is called a spear. It is used to pierce or throw." The next moment, taking aim, he actually throws the spear forward, and it, having flown several meters, pierces the thick tree trunk so deeply that even cracks appear around it. The savages, at the sight of this, immediately began to exclaim approvingly, "What strength! Can't be." Li is also pleased with his throw, and notes something like this. Shig, running up to the spear, immediately agreed. It seems to be a very powerful weapon. Then, hugging him, he added that they also want to try. At the same time, the rest of the men were also happy, before they just picked them up. They didn't know that sticks could be used to make something like this. Chen Li, embarrassed, humbly noted, "They should calm down. They will all try to do this." Afterwards, Li noted that he was giving this spear to Shig. He, hearing this and taking the weapon out of the bark, replied that he was very grateful to the king. Turning to the rest of the savages, Chen Li ordered them to make more copies. Then they will begin training. Xiaoxing was the first to readily respond. "Okay." He is grateful in advance. After some time, heavy sighs and wooden knocking were heard in the thicket of the forest. Shig and Huangshi each made a spear and fought in a training battle. Agun, also despite his weapons, so far only admired, amazing, so long, wide and strong. Lai at this time was trying to train Wolfbone and Haizhu Xiao, first ordering the two of them to attack each other. At first they looked at each other in bewilderment, but the next moment they jumped high forward and ran towards him screaming. He should try to dodge. When the two of them were very close to Chen Li, he, leaning his hand on the ground, pushed the wolf bone away with his feet, and Tang hit him with a stick, and then knocked him down. However, the bone was not going to retreat, and again ran straight towards him, shouting, "He must die." Suddenly he frowned, like Li. At some point it seemed that the first splashes of blood even appeared. All the other savages who were watching this immediately froze in confusion. Wolfbone, frozen in place and trembling with fear, quietly said that. Chen Li, on the contrary, holding a weapon that seemed to be stabbed straight into his heart, announced that he was dead. In fact, the spear was only a few centimeters from the bone, and he was breathing heavily. Li calmly repeated, "He would have died if there had been a point on this." In shock, Bone immediately fell exhausted to the ground, admitting that the king is like a god, they cannot defeat him. Chen Li noted that they simply do not know how to handle wooden weapons and still rely on brute force. The advantage of such a spear lies in the pointed tip of it. They must use this and aim at the enemy or prey. Skills require training. Now javelin throwing is suitable for them. Turning his back to the men, Li ordered forward and clarified, "Do they see a target on the stone? They must stand still and throw the spear. Here, whoever hits first will be given a spear." Shig immediately ran forward, shouting, "He's first, first!" Swinging with all his might, he threw the spear, which did not hit the target, but it pierced the stone. Chen Li noted that it was powerful, but he still needs to work on his accuracy. In response, Shig sheepishly scratched the back of his head and grinned. Li sternly announced that Hunter Xing would be next. Suddenly, right next to his feet, a spear pierces the ground, and Chen Li turns to Xiaoxing with displeasure. It was he who threw it at him. He, also shyly running his hand through the hair at the back of his head, grinned, but admitted that he was to blame. However, the training continued and Li's voice is heard in the clearing, "Next Huangshi, next, next." Soon sticks were sticking out of the stone, and more spears and fragments were lying nearby. Looking at the unlucky savages, Chen Li suggested that these guys apparently had no talent. He hurried. But quite suddenly, just a few centimeters away from him, another spear flew past and hit the target. Haizhu Xiao and Shig, seeing that at least someone had completed the task, exclaimed, "Straight to the center." "Can't be." Li, turning his head to the side, incredulously clarified, "What?" Agun threw it. He immediately answered briskly, "Yes." He won. Chen Li was delighted and noted, "That's right. He can continue like this. These 2 spears are now his." With these words, he actually handed over 2 homemade weapons to Agun, causing him to throw his hands up and answer, "Cool." Suddenly their joy was interrupted by Shanling Da, who had been watching the area all this time, sitting on the top of a tree, and announced, "Trouble. A large beast is approaching towards the forest." Li quickly reacted to this and ordered everyone to take up arms. They must be ready to fight. Soon, when everyone was really on alert, he added, "Be careful, it's coming." Somewhere nearby there was an unclear noise that was getting closer and closer. Chen Li, looking forward tensely, mentally asked the savages they should use this opportunity to improve their skills. Finally, the shadow of a huge creature with red burning eyes and large horns appeared from the thicket. It might have seemed that it was an angry black bull, but when the monster jumped out towards them, smashing the trees into splinters, it became clear that it looked different. The thick fur was bright red. The creature's ears were long and hung down, like those of a dog. Between 2 sharp horns, on the monster's forehead, there was a 3rd small horn. People initially stepped back, shouting to each other to be careful. But Li said confidently, attracting the attention of all the men, "They should listen to him. They will catch this beast." The huge creature jumped straight to the side, causing Chen Li to take a step back. However, he was not going to retreat, and immediately shouted to everyone else, "They must pay attention. They need to surround it. Everything is on his command." In the next moment, Li collided with the monster, because of which he first yelped in pain, and for some time the creature overpowered him and pushed him back. But still, Chen Li, thrusting the tip of his spear between the monster's eyes, announced that the enemy had been stopped. Looking this straight in the eye, he also added that this is a rare opportunity. Agun and Lan Guchu must throw spears at his weak spots. They immediately raised their weapons and answered in unison, "Yes." They then threw their spears and hit the creature square in the side. They immediately let out a scream full of pain, and the monster's face distorted. When it turned sharply to the side, Li staggered again, and was saddened to realize that the weapon had broken. The creature stopped and panted as drool dripped from its mouth. However, the monster still rose and released 2 jets of steam from its nostrils. Agun, being on the side, out of sight of the creature, swung and threw another spear at it, which hit it right in the eye. Chen Li saw this and noted with satisfaction, "This guy really has skill." Rushing from side to side, the monster rushed straight towards him. Then he called out to Shiga, explaining that now it was their turn. He, Wolfbone, and Liu Tang immediately attacked the creature, and 2 of the 3 thrown spears hit the other side of it. Monsters, from the pain not helping, ran in the other direction. But now, standing in the way of this, Li armed himself with an axe, asking, "Does it want to escape?" Not so easy. After that, with one stroke, he cut off part of the creature's front left paw. After Chen Li called out to Xing, he, who was sitting on a tree branch, jumped straight down shouting, "He's coming." With his attack he hit the creature in the head, but it did not die again. And in another formidable market, it revealed teeth that were actually very long, and the horn, which was also very short, in an instant became very long. The system announced that Li needed to pay attention. The monster got angry. It actually tried to attack one of the savages, and Chen Li also noted that it was angry. They need to dodge. Xiaoxing was still holding onto the spear protruding from the monster, shouting, "Everyone must fight." When the creature, surrounded by black energy, stood on its hind legs, it at the same time broke the trees standing nearby. The savages shouted loudly, "It is falling." In addition to this, one of the savages asked the king not to approach the monster. However, he still jumped with a running start, from top to bottom at the creature, making a wide swing of the hand in flight. The men were shocked and immediately bombarded with questions. "Is the king okay? King?" Some silhouettes began to appear among the dense clouds of dust, and the men shouted, "Hurry up! Everyone should check it out. It's the king." Finally, Chen Li really appeared, standing on top of the dead monster. Placing one foot on the cut-down horn, Li proudly noted, "They should not quarrel." What, have they lost their hearts? He's here. Sighed with relief. He also noted that they all did well. Today they will have a big feast. The savages immediately began to scream with joy. This is very cool. They are very grateful to the king. Xiaoxing, who all this time was hanging on a spear, which he thrust into the monster's body, also added food. Great. Chen Li immediately extended his hand to him and said that he would help him. This time he's a great guy. Xing, accepting the helping hand, was shocked by such words, and quickly wiping away the tears in his eyes, replied that he was very grateful to the king. After Li called out to Agon, and he immediately said, "That's right, boss." Giving him a thumbs up, Chen Li explained that this was his merit. He will be able to go with him on all subsequent hunts, and he will also create a new weapon for him. Agon was so happy that he jumped high up, rejoicing. Cool. Soon, when the jungle became quiet, the savages sat in a circle and began to discuss what had just happened. They say their king has the power of a god. He cut off the boar's head in one jump. However, Sheik noted, of course, the king would not have been able to cut off the boar's head without his help. Suddenly he noticed Shanling passing by carrying the flesh of their prey in her hands, and immediately exclaimed, "This piece of meat is so big, she should give it to him." However, she confidently answered, no, she specifically left it for the king. And indeed, when Shanling Da approached Chen Li, she asked that the king should eat this. He, looking at the raw meat, clarified, "Is this how they eat it?" She, not understanding what he meant, asked again, "How is that possible? Is there something wrong?" Li immediately explained thoughtfully, "He remembers that they used fire, so why are they eating raw meat again?" Shanlin immediately explained, "Exactly. This is the point because last time they did not have time to save the source of fire." Then Chen Li understood everything. It turns out that the fire was accidental. Fire is the beginning of human civilization. Scaring away wild animals, safer and more comfortable existence, cooking, even subsequent developments of civilization are inseparable from fire. They are even further behind than he thought. The realization that food cooked over fire tastes much better. It seems that if he wants to strengthen this primitive tribe, then first he will have to teach them how to make fire. Then, standing up, he declared, she must go with him, he knows the way. Having reached the fallen tree into which part of the spear was stuck, Li noted to himself that the tip that had broken off would be suitable. Afterwards, having gathered the savages around him, he began to explain everything again. They should look at this. Today he will teach them something different. They must add sawdust to the hollow of the trunk and twist the stick between their hands. They should be patient. After a few seconds of active friction, smoke finally appeared and a spark flashed. Primitive people immediately shouted with joy, "Their king is God, God of fire." Chen Li was embarrassed by such words and quietly explained that now they don't need to eat raw meat. However, Sheik suddenly shouted the loudest, but wants the whole world to know that the king has mastered fire. But Li, putting his hand on his head, ordered him more sternly. He doesn't need to do this. He must close his mouth. Then he looked with tenderness at how the savages, standing near the flaring flame, discussed how they needed to start a fire as soon as possible. This is incredible. Suddenly, Chen Li was distracted by the system window, which indicated the technique of inventing fire by friction. It adds +10 to technology. Current stats are as follows. Form is 2, Strength 3, Agility 2, Authority 0, Technology 11. He has nothing in his possession. Li looked at this and said in surprise, "Did he get 10 points as a reward at once?" Seems to be accumulating technology points easier than he thought. Only he doesn't know what good it will do. To find out more, Chen Li clicked on the desired characteristic, and another system window immediately appeared in front of him, in which it was said that technology points could be used to identify cave paintings. Each time 10 points would be used for identification. Li, having read this, immediately exclaimed, he remembered. It was a reward for the mission. With the help of rock paintings they communicate and transmit information. He needs to spend technology points to understand the inscriptions. Suddenly he was pulled out of his thoughts by someone's voice, "King." Xiaoxing, who approached him, shared that he found that this boar had signs of nursing. Chen Li is a little perplexed. To clarify what he means, he explained that he assumed that there were cubs nearby, so he spent time searching for their lair. He finally found it. Earlier, Xing actually found a place in which there were 3 small boar cubs, who, when they saw him, were very scared. As soon as he said this, another system window appeared in front of Li, in which it was announced the launch of a side quest called the First Domestication of Animals. The task assumes that he must catch wild boar cubs and make this animal a pet. As a reward, he will receive a small treasure chest as 1 piece and a culinary wrath as 1 piece. Does he accept the quest? Chen Li began to rub his chin in thought. Domestic animals are the first question mark. Maybe this series of tasks. Then he gave an order to Xing and Dada. They must bring these piglets. They obeyed with one voice. All that remains is, they understood the king. Li also added that they must remember that he needs these animals whole. They must be careful not to harm them. At the same moment, the system updated the data and indicated that he had accepted the side quest domestication of beasts 1. She immediately grabbed little Xiaoxing by the hand and dragged him along with her, shouted again. His Majesty would not have time to blink an eye before they would be back. When Chen Li was left alone, he exhaled with an invention and noted that until these 2 returned, he needed to make a pigsty. For this purpose, he went to the dining savages and explained that when they finished eating, they should come to him. He would teach them something else. The men, sitting with their hands full, nodded contentedly and said, "Okay." The day was setting, and soon the orange sun was mostly hidden behind the high hills. Shig, walking ahead of his companions and carrying an armful of sticks, asked why the king asked them to collect so many branches. But the wolf-bone following him only exclaimed in response, "He must stop talking nonsense." How does he know this? When they came to the clearing, Agun, who was sitting with the others near the piles of straw, loudly noted that they had returned. Shig, watching their actions in surprise, asked what they were doing. He explained that the king said it was called a straw rope. It is much stronger than vine. They have to smooth out the straw in this special way and then weave the rope and they are done. But Shig just howled. He didn't understand anything. Then Chen Li called him and asked him not to stand still, but to bring everything to him. He, along with the other men, obediently shouted that he was already on his way. And soon he was asking again, what should they do next? At that moment, Li, poking the ground with his stick with all his might, outlined a circle of holes and ordered them to approach. They must choose a branch that looks like his and a rope. Everyone must make at least 5 of these wooden structures. With these words, he placed the shorter stick across the longer one, tying them with a rope. Shig and Xiaoxing, who had been carefully observing the interactions, obediently replied, "Yes, yes, fine." Then Li continued to explain. They need to insert the assembled structure into the hole he prepared and then tie them together with ropes. The connected sticks form a cage, and you're done. They should then carefully spread the straw outside. When the last point is completed, the system also notifies about the construction of a simple pigsty. The savages, who also saw what happened in the end, began to rejoice and wave their hands in the air. Chen Li, the eldest in the country, also said, placing his hands on his hips, "This is interesting." Unexpectedly, the rest of the people rushed past him, and soon they were all trying to get into the pigsty. Then they kicked each other, also screaming. Someone shouted that he came first. He shouldn't be pushed out. Then another savage answered him that the king built it so that they could live here together. He actually wants to give birth to a son. One of the girls noted that he was actually a man. At the same time, the cry of the one who asked not to push, otherwise he himself would throw everyone out of here, could be heard. Watching what was happening, Li wearily put his palm to his face, noting that the pigsty was not built for them. Just at that moment, Chanling and Xing ran out of the bushes, holding little red piglets and shouting, "King!" They brought piglets. Only 8 piglets. They brought everyone. Chen Li replied that this is very good. Then, pointing his finger at the pigsty, He explained that they should put these cuties there. Suddenly Liu Tang rushed towards him, hugging him tightly, begging, "No, king. How can you give such a good den to these pigs?" Huangshi joined him. "Yes, yes, they can finally hide from the wind of the sun in this nest. They all want to live there." Tan repeated after him, "They want a home too." Li became very disgusted. Then he threw them away at once and exclaimed, "Idiot! How disgusting he is! If they so want to live in a pigsty, then he doesn't care. But after they build a more comfortable wooden house, there will be no room for them." Huangshi, rising from the ground to his knees, with an unctuous expression on his face, clarified, "Is the house really better than this nest? Then he doesn't want to live here. Let him live here too." With these words, he released his hands on Hai Zhuxiao's shoulders, but he immediately said with fear, "No, no, he doesn't want to either. Let the pigs live there." Chen Li, having calmed down, finally simply ordered Xing to take the piglets to the pigsty. He immediately grabbed the animals, to which ropes were tied like leashes, and led them to the new building. Suddenly Agen approached Li and asked if these pigs were their food. Why should they care about them? Chen Li noted, wouldn't he be happy if they could eat a lot of meat without having to go hunting? He will readily answer that he would be happy. Li then explained that only by raising them and giving them the opportunity to give birth to many piglets, they could live a good life. But looking at the confused faces of the savages, he added, "It doesn't matter. If they don't understand, they should just keep learning." Finally, a system window appeared, notifying that the domestication of animals Quest 1 had been completed. As a reward, he receives a small treasure chest as one piece and cookbooks as one piece. A pigsty is created, one is added to the technology points, and therefore it has 12 technology points. After Chen Li ordered the system to open the reward. When the blue chest with a transverse blue stripe opened, it explained that he had received a bag of salt from a large treasure chest. He learned how to cook fried eggplant, fried peanuts, fried eggs, fried lamb, fried clams. Li was again a little disappointed and said, "Salt and recipes. Does he need to become a chef before science and technology begin to develop?" But the system, as if hearing him, added that cooking recipes could unlock special rewards. Chen Li immediately said with understanding, "Yes." Later he will devote his attention to collecting a variety of ingredients and spices. As night fell, the moon and its satellite appeared in the dark sky, and a large fire was lit in the clearing. Some of the savages were already fast asleep while Xing and Li were sitting near the flame. Suddenly he broke the silence, saying, "Xiaoxing was injured during the day. He has to be on duty for everyone at night. He is very grateful to him for today." Xing answered with understanding that yesterday because of him the king was caught, and then he almost died, so he was just happy to help. Laughing, Chen Li moved closer to him, and putting his arm around his shoulder, asked, "He doesn't think that he is taking revenge on him? He's not the type to do that." Xiaoxing just grinned, when suddenly Li became very serious and announced, by the way, that he wanted to ask him something. "Are there tribes like them here?" He readily answered, "Yes, they are. Only they are not friendly and do not look like them." Chen Li asked puzzledly, "Are they? Can he tell who they are, how many there are, and where they live?" Xing exclaimed joyfully, "Yes. He knows that 3 different tribes live nearby. These are the tribes of the Coconut Grove, the Sea Bay, and the Giant Rock. Although he said that they live not far from here, but in fact the distance is quite large. To meet them, they need to walk for at least a day." Li, trying to extract as much information from him as possible, said, 3 tribes. Can he tell about them separately and in more detail?" Xiaoxin continued, "He knows that the Coconut Grove tribe lives closest to them. They live in the east, just a few minutes south from 100 to the Black Bulls. There are about 30-40 of them. They do not like to fight. They can travel long distances. Their leader is a woman who is not so easy to contact. The Sea Bay tribe also consists of 30 to 40 people. They live in the south near the sea, and they look scary and constantly kill each other. The Giant Rock tribe is the most powerful and has the largest number of people. They usually live in the mountains in the southwest, but sometimes they all come down from the mountains together. They say they can gain supernatural strength and can be killed by a tiger with his bare hands. It's better not to mess with him. Li immediately began to think about everything he heard. If the information is correct, then the Coconut Grove tribe is the most suitable as the first target. Relying on the fact that they are quirky, he cannot be rude. He needs to find a way to defeat them peacefully. Suddenly, he froze, asking why it was so cold. At the same moment, a huge silhouette appeared behind him, but it turned out to be Shanling Da, who, creeping up from behind and placing her hands on her shoulders, said loudly, "The king is not sleeping yet. Would he like to do something interesting with her?" Chen Li's face contorted in fear, and he immediately exclaimed, "No." Shanlin, getting down on all fours, clenched one hand into a fist and, pressing it to her face, meowed like a kitten. Smiling sweetly, she asked, "The king should look at this. Does she look like a cat?" But Li laughed awkwardly and gave her a thumbs up and replied that she looked a lot like a saber-toothed tiger. "She's great." The next moment he grabbed Xiaoxing, who was peacefully sleeping next to him, and rushing away with him, shouted that Xing wanted to go to the toilet. He would go with him. She remained sitting in place, feeling awkward and looking after him with eyes on which tears appeared. A few hours later, between the hills, the sky gradually began to dawn, and awakened birds took to the air. Xiaoxing, sitting with Chen Li on the branch of a large tree, looked down until he finally called him, "King." They came. Immediately they both looked down and saw two savages running along the seashore. Li frowned and watched as one of them, holding a homemade bone dagger in his hand, shouted to the running bird in front that he would kill it. It was a small animal with light brown plumage, a small beak, but with large and round eyes. The bird, running away, repeated in fear, "Do-do, do-do." The system immediately explained to Chen Li that this bird was a dodo. It belongs to the class of birds, order Pigeonity. It has poor quality meat but high egg production. Finally, one of the savages managed to catch up with the bird, and he immediately shouted joyfully that he had caught it. Li, keeping his eyes on her all this time, said, "They sat in ambush all night, and finally the tribe members showed up." "Are they the Seabay tribe?" The savages looked unusual. Their bodies were similar to human ones, but their skin was blue, with light blue stripes. Their nails were sharp, like claws, and their ears were pointed. The amphibians' eyes glowed bright red, their mouths were filled with sharp fangs, and they had small but noticeable ridges on their heads. One of the men suddenly shouted to his comrade to give him the bird, or he would kill him. However, the one who was holding the dodo hissed in displeasure and, sticking out his long tongue, shouted at him to get out of here. Chen Li, watching their argument, also concluded that these guys have well-developed limbs and a very simple brain. From what Xing said, there are about 30 of them. If they can annex them, then the number of people in their tribe will increase. They will also be able to capture Dodo. However, Xiaoxing reminded, "But their people are half as many. He will not be able to fight." Li sighed heavily, agreeing that it was indeed a problem, but only if the weapon was advanced enough. Then he began to think to himself, first of all, they need to get rid of the herd of black bulls, then use new resources to create more powerful weapons and equipment. Finally, having created a plan, Chen Li addressed Xing, announcing that they were returning. They still had much to do. Readily agreed, "Yes, the sun has already risen high in the sky, illuminating the dense jungle with its warm rays." The tribe members also woke up, going about their business. Shig, sitting near the smoldering fire, was quite sad, until suddenly he heard people begin to joyfully repeat, "The king has returned. The king is back. King." Somewhere even whimpers were heard, but nevertheless also joyful exclamations, "His Majesty has returned." He was the first to rush to Li, almost crying. They had been looking for him for so long. They already thought that he had abandoned them. Some of the men could not stand it, crying, but agreeing, "Yes, yes, good to have him back." Chen Li smiled back embarrassedly and apologized for making them sweat. They still had something to do. The first thing he did was give orders to Sheik, telling him to practice fighting with spears. He immediately exclaimed readily, "Yes, King." Afterwards, Li told Agun that he was responsible for teaching throwing, and he only had a day to improve their skills. He saluted with his hand and also answered, "No problem." When the two of them left, chatting, he added a little irritably after them that time was running out. Suddenly Shanlin, the king, called him. Holding a large leaf in your hand, clarified, "Such leaves are most convenient to use when they go to the toilet." Chen Li, embarrassed again, replied, "Yes, yes." But he also announced that he was very grateful to her for her kindness. Now he wants her to gather all the women. He needs help. He now needs help with a wooden tool. First they must find stones. He will teach them how to make a stone axe. Did she understand everything? Shanlinda exclaimed overjoyed. She understood. She will call everyone now. He just chuckled in response. After some time, when the sun gradually gathered even higher in the sky, she and the other girls, carrying stones, said, "The king must see this. How does he like this stone?" Li looked in her direction and said approvingly, "It's very good, and just right for turning." Further, he began to explain to them how to make a new weapon. First, they must place a rectangular stone on a whetstone and rub it. They must achieve an edge like his. With these words, Chen Li showed the women a piece of the renewed stone. After that he continued to explain, then they must tie it to a stick with a rope, and in this way they will make a stone axe. The girls, clapping their hands, immediately exclaimed, "It can't be. The king is magnificent. He is their god." Thanks to what he taught them, another system window appeared, in which it was indicated that Li had successfully invented a technique for sharpening stone tools and received 1 technology point. Now the total sum of these points is 13. However, he did not like this, which is why he exclaimed irritably, "For making fire 10 points, but for grinding stone tools only 1 point. It's a bullshit." But still sighing, Chen Li humbly said, "Okay." Then, waving his hand to the girls, he noted that they should follow his instructions. And when they do everything, they must bring it to him for inspection. Shanling immediately exclaimed, "The king must see this." She did. When he turned his head towards her, he asked with sincere surprise, "Is this an axe with 2 blades? She seems to be very talented." She sheepishly explained that she remembered that the king's magic axe looked the same, so she tried to do just that. Suddenly, a window system appeared in front of Chen Li, causing him to ask in confusion, "What?" In this, it was written that he fulfilled the following conditions. Firstly, from the Paleolithic to the Neolithic, and secondly, to identify new talents among his subordinates. Hidden talent identification ability activated. After reading the last paragraph, Li repeated, "Hidden ability." When he looked again at Shanlinda, there was a window next to her that indicated the creation of tools. Chen Li immediately guessed. It seems that the talent detection system allows him to know what each person is good at. Making instruments must be Dada's talent. She, noticing how long he was looking in her direction, blushed and asked why the king was staring at her. He cleared his throat and addressed all the girls. They must make a stone axe according to this standard. Today they must make as many weapons as possible. They enthusiastically exclaimed, "Yes." Soon, among the chips floating in the air and the sound of rubbing stones, Shanlin's voice was heard. 27, 28, 29. The 30th is ready. With these words she raised a long, pointed spear. Li answered happily. More than half was done by her. She's a great fellow. Handing over the homemade weapon to him, Shanlingda clarified, "Are the new ones better than the previous ones?" He, accepting everything she did, admitted, "Yes, she really has talent." But suddenly, he said restlessly, "What? Her hands. She sharpened her spears on stones all day. He is very grateful." Shanlin, showing him her cut palms with blood on them, replied that there was nothing wrong with that. Then, shyly tucking a lock of hair behind her ear, she added that as long as she could help the king, she was ready to work hard. The next moment Ayu and Shu Shu approached them, who also showed her wounds and noted that the others were also wounded. "Doesn't the king feel sorry for them?" Stepping back, Chen Li hastened to answer that he certainly felt sorry for them. He is very grateful to everyone. However, they came closer and closer, and Ayu even asked the king to blow on their hands. But he immediately ran away and finally said that 50 guns was enough for them. Now they can rest. He will go check the results of the training guys. Finally, leaving them, Li sighed with relief and said they scared him. Suddenly a voice was heard. He must prepare to let it go. Chen Li stopped at a loss, despite forward, asked what? A thick tree trunk was flying straight at him at great speed. At the last moment, bending down, he cursed displeasedly. What is this? Then, looking at it, tied to high branches with a thick rope, Li noted, is it a moving target? And they are having a great time. At this time, Agun, standing next to 2 more targets, announced that Lan Guchu and Huangshi had won. The next group must get ready. Looking back, he clarified what? Has the king come? Chen Li came closer and looked at the tree trunks from which many spears were sticking out, noting that it looked good. They can talk about today's results. Agun shared that today everyone has achieved great success. They can already hit a moving target. Li immediately saw the system window, which indicated that he was proficient in throwing. Agun continued enthusiastically, Hai Zhu Xiao, although strong, does not throw very accurately. It was only when he teamed up with Shig that he was able to show off his talents. Although Liu Tang doesn't like to talk, he is the most diligent. He is also the first to master the skills. The most surprising thing is that Guchu and Huangshi are nothing special individually, but as a team they alternately throw 4 spears in a short time and hit the target, each time getting the highest score. After listening to him carefully, Lai noted that this is very good. It seems that tomorrow they will be able to fight with the Black Bulls. Shig, who heard this, asked, is the king sure of this? Chen Li replied, of course, he is sure, but just in case, he should take a secret weapon with him. As soon as Agun heard this, he joyfully repeated, a secret weapon. Once again, a bright night fell on the jungle, but in the clearing, under the light from the high fire and the piercing glances of the night birds, the sounds of stone hitting stone could be heard. Li, pursing his lips in concentration, tirelessly hit one place after another on a large flat stone with a hammer. Small fragments flew in different directions, and finally, exhaling with relief, Chen Li said, he had not slept all night. He wanted to finish. Earlier, when Agun asked him about the secret weapon, Li readily explained, showing them one plant. Yes, they must watch carefully. They need to select the black tops of the leaves. If they have wounds on their hands, they should not touch the juice of the leaves. Now, looking at the parts of the plant in his hands, Chen Li noted out loud. The system identified them as a natural paralytic. He also hopes that the juice from this thing will help paralyze those monsters. Someone called out to him sharply, King. She brought spears. Li turned his gaze to the source of the sound, which turned out to be Shanlin Da. She, coming closer, immediately asked why he dug a hole in the stone. Li explained that it was a stone mortar. She'll soon find out what it's for. Following his words, a system window appeared, in which it was displayed that he had successfully invented a stone mortar and received 1 point for technology for this. Now they are equal to 14. Chen Li turned to Shanling and ordered her to call the girls. They should use a stone mortar and crush these green leaves, then coat the spear tips with the juice. Followed by Liu Tang, who clarified what they should do. They want to help too. Li, looking at the savages sitting on a small depression in the ground and eating fried meat, explained that first they must eat and rest. A big battle awaits them. The men waved their hands at him and agreed, okay, great king. After a few more hours, the sun gradually began to roll out from behind the horizon. By this time, Chen Li had climbed onto a thick branch of a tall tree and sprinkled salt on the fried meat. At the same time, he also noted that fried meat tastes much better with this. However, he was distracted from the meal by the voice of Shanlin Da, who happily announced that everything was ready. The next moment she threw a poisonous spear in his direction, which Li easily grabbed with one hand. He declared, the time has come. Women stay at home and protect the children. The rest must take weapons and go forward with them to the mountain. Primitive people immediately shouted back in approval. Hooray! Chen Li, armed with his axe, added, Now, it's the monster's turn to tremble. Soon, when the sky began to get more and more light, they reached a rocky cliff and began to look down. Huangshi, watching the sides on the opposite bank of the river, honey that the king went alone as bait. Isn't this too dangerous? Shig, who was standing nearby, noted that the king was so strong. What a danger there could be! They should see it. Suddenly, Xiaoxing, who was sitting on a small part of the mountain that was higher than the rest, announced, Everyone should get ready. There seems to be some movement on the other side of the river. Shig immediately turned to Shanlin and Shu, who went with them, and explained that they must hand over the copies on time. Especially from Agun. They must not let him be left without a weapon. The king took such a big risk, they can't go wrong. 10 minutes ago, when the unsuspecting bulls were peacefully chewing grass, Li crept as close to them as possible and hid in the dense bushes. Trying not to give himself away, he thought that, according to recent experience, he could safely run to the mountain. But to be on the safe side, it would be best for him to lure a small bull. Having tracked down one of these, Chen Li quickly took a closer look, and hopefully thought that he would not trip on the road, otherwise he would die. The next moment he threw a stone at the animal, which hit him right in the head. When the bull turned on Li, he immediately began making grimaces at him and shouting, It must catch up with him. They are all stupid. In an instant, blushing with anger, the monster fell silent loudly, and this was noticed by 2 other relatives of the animal. Seeing aggressive animals running towards him, Chen Li asked, 3 at once? That's a bit much. Rushing away, he also added that it was also risky. The bulls did not lag behind, and all this time they continued to moo and growl. Finally breaking free, he, without hiding his fear, shouted, No! Running past the rock, Li shouted to Shig to aim for the first bull. They must focus on attacking. He immediately announced to everyone to get ready. At his command, they can throw. Immediately after these words, the men threw down their poisoned spear bones with all their might. The black bull, although he tried to close himself with his paw, still could not do it, and several of the wooden tools stuck into him. It was ready to catch Chen Li, but at the last moment he jumped and grabbed the ledge of the rock with his hand. At that moment, Agun, also taking his spear, swung it and threw it, saying, He will hit the target. The point actually pierced straight into the bull's neck, causing it to howl in pain, and then fall flat to the ground. Li continued to hang all this time, holding on to a sharp stone ledge and moaning in pain, while the other animals, not having time to slow down, crashed into the rock. The stone he was holding on to began to loosen, and then Chen Li, looking at the ground, exclaimed, This is bad. When he already began to fall down, he was grabbed by the wrist by Shig, who announced that he was holding the king. Everything is in order. Li, despite the dangerous situation, ordered them to attack without stopping. Until they die, they need to keep attacking. He lifted Chen Li up and turned to his comrades. They should aim at the one on the left. Shanlin at that moment approached Li, asking if the king was injured. He calmly replied that she need not worry about him. She'd better focus on helping Shig. Suddenly he saw added what? A system window appeared next to him, in which it was indicated that his talent was leading troops. Chen Li immediately thought, It is no wonder that Shig commands so well. It seems that he was raised to become a commander who can do everything on his own. When Li came closer, he noted that the king looked bad. But Chen Li did not pay attention to his words, watching the bulls who were either unconscious or sitting on the ground, howling weakly while wooden spears protruded from their bodies. He noted that it was not left that the anesthetic was acting so quickly. They can't go on a rampage now. Xiaoxin did not let him rejoice, who announced that other bulls were also attacking. Just on the opposite bank, a whole herd of angry animals was actually rushing towards them. Li immediately tensed, thinking, No, this happened much faster than he expected. Most likely they were attracted like a scream. Then, standing in line with his subordinates, he said loudly, "They should not panic. Everything is going according to his plan. They must focus on attacking the 3 bulls and below. They must not let these animals escape." One of the monsters, opening its mouth wide, let out a long roar. Chen Li repeated, frowning. The poison slowed them down. They must not let them escape. A spear. At his command, the savages immediately took the poisoned weapons into their hands, and, taking aim at the bulls lying on the ground, but still alive, began to attack them again. They desperately continued to moo, until finally Li changed her hand up, and declared, they must not stop. The 3 animals finally fell unconscious. Shig said coldly, "King, now is not the time for feelings. If they don't hurry up and finish them off, other bulls are about to come." Chen Li, still looking with some pity at the killed creatures, asked how many copies were left. Shanlin Da, who had just approached him, explained that taking into account those they had in their hands, there were still 28 pieces. Afterwards, Li turned to Xiaoxiang and asked how many bulls he sees. He, diligently peering into the distance, answered, "About 20. Then Chen Li frowned and said seriously, "That's why they stopped. They have a limited number of copies." Agun decided to ask, "But if they surrender, wouldn't it be a waste of energy?" Li thoughtfully repeated, "A waste of time." Then, grinning, he explained that this was part of the plan. And while the bulls lay on the ground, unable to do anything except how hard it was to breathe under the influence of the poison, he said that he did not intend to put such a small number of people against a whole herd of bulls. The war has just begun. His goal is to kill their boss. As for the remaining animals, they will naturally scatter in all directions. To lure the biggest one, they need to use bait. That's why these 3 must be alive, but they must not let them escape. However, his original plan included 1 bull as bait. To cope with 2 extra bulls, they had already used up a lot of spears. Suddenly he was interrupted by Xing, who pointed his finger forward and shouted, "Everyone should look towards the forest." Just like the king said, "This is the boss of the bulls." One of the savages said in horror, "This isn't that huge monster?" However, huge animals really appeared from the forest, with red fur on our head, which resembled the mane of a lion, and sharp horns grew not only on its head, but also on its back. This bull was twice as large as an ordinary one, and taking in more air into its lungs, it issued a very loud roar, which frightened all the people on the rock. At the same time, the vibration from such a sound caused part of it to collapse. Xiaoxiang, without stopping his observation, shouted to everyone, "They must be careful, monsters are attacking." A herd of bulls actually rushed straight towards them, and as they ran they began to hit the stone wall. Huddling to the ground with the others, Chen Li asked, "Are they fighting against the mountains? Have they gone crazy? Their brain doesn't seem to want to fight them personally. It just commands them from a distance." Suddenly, I felt that something had changed. Huangshi asked, "What? What's the sound?" Even they saw how large pieces of stones were falling from top to bottom. Then all the savages screamed at once, "It's impossible. The stone wall is cracked." "No." Li gritted his teeth and ordered everyone to go back and hide. When they tried to escape, the upper part of the rock they were on became covered with cracks, and suddenly the part on which Shanling began to collapse. She looked at him and screamed in horror, "King!" Chen Li saw this and also called out to her, "Dada!" Hitting the rocks, she flew upside down, straight to the ground, until she fell, hitting her back. Li, seeing this, was very afraid for her, and jumping down, called Huangshi. They must save her. Together they very quickly slid down the destroyed stones to the ground, and 2 more savages also followed them. Pulling Shanling closer to the rest of the wall, Chen Li carefully told her to rest. They will protect her. At the same time, Wolfbone, standing with the others on the defensive, asked, "What should they do? Will they fight these animals?" Huangshi confidently told him to stand without sudden movements and listen to the king's orders. Li, approaching them, noted that it turned out that this was their trick. Now they must spread out. After that, Chen Li thought, things are bad. Most likely the leader saw through his trap. He didn't expect it to have such high intelligence. Shig, remaining at the top along with several other savages, ordered all those who remained to take up arms. They must protect their king. But Li immediately shouted to them not to do anything yet. They must focus on finishing them off, whoever comes running first. For a few seconds there was a pause between them and the bulls, but suddenly the animals jumped out of their places and rushed to the attack. Hai Zhuxiao, taking a step forward, swung his hand and threw a poisoned spear at them, which hit the bull right in the neck. Chen Li began to act after him, and with one stroke, he cut the animal's throat. When it almost fell, crushing him, Zhuxiao came to Li's aid and shouted to him to be careful. Having reached Chen Li, he puts him down and pulled him back. At the same time, Huangshi, having killed one bull, prepared to repel the second. It rushed at him, groaning menacingly, and he, drawing his hand with the spear back, threw it forward. However, the animal managed to cover its muzzle with its paw and rushed forward again. Huangshi was forced to grab the bull's horns so that it would not kill him. What was happening was noticed by Wolfbone, who attacked the animal with a spear and hit it right in the eye. Shig, who had been monitoring the situation from above, finally gave the order to the men to prepare and open fire. The bull, growling and trying to rise, was attacked by 3 spears, which made it flinch and fall dead. Chen Li immediately turned his gaze to those animals that were standing to the side. They also looked at each other, as if they were secretly discussing something, and moved back. Li noted to himself, it seems the boss decided to fight in person. It began to rain. Heavy drops fell to the ground from the darkened sky. Chen Li noted to himself with a frown, Doge and the king of the bulls. A huge silhouette rose right in front of us. Again it took a deep breath, and Li immediately shouted, "Things are bad. Everyone must leave." The next moment, the boss, opening his mouth wide, emitted a powerful beam of red light, and this, rushing forward, hit the rock and was reflected in another direction. People rushed to the side and screamed in horror. Such an attack left a deep trench on the ground and stone with roughness in the rock. As Chen Li rose to his feet, an unthinkable thought flashed through his mind. What is this all about? Sound wave? The power of the roar? It inspires fear. Everyone has lost their fighting spirit. Then he announced to everyone that he would distract the attention of the bull, and they should hide Dada in the north. Wolfbone was the first to respond. "Okay, king." When it tried to crush Li with its hoof, he jumped to the side and added that all those above must wait for his signal. Then, turning to the monster, he added, "He is the opponent of this." The bull, mooing angrily, ran straight at him. But Chen Li did not retreat, but did the same. The next moment they collided. He exerted all his strength, holding the axe over his head, which the boss was leaning against. But still it turned out to be stronger, and with a wave of its head, the bull threw Li back. Then, pushing off the ground with its hooves, it jumped up to attack him. Chen Li, running towards the rock, took a closer look and saw something. He realized it was there. He triumphed up the sloping trench when suddenly the animal landed on top, creating a high shock wave. Wolfbone and Huangshi, seeing this, cried out in fear. King Shanlin Da, who was lying to the side, also turned her gaze to the side and quietly said, "King." The boss got up and reached out with his paws towards them, which is why the savages again began to exclaim, "He is approaching. What's happening?" But still stopping in place, Wolfbone ordered no one to retreat. They must prepare for battle. Even in death, they will gouge out its eyes. Suddenly, a blue energy beam flashed directly above the bull's head, cutting off one of its horns. Because of this, it froze in confusion, but looking to the side, it saw the silhouette of a man who caustically said, "He is grateful to the fat man." Thanks to this, the gorge appeared. This person turned out to be Chen Li, who, despite the abrasions and cuts, and the blood flowing from his temple, added, this allowed him to hide there at a critical moment. At the same time, he also thought, despite this, he was already seriously injured. The savages, seeing that he was alive, immediately began to call him, "King, King." Li raised his head and turned to Shig, who readily answered yes. Chen Li explained to follow his orders. They must kill him. With these words, he rushed forward, and Wolfbone, along with Huangshi, also headed towards the bull to deal with it, shouting, "Here, attack!" Huangshi, pushing off from the ground, flew high into the air, but could not do anything, as the animal suddenly knocked him down, hitting him directly in the stomach with its horn. This made him groan in pain and scream, "It's stupid!" Wolfbone first rushed to his aid, but when he kicked him away, Hai Zhuxiao came to replace him, hitting the animal on the leg with a spear. However, Huangshi shouted to him that he would be trampled on. Zhuxiao was not paying attention to anything, when suddenly the boss, reaching out to him with his paw, grabbed him and lifted him up. Suddenly, Chen Li appeared, climbing up the animal's back, announcing, "He is here." Huangshi, hanging on the horn, eating such blood, joyfully said, "King." Li, jumping from the bull's shoulder, kicked it in the face with all his might, causing it to immediately let go of him and Hai Zhuxiao. But nevertheless, the monster did not stay, and again, opening its mouth wide, shot an energy beam directly into the ground. Chen Li also landed and shouted again. The attack took place very close to Shanling Da. Li, having guessed the moment, jumped into the air again, shouting, "The freak must die." After that, swinging his axe, he struck the first blow to the bull, causing it to howl loudly. However, Chen Li did not stop and continued to deepen the cut, increasing the affected area. Finally, when the wound was very large, he jumped down, announcing, "This is their chance." Li also called out to Shig and Agun, announcing, "Now." He immediately ordered the rest of the savages to aim at the wound and shoot. They must shoot. Several spears immediately rushed towards the bull, which, with their poison tips, pierced directly into the wound. The animal tried to run away, but very quickly it fell to the ground, raising clouds of dust. Huangshi, exchanging glances with Wolfbone, clarified, "Did they win?" Agun, Shig and Liu Tang, standing on the rock, began to rejoice. They won. Cheers could now be heard everywhere. They had won. Glory to the king. However, Chen Li, standing near the fallen animal, and not paying attention to the intensifying downpour, noticed that something was wrong. Looking at the other bulls, he realized they were waiting for something. Suddenly, under the lightning, the boss again opened his red burning eyes and exhaled steam from his nostrils. Li, slowly turning over his shoulder, said, "No." The next moment the monster stood up and threw him back with all its strength with its paw. And then, striking the ground with its fist, it also threw other men into the air. The bull moved, and opening his mouth, again released a red beam, now aimed at the top of the rock. Screams of horror also began to be heard from there. Chen Li, sitting by the stones and breathing heavily while blood flowed down his face and also from his mouth. He realized, no, he was careless. The monster walked straight towards him, holding one of the broken spears in its paw, and sharply threw it straight at Li. In just a split second, the question flashed through his mind, is this the end? Will he, Chen Li, die here? When suddenly, pushing him away, Shanlin appeared and took the blow on herself. A sharp stick instantly pierced her through. Li froze in horror when he saw the blood spatter, and lowered his head, looking at her, who fell without moving. All the moments and memories associated with the cheerful Shanlin Da flashed before his eyes. Now, facing the huge boss alone, he felt anger enveloping him, and holding the axe tighter, Chen Li said, "The freak must now fight him." Then the sharp blade of the weapon evaporated, and turned into mysterious symbols, absorbed into Li's right hand, until the system, flashing red windows, appeared in front of him. System reminder, warning. The emergence of an unstoppable force. Chen Li, not noticing this, shouted furiously, "It must die." The next moment, hitting the ground with all his might, he provoked a powerful energy wave that went through the stones and trees, and also cut the huge boss of the bulls in half. Now that the monster is finished, Li explained, but not broken, turns to the rest of the bulls, shouting loudly, "Come on, who is next?" The animals freeze in confusion, and then he adds even more furiously, "They must die." After his words, one of the bulls moos loudly, giving a signal to the others, and the very next moment they all run away together. Chen Li's axe falls to the ground, and he leans down while leaning on it while his whole body trembles. At the same moment, a flashing warning from the system appears: he is dying. Suddenly Li vomits blood and slumps to the ground as the savage's worried cries are heard, "King!" However, he does not answer. Chen Li's consciousness becomes clouded, and blinking heavily, he sees Haiju Xiao approaching Shanling lying on the ground, while the other men, limping from their injuries, make their way towards him. Li blinks, and before completely falling into unconsciousness, he says hoarsely, "Dada." Then his eyes close, and he opens them already in a completely different place. His gaze rushes to the thatched roof, and Ayu, sitting next to him, immediately carefully asks, "Is the king?" He woke up. He turned his head to his side and asked in confusion, "Is it her?" After Chen Li clarified, "Is this a pigsty?" Smiling warmly, Ayu explained, "No, the king. After he drove away the bulls, they moved to this new land. They built this hut for him. For now he must lie here, and she will tell the others." But Li immediately rose up, exclaiming, "She must wait." Ayu immediately clarified, "Does he want to give her an order?" He asked Dada and Liu Tang how they were. She shared that when they found Tan, he was barely breathing. But he quickly recovered, and after he came to, he stood outside all this time, guarding his highness. Dada Ranina is stronger. She had a magic medicine, so now she needs to rest. She will get better. The rest are fine for now. With a sigh of relief, Chen Li repeated, "The others are fine." She also added, without taking her eyes off him, that in 4 days everything returned to normal. Hearing this, he immediately exclaimed, "4 days?" Ayu, frightened by his screams, said, "What?" "Yes." Suddenly, a system window appeared in front of Li, in which it was indicated that he had a mission to settle down. The task was to help primitive people build a home, officially create a tribe, and increase the number of people to 50. The deadline is 11 days. Then he realized, no, he doesn't have time to recover, he can't waste a second. Ayu, watching him, noted in fear that the king was constantly looking at one point. Trying to move his right hand, Chen Li immediately exclaimed, clicking his tongue, "This hurts." She, trying to stop him, explained that the king now needs a good rest. He cannot move now. But he, with a serious frown, replied that now was not the time for rest. She should call Shiga. She should only tell him that he woke up and not talk about anything else. He will explain everything to her later. Ayu, heading towards the exit of the hut, confidently answered, "Good." After she went outside, she walked past Liu Tang without saying a word to him. Li was left alone to think. Now he has no combat power, no restraining forces, and if this becomes known to everyone, then this task will not be so easy for him to complete. Fortunately, after they drove away the herd of bulls, the tribe immediately moved. Here he needs to build a fence as soon as possible, then redo the wooden wall. Here he must also place areas for planting and raising livestock. Finally, Ayu announced that Shig had arrived, but Chen Li ordered him to speak outside. He immediately repeated that he had arrived. He is glad that His Majesty is all right. Li interrupted him, seriously announcing, he has an errand. Shig immediately answered animatedly, yes. Chen Li mysteriously asked him to come closer and remember everything he told him. He did everything as he was told, and leaning his ear against the straw, said, yes, okay, the king should not worry. Soon Shig abruptly ran away somewhere, finally shouting, he understood you. But Lai, who was sitting inside, still noted to herself, no, this is not enough. This time he cannot make a mistake when hunting bulls. He needs to clear the territory. Then he called Liu Tang and explained that there was a task for him too. When Tang came closer to the hut, Chen Li asked him to go after the Bull King and bring this skull and skin, and make sure that he took everything. Liu Tang said calmly at first, yes. But when Li's hand holding an axe appeared from the hut, he realized in horror, this is the king's divine weapon. now enthusiastically taking the axe. He went away, promising to complete this task. Ayu, who had been standing nearby all this time and watching what was happening, noted that His Majesty now needed to rest. However, Chen Li decisively replied, No, he has just the task for her. There's no one outside right now, but maybe he can come in. Ayu, like the previous savages, said animatedly, Yes. As soon as she walked into the hut, Li said that he had sent them all away to give her an important secret mission. She, having removed some of the extra leather bandages to give it to him, exclaimed that she had been ready for a long time. But Chen Li immediately shouted indignantly. She misunderstood everything. She should take it back. When Ayu, flushed with embarrassment, sits down opposite him, she repeated more modestly, Yes. He, having also collected his thoughts, announced, in general, he needed her to help him sort out the performance. Hearing this, she asked in confusion, Should I put on a performance? Chen Li, with complete seriousness in his voice, said that he plans to send someone to negotiate with the Coconut Grove tribe. The goal is to convince them to join them. This is his order. Then she clarified, but they have many more people, so they won't agree, right? Now Li noted that in this case they should show them strength. Let them think that only agreeing to join is the right choice. He chose her for two reasons. Firstly, they are a matriarchal tribe, and it will be easier for them, women, to communicate. Secondly, only she knows about his current condition. That explosion caused him severe damage, although the medicine stopped the deterioration. But in order to heal, he needs something better. Ayu, listening to him attentively, chuckled thoughtfully and suddenly clarified, so she should look intimidating in order to intimidate the Coconut Grove tribe. She knows what needs to be done. His Majesty should entrust this matter to her. Soon, Xiaoxing was walking along a rocky path among the dense green jungle. Carrying on his back something resembling a huge woolen backpack, he joyfully said, They will soon be there. Although the Coconut Grove tribe does not like war, he still thinks that they should not provoke them. Ayu, who followed in the form of a queen, with a robe of ox hair and their horns as a crown, answered with a smile, Good. Sheng should just lead them calmly, and he can leave the rest to her. He said displeasedly, The king is truly biased. He created such beautiful clothes for her. Ayu grinned sheepishly, but didn't answer. After a while, a rustling was heard in the lush bushes, and the two of them looked out slightly from their hiding place. Xiaoxing announced, Yes, it is there. They had a beautiful view of a waterfall with crystal clear water, in a small pond of which girls were splashing. Their conversations and laughter could be heard everywhere. Ayu, seeing all this, noted that Xing was very familiar with this place. He laughed awkwardly and asked her to look to the side. This is the one they were looking for. As soon as she saw the Coconut Grove queen busy taking a bath, she immediately remarked, It can't be. She's a beauty. But Xiaoxing noted that appearances are deceiving. He heard that she ate several suitors. I imagined the queen holding a bloody skull in her hand and grinning evilly. Ayu asked incredulously, Did she eat it? This can't be. But he insistently replied that it was true. During their conversations in the office, they forgot about their disguises and were discovered by the girls' guards, one of whom coldly called out to them. It was a beautiful, warm, and sunny day. The girls, bringing the two of them to the queen, announced, Her Majesty. They caught these spies. They called themselves bad guys. They shouted that they wanted to meet her. But Sheng, raising both hands up, exclaimed, What bad guys? They are ambassadors. This title was given to them by the king. The queen was not very interested, and asked in a bored tone, What? When Ayu met her with a frightened look, the woman noted that there was no grace. She cannot be left as a slave. The man must be fed to the fish. They can make dinner out of that piece of meat. One of the guards immediately grabbed the indignant Xing and dragged him away while he continued to shout to Ayu, She must save him. She immediately tried to blackmail the queen by screaming. She thought that Her Majesty of the Coconut Grove tribe was quite shrewd. It is now obvious that this is not so. She actually planned to give her mountain ox meat. As soon as the woman heard this, she immediately noted, Stop. This girl can talk. So, they have mountain ox meat. Ayu smiled proudly and confirmed this. Yes, in the north of the river there lies a herd of black bulls. Clicking her tongue, the queen clarified, so she wants to join forces to attack the herd. But she asked the city again, should they unite to attack them? Then how can this be called a gift? She shouldn't underestimate people. Then the herd of bulls is not their enemy. The lands in the vicinity of the river have already changed their owner. The members of the tribe, hearing this, immediately became indignant. This is impossible. They scared away the bulls. They were almost trampled. The queen rose from her seat, and holding a whip with thorns in her hand, asked Ayu, does she know what awaits those who lie to her? She proudly continued, the largest bull was slaughtered by their king. If Her Majesty does not believe her, then she can return with them and look. However, one of the guards suddenly advised the woman not to believe them. It must be a trap. Ayu, hearing it, repeated it in 2 days. Her Majesty must keep in mind that their merciful king can defeat their entire tribe. Xiaoxing, who has been kept in custody all this time. Right. Not only do they not want to fight them, but they also want to give them a gift. Their thoughts are sincere. What other doubts can there be? Ayu, coming close to the woman and baring her teeth, also added, of course, if the queen is afraid to go herself, she can send people to take the meat. The woman dissatisfiedly cut the air with her whip and said, frowning, they can't cheat anymore. Birds flew high in the sky as the 3 of them and several other guards walked along the same path back, until finally Xiaoxing shouted, ahead, they are back. Shig immediately walked past him, carrying a thick tree trunk on his shoulder, and said that he should not shout. They had better go and help build a house. The king is waiting on the other side of the river. The red-haired assistant, turning to the queen, asked what it means to build. Ayu, having shown them to the right place, also said that they had arrived. Then, turning to Chen Li, she also repeated, they have arrived. He sat before them dressed in leather outfits and woolen capes. His throne was decorated with the tusks of bulls, as was the huge hut in which it all was located. The woman, taking a quick look at it, thought, a strong murderous aura emanates from this place. This guy, he looks like a huge beast. Li, his red eyes flashing menacingly, said, he is very grateful to her. Suddenly a sound was heard from a nearby hut, causing the guards to twitch in fear. At this time, Shanling Da was there, holding Huangshi's mouth with her hand and holding him tightly. Liu Tang, sitting opposite, I explained to him that the king ordered all the wounded to hide here so that they would not be seen. Could he be more careful? He explains that he is just curious what the queen looks like. Chen Li was in the shadow of the hut, clearing her throat, saying, she is from the Coconut Grove tribe. He was suddenly interrupted by his assistant, who displeasedly asked where the meat of the bulls he was talking to was located. He pointed to the side with his hand and explained, behind the tent. They can take as much as they want and as much as they can carry. When the woman and the other girls approached the right place, they really saw several bodies of huge animals. One of them was being butchered by men at that time, and Wolf Bone, casually pointing his hand somewhere back, explained that these pieces belong to them, so they can choose for themselves. One of the servants immediately approached the right place, swung a bone dagger, and tried to pierce the body of the dead bull, but her weapon turned out to be very fragile and simply broke. He saw this and began to giggle, covering his mouth with his hand. The red-haired girl, pointing her weapon at him, asked displeasedly why he was laughing. They must have been lucky to get right in the middle of a bullfight that had arisen, and that was all. Wolf Bone did not like this, as did Haiju Xiao, and stood up and asked menacingly, what? Girl wants to fight. The next moment, a bright blue energy beam appeared from a huge hut and flew between them, cutting off part of the animal's body. The girl followed this with her eyes in horror, and the next moment they all looked together at the deep trench left by the axe stuck into the ground. The pale blue smoke from it finally died down, and the queen looked at Chen Li and wondered what kind of weapon this was. Their knives are carved from bone, they can't compare to this. Li calmly said. They can use his axe and help the girls cut the meat. Everyone immediately turned their new gaze to the severed part of the monster, and Wolfbone even became indignant, and they weren't the first to provoke them. Why should they help them? But Chen Li interrupted him, bared his teeth, shouted he should shut up and just follow his order. He, too, clicked his tongue displeasedly and got down to business, saying, okay. Then Li, turning to the queen, repeated. He allowed them to take as much meat as they could carry. Said done, these are his principles. She didn't miss the opportunity and asked if they were noble barbarians. How did they overcome a herd of bulls? He replied that it depended on further development, be it mutual understanding or personal experience. That's all for today. The Queen of Coconut Grove can take the beef and leave. The woman was dissatisfied with his behavior, and sighing, said offendedly, an indifferent idiot. Chen Li did not hear her words, but was lost in thought. He was too dressed up. If it weren't for the oxide bandage, it would have started to bleed early. But immediately he noticed how a red stream was flowing down his clothes, and immediately realized, no, blood flowed. And while he winced with displeasure from the surging pain, Ayu, approaching the queen, said, apparently, they will give them a few extra stone axes. Although they are not comparable to the king's divine weapon, they are suitable for cutting meat. The woman was silent for a short time, turned around, and leaving said that they didn't need it. It didn't look elegant enough for them. They also have powerful weapons, but they don't show it off. She also hopes they won't have to use it on them. She wishes their tribe well. Afterwards, the queen turned to her assistants, giving them the order to take what belongs to them and return. The girl, picking up large pieces of meat, obediently answered, okay, Ayu, showing cordiality, turned to them again. If this is not enough, they can come again. But the sooner the better, because they will share with other tribes. When the entire detachment of the Coconut Grove tribe left, she waved her hand at them and shouted, they can come again. Having moved a little further, the detachment stopped in a small forest clearing, and the queen immediately asked if they had checked everything. Several girls immediately jumped from tall trees to the ground, and one of them reported that they had discovered their buildings, the so-called houses. Perhaps there were piglets inside. They accidentally heard grunting. The woman immediately repeated, pigs? They built such a nice house for the pigs. The assistant also noted that, moreover, they also mastered the divine power of fire. The red-haired girl, gnashing her teeth, exclaimed, this cannot be. However, the scout insisted. They saw with their own eyes how they got fire out of nowhere and fried beef on it. The queen also got angry and said, what? Suddenly the girl hesitantly added, only. The woman immediately asked again, what? She must not hesitate. She explained, only, there are only 10 of them, and the rest are several children and one old man. She doubts that the tribe deliberately hid the other members. Then the queen displeasedly asked why they did not carry out a thorough search. The assistant explained, because trees had been cut down in the area, and they could not stay in the open area. They only began to hide in the forest and observe. The woman raised her head up in displeasure and walked past without uttering a word. The girls, having bowed, froze in their poses, when suddenly the queen sharply swung her whip, wounding their backs until they bled. Afterwards she explained that if they dared to make excuses again, they would not get off with simple lashes. In response, the servants only fell again, resting their foreheads on the ground, exclaiming, they are very grateful to Her Majesty, but she did not expel them. The sunny day continued, and Chen Li, sitting in the hut, carefully moved his wounded hand, bandaged with black material. Ayu, approaching him, noted his wounds, but he confidently said that this was better. This bull skin has high regeneration. Surely it can gradually heal his wounds. Then she exclaimed with a smile, this is very good. Along with these words, a blue system window appeared above her head, in which it was said about activating the talent of eloquence. Li, seeing this, mentally repeated, eloquence? This is a rare talent. Unexpectedly, Ayu distracted him by asking him, compared to the queen of the Coconut Grove, the king loves her more, right? Chen Li, blushing at such a question, exclaimed, everything is wrong. Then, having softened, he added, even the walls have ears. She must tell those who are hiding to come out, and then she must return and help him heal his wounds. In addition, there were traces of blood on the throne. He asks her to clean up before Liu Tang comes. She must also not allow anyone to approach. Ayu, after listening to him carefully, exclaimed, "Good." But before leaving, she suddenly called out to him and, with a wink, noted that the king was so handsome. He, blushing at her words, turned away to the side. When they went outside, Chen Li repeated again, "That's all for now." He was immediately met by Xiaoxing, shouting joyfully, "King, King, he's so amazing. They actually placed people around the camp." Li immediately clarified, "What about his instructions?" Xing, meaning that he had previously spied on the queen's assistants while hiding on tree branches, replied that of course he had done everything. What they should have seen they saw, and what they should not have seen they did not see. Then Chen Li exhaled with relief and noted, "Very good. He did a great job today." Xiaoxing in response to this said that he was very grateful for such words, in which case he went to help Shig with the construction of houses. He, at this time dragging logs, asked if the Coconut Grove tribe would really want to join them. Li, exchanging glances with Ayu, explained that it was still early. The plan was only half completed. The next time they visited, they could begin the second part of the plan. Having fallen onto the straw flooring in the hut, Chen Li exhaled. He was tired. In the system window that appeared above it, the same task was open. He read the information again and said, 11 days. This time is not enough for him to even recover. Li then ordered it to open a warehouse. 3 tabs immediately appeared in front of him. Basic language knowledge, a basic survival guide, a basic cookbook. After this, a universal map opened, which indicated the location of the mountains, a small forest, and a river. In addition, the warehouse also contained a healing potion in the amount for 1 person, salt. Suddenly, the system window glowed red, and the information about the battle axe was updated, which is now the axe of Pangu, the first man on Earth according to Chinese mythology. He also has one unread message. Chen Li, seeing an axe covered with hieroglyphs in front of him, exclaimed, "It can't be. What happened? It would have been an axe when it turned into a Pangu axe." Sitting down on the bed, he added, "Has this axe turned into an artifact? Why didn't he notice this when he gave it to Liu Tang in the morning?" Suddenly it began to form in his palm, causing Li to exclaim in earnest. At the same time, a system window appeared, in which the characteristics of this weapon were indicated. The weapon belonged to a combat weapon. Activation conditions include blood sacrifice. Hidden skills is that after unlocking the world creation skill, the user's power will be exhausted and the user will be harmed. Destructive powers are tied to the user's remaining physical strength. This caused Chen Li to start thinking out loud. Blood sacrifice. Did the blood he accidentally spilled on the axe activate this powerful skill? Judging by the note, he should use the creation of the world in the right place, at the right time, not earlier, not later. Otherwise he'll have more than just a scar on his arm. Finally sighed heavily, he also noted that he did not expect that weapons could evolve. He doesn't know if the other weapons have the same hidden skills or properties. Finally, putting the axe aside, Chen Li noted, "Okay, in any case, the activation conditions are irregular. It all depends on fate. The axe alone nearly killed him. He should see what's left." The healing potion turned out to be useful. He was sorry that there was only 1 time left. He will leave it for the critical moment. Either way, he must carry an axe to destroy all living creatures nearby. Check who will not obey him. Li further noted to himself that the meat they took should be enough for 2 days for 30 people. Time is limited, so Xing will have to work hard. Chen Li, without leaving the hut, turned to Liu Tang, asking him to call Xiaoxing. He has a secret mission for him. Tan, as always, answered briefly, yes. Soon, the 2 of them were heading towards a large hut. Xing, approaching the entrance, exclaimed, "King?" Then, bending his knee, he added that he was reporting that the hunter had arrived. Li immediately asked, "Does he remember the herd of black bulls they drove away? He has 2 days to find them and report it as soon as possible." Xiaoxing rushed away, finally shouting, "The king can rely on him." "See back to the flooring," Chen Li noted. "During these days everyone has made a big contribution. Why don't he take advantage of these 2 days and prepare all the small gifts?" And while Xiaoxing ran around in a circle, sparing no effort to complete the assignment, time passed. Li was still in the hut, and was intently looking at the horn in one hand and holding the stone tip in the other. Looking at the system window, he saw that the period had changed and was now 9 days. Putting what he was doing aside, Chen Li noted, "That's enough for today." The system immediately announced that a stone tip had been produced, and one was added to the technology points. A bone whistle was made and one was added to the technology points. A drinking horn was produced and was given to technology points. Li thought that the bone whistle would be given to Shig so that it would be much more convenient for him to command a battle or during a hunt. These stone tips will be able to enhance the lethality of the wooden spears if they fight against the Coconut Grove tribe. The tips will help increase the win rate by a few points. Drinking horn, he will give it to Xing. He will probably like it. Suddenly he was distracted by someone screaming, "Good news!" Chen Li also said in surprise, "What?" Ayu ran into the hut and, jumping on the spot, announced that their house had been completed. Li, embarrassed by his misbehavior, coughed and asked her to calm down. She should take him to see. She, handing him a woolen cape, noted that the king was not feeling well. He should put on this cloak first. Chen Li stood up from his seat and accepted help, thanking her for reminding her of this. Ayu also added that she would help the king wear it. He works so hard, so he should let her do it for him. Straightening his hair out of embarrassment, Li thanked her again. Finally, when they went outside, he exclaimed, "Well, they can't go and look?" Ayu, following nearby, agreed, "Yes, king, soon." Shouting to the men, she announced that they should melt. She brought the king. Shig with a wolf bone turned around, and immediately said joyfully, "King, he came. He must see this." "This is the house they built according to his instructions?" Chen Li asked again in surprise. "What?" He stepped aside, and pointing his hand forward, explained, "His Majesty can watch." In front of them rose a round building, whose walls were made of thick. The roof was also decorated with straw and huge bull horns. Shig asked impatiently, "Well, is it beautiful?" Li, a little confused, replied that this was normal. Then he, taking this as approval, joyfully began to shout, "They have a house!" Wolfbone added, "They will no longer have to sleep in caves and look for branches." Huangshi continued, "The pigsty is really only suitable for pigs, and this is the house in which they should live." Hai Zhuxiao just added with a smile, "Yes, yes." Chen Li, watching them, reminded them that they didn't speak like that at first. Then Shig brought the straw door and explained that they also did this. Now everything is ready. When the door was installed, the system window reflected that the user had successfully built a wooden house. 10 has been added to his technology score. Now their total is 27. However, Li exclaimed a little dissatisfied. "What? Does building a house cost the same amount of points as starting a fire? If you think about it this way, then this backward tribe has changed a lot since he came. Originally, they drank blood, like animals. It is now increasingly clear that their character and abilities have changed. Is this due to a seamless system merger? Rather, it is an acceleration of evolution." Finally, turning to Ayu, he reminded that as soon as Hunter Xing returns, she must remember to tell him about it as soon as possible. She just obediently replied, "Okay." Finally, Chen Li is an object. Then he will go. The rest can continue building houses. Soon many people will live in them. But as soon as he headed towards his hut, accompanied by Liu Tang, a voice was heard nearby. "The king, he found it. He found it." Xiaoxing, skipping towards him, continued to shout, "He found them." Li, allowing him to catch his breath, praised him. "He's great." Chen Li also announced that they could finally carry out the second part of the plan. Xing, walking next to him, agreed. Okay, King. Suddenly Lai called out to Shig, who was playing with Xu Xiao. He must come over. There is a task for him. When Chen Li sat the two of them down in front of him, she explained the essence of the plan and clarified who has questions. Shig turned to Xiaoxing and asked if this plan would work. It's a little unfinished, but he confidently replied that everyone can be calm. He will be able to complete this task when the time comes. They just need to take more people with them. Lai then handed Shig the bone whistle, saying that he could take it. It would be useful to him for his orders. He smiled widely and thanked the king. When Chen Li turned to Xiaoxing, he explained that there was a gift for him too. Once he finishes the task, he will give it to him. Xing was not upset at all, but on the contrary joyfully said, "Good, glory to the king." Finally, Li noted, they must remember, as soon as they receive his signal, they must immediately act according to the plan. Chen Li waved goodbye to Hai Zhujiao, Shig, Agun and Xing. Agun turned in his direction, leaning on his stick, and also waved goodbye to him in response. Chen Li looked forward tensely and thought, sighing heavily, that it was hard for them now. He decided that he would therefore have to give the wounded people work. He turned towards Liu Tang and Ayu, who were standing expectantly behind him. He turned to Ayu and told her to tell Dada and Huangshi to build a fire in front of the house, but not to light it. He put his hand on the waistband of his pants and looked down thoughtfully. Ayu put her hand forward and asked with a smile, "Is this for the guests who will arrive soon?" Chen Li firmly answered yes. He frowned and chuckled slightly, thinking that they would look at the bait released 2 days ago. A large crowd of people emerged from a dense forest with thick tree trunks. Shu Shu stopped in her tracks, looking at this in surprise. In her hands was a basket of fruit. Shu Shu exclaimed in surprise, her eyes wide open, that this was the Coconut Grove tribe. She clutched the basket tighter in her hands, turning sharply in the other direction. She began to run forward at full speed and shouted in panic that things were bad. Apples from her basket began to fall out and fly in different directions. Shu Shu ran to the thatched house, still dropping apples, and called out to Chen Li. She added that the people of the Coconut Grove have arrived. Ayu, who was sitting inside the house and wiping Chen Li's hand with a rag, looked to the side with a sly smile and said that his wounds were recovering, but he could not move yet. Chen Li leaned his other hand on the wall of the chair and obediently said, "Good." He closed his eyes with pleasure and, raising his head, thought that he was pleased when others took care of him. He was very much looking forward to the moment when he would subjugate the Coconut Grove tribe. Suddenly his dreams were interrupted by someone's voice and someone's loud knocks on the door. A voice behind the door shouted to let them in. The same voice added, continuing to knock loudly on the door, that the Coconut Grove tribe had arrived. Chen Li and Ayu looked at the door warily. Chen Li chuckled, looking aside at the blushing Aya, and said that they had fallen into their trap. He ordered her to bring them here. Some time later, Ayu turned to the queen of the Coconut Grove and noted that they had not seen each other for a long time. She added that she had become quite beautiful since their last meeting. The queen of the Coconut Grove hugged herself with both arms and looked to the side with a disdainful look. Ayu pointed her hand at the house and told her to come in, because their king had been waiting for her in the royal palace for a long time. The queen of the Coconut Grove asked, "Is it the royal palace?" She walked to the door of the mock royal palace. The queen of the Coconut Grove said thoughtfully that last time there was a hut made of straw and oxhide. She asked in surprise, "Are houses made of wood now?" She said thoughtfully as they did so. The queen of the Coconut Grove looked at Aya with mockery and asked the question, "Is their king afraid to come out to her?" She said with a grin, "Not to bother them again. This time they will take more meat." The queen of the Coconut Grove was walking with her people, and these people just wanted to meet their good neighbors. She added that this is why so many people came. She hopes it didn't scare them. Ayu turned back with an awkward look, looking at all the people, and said that the king had already ordered them to prepare beef for 40 people, so they could go straight to it. she immediately added, shyly covering her mouth with her hand. That's all. Later, she mockingly said that there were not 40 of them. The queen of the coconut grove threateningly asked her a question. Does she care so much about her people? How about serving her? Ayu said with feigned politeness that she had long been conquered by the power of her king. She thanked her for her kindness. Ayu looked to the side and said that the beef was in the same place as before. She advised them that what they could not take with them could eat here. She explained that this was also an order. Ayu put her index finger up and said, if they are uncomfortable cutting meat, their warriors can also do it for them. The queen of the coconut grove sharply objected that it was not worth it. She turned to her people and asked a demanding question, right? People answered her with a little fear that yes. A voice was heard from the thatched house. They were told to come in. The queen of the coconut grove silently began to move forward. Meanwhile, inside the palace, the wooden door gradually began to creak open. After a while, the coconut grove queen pushed the door harder, making it more open. Chen Li sat on a throne made of bones and powerfully placed his hands and feet on the ledges of it. He wished the queen of the coconut grove good luck towards them. The queen of the coconut grove looked at him in confusion. Later, she turned her head to the side contemptuously and thoughtfully lowered her ashamed gaze. She said that this was very noble. The queen of the coconut grove asked him a question. Is this his royal palace? She said it looked normal enough. Chen Li looked down and looked to the side with a smirk. He thought, looking at her, that this was very good. It seemed to him that she was interested in the technology of building houses. He mentally concluded that he could continue to lure. Chen Li smugly raised his head up, leaning his elbows on the fur, and said that this was a temporary palace. He explained that as soon as the real royal palace was built, subordinates would move in there. The coconut grove queen put her hand on her whip and asked a question. Will he allow his subordinates to live in such a place? Chen Li looked at her in surprise. He said that this was indeed a wretched dwelling, and later they would live in a stone house that was much better. The coconut grove queen grabbed the handle of the whip more tightly and waved her hand. The whip from her sudden movement scratched the roof of his palace. The queen of the coconut grove began to fall backwards, stumbling. Meanwhile, the spiked whip flashed a few centimeters from Chen Li's eyes. The next moment it began to entwine his entire body. Chen Li cursed angrily, clenching his teeth tightly. The queen of the coconut grove put her foot on his shoulder and looked down expectantly, brandishing her whip. Chen Li looked at her and asked a question. Is she going to kill him? Chen Li looked at her leg, pushing him back. The queen of the coconut grove tutted in distaste as she continued to push him with her foot. She leaned towards his face and, putting a bone dagger to his throat, muttered through her teeth that no one knew a man better than her. She explained that she had a way of getting them these rare things. She began to drag the end of the blade across Chen Li's cheek and added that they could voluntarily give it to her. A smug grin appeared on her face. Suddenly, she thought he was lousy. She asked the question, how did he feel that she grabbed him? Chen Li continued to sit in place without any tension. He thought he needed to be calm. It was too revealing for him. A very noticeable blush of embarrassment appeared on his face. Chen Li looked up at her and asked a question. Does she think this is how she can force him to obey her? He asked if she thought he was playing it safe. Chen Li imagined himself lying in a coffin in the middle of a hole dug in the ground and, starting to mentally cry, thought that this was the end. He added that he had no escape route, and the performance was completely over. He also mentally decided that his wound had not yet healed, and in a one-on-one duel he was unlikely to be able to win. He again concluded that it was all over. Ayu opened the palace door and turned to Chen Li, telling him that everything was ready. She added, looking more closely inside, that they could start the banquet. The queen of the coconut grove, meanwhile, again swung her whip directly at Chen Li, who was sitting in front of her. Ayu looked at Chen Li, who was slumped on his throne and looking up with an embarrassed smile. She asked a surprised question, is he? The queen of the coconut grove continued to hold his shoulders with her foot and angrily turned towards Ayu, who had entered the wooden palace. She swung her whip sharply, ceasing to entwine the throne and the body of Chen Li, who was watching all this in surprise. Suddenly he began to cough and explained, clenching his teeth tightly, that they had finished talking, so they should all go eat a roast together. The Coconut Grove Queen and Ayu exchanged strange glances. Chen Li stood up from the throne and began to walk towards the exit, asking the question, "Did they make a fire?" Ayu replied yes. The Queen of the Coconut Grove began to gently stroke her hand with her other hand and asked the question, how can he remain so calm after she threatened him? She looked to the side contemptuously and mentally asked the question, was he really playing it safe, or was he simply not afraid of death? She thought that the boys in her tribe were weak, but he was anything but. After some time, they went outside and found themselves in front of a brightly burning fire, whose flames rose to the roof of the palace. The queen's people called her to come to them. The Queen of the Coconut Grove froze in front of them, looking at the flames that swayed violently in the wind. One of her people also shouted that it was very tasty. They added that they fried it for her too. Chen Li smiled smugly as he looked at the bag in his hands and told Ayu to give them some salt. Ayu asked indignantly, should she give away a jewel that improves the taste of food? She extended her hands forward and said okay. After some time, she approached the people of the Queen of the Coconut Grove and advised them to sprinkle a little of it, because the taste would be much better. The Queen of the Coconut Grove immediately called out to her indignantly and asked the question, what is this? Ayu turned in her direction with a sweet smile and said that if she is afraid, then she doesn't have to eat. One of her people exclaimed that it was very tasty. Someone else added that it tastes much better this way. The girl enthusiastically began to bite off a huge piece of meat. The Queen of the Coconut Grove exhaled indignantly. Suddenly one of the girls shouted again that he would eat 10 more pieces. Chen Li stood with a smug look and thought that they should eat and eat. He decided that it was better to buy Xing and Shig some more time. After some time, the Queen of the Coconut Grove put her hand to her cheek and said enthusiastically, holding the bone with meat, that it was delicious. She repeated again that it was delicious. After some time, the sun gradually began to set behind the high mountains. Meanwhile, in another place, Hai Zhujiao and Shig were sitting behind tall bushes, carefully watching the creature. These were bulls who looked at each other warily, looking around. Shig asked the question, don't they have more beef than they can eat? Hai Zhujiao responded by exclaiming, why would they hunt a herd of bulls again? Shig forcedly asked the question, but what does he understand? He said they weren't here to hunt this time. He looked at all the bulls in front of him again and told him to just follow his orders. Shig thoughtfully confirmed this, answering that he did. Suddenly they turned back, noticing black smoke coming from their village. Hai Zhujiao watched this carefully and said that the king had sent them a signal. Shig began to stretch his jaw and raised the heavily sharpened stake upward, whistling. Hai Zhujiao clenched his jaws tightly, trying to get through the bushes. Suddenly they began to jump over it, throwing their spears forward. The bulls began to scream desperately and fearfully. Spears began to fly straight into their bodies, causing injury. Shig shouted to Xing that the herd was heading towards him. Meanwhile, a herd of bulls quickly began to run straight into the forest. Shig shouted that he only has one chance, so he will definitely find their new boss. Xing sat on a tree branch, swinging his spear, and told them to be calm. Meanwhile, someone said that he had already. A bull with red stripes and red eyes ran quickly along the ground. Xing jumped from the tree branch, swinging his spear, and shouted that he had found it. He landed straight on the bull's back, thrusting his spear into it with all his might. The blood rose to the top in long splashes. The bull began to scream desperately, twitching his whole body. Xing, meanwhile, laughed joyfully and shouted that he had succeeded. Meanwhile, the bull began to move his legs and arms more submissively. Xing shouted that this bull was now his. Below, among the green thicket of bushes and trees, a herd of bulls ran quickly, raising clouds of dust into the air, destroying everything in their path. Xing sat astride one of the bulls, trying to stay on top by stabbing sharpened sticks into the animal's body. The bulls mooed in fear. Xing, holding the sticks tightly with both hands, mentally reassured himself, saying that there is no need to be afraid, he can do it. The bull tried to free himself and throw off his rider, but Xing said that this was a pathetic attempt. Even his former boss was just their prey. The bull roared desperately. Someone was watching what was happening through binoculars. Agun, folding his fingers in front of his eyes in the form of binoculars, watched from an ambush in the bushes and excitedly said, "What nonsense. The herd is moving east." Shig widened his eyes in surprise and said, "He gave him a signal." Agun looked to the side, puzzled. Shig, looking at the herd from behind a bush, put a whistle in his mouth and blew it several times. Xing, hearing this, looked around in surprise and asked what. The bulls continued to rush, raising a cloud of gray dust behind them. Xing, controlling the bull with sticks, leaned to the left and said that they were running in the other direction. He added indignantly that it was he who made the wrong turn. Xing sat up straight and, gritting his teeth, activated the ability to ride. A bull's roar could be heard throughout the area. The herd quickly moved towards the high mountains. At this time, a bright fire was burning in the village, throwing ashes and sparks into the air. Coconut Grove chewed her food with her mouth full, looking blissful. She thought that if she ate a lot, she would get fat. But it's very tasty. Ayu hospitably served pieces of roast to the guests. The scent was in the air. Chen Li thought as he looked ahead. He looked at the forest and the tops of the mountains, over which black birds were flying, and thought that it would be soon. Nobody paid attention to him as they were busy eating. The red-haired girl, turning to the coconut grove, said that there was a man from the camp there. The queen tensed and asked in surprise, "What?" A girl was quickly running towards them from the depths of the forest, breathing heavily. As she ran, she excitedly shouted, "Trouble! Queen! Trouble!" She tripped over a stone, screamed in pain, and fell at the queen's feet. Coconut Grove looked at her worriedly. She asked the question, what happened that she came running in such a panic? The girl answered with tears in her eyes that a herd of maddened bulls had invaded their territory and began to rampage. Those who remain in the camp will not be able to resist them. The queen darkened with rage and asked the question, "What?" Coconut Grove quickly rose to its feet and commanded that they were returning. The girls from her tribe followed her. The queen ordered them to move quickly. They will pay with their lives. Frowning thoughtfully, she said, "Curse. They didn't interfere with the bulls." She asked worriedly, "So what happened in the end?" When they returned home, they saw that the bulls had destroyed their village and mutilated the girls from their tribe. The queen said it was bad. The wounded girls screamed in fear to be careful. Let them run away. Enraged bulls destroyed and trampled everything with their hooves. Noticing the queen and her subjects, the bull rushed towards them. The queen excitedly shouted for everyone to quickly climb the trees. Let them use slingshots to attack them. A moment later, the girls from the tribe stood on the tree branches and, taking aim, simultaneously fired their slingshots on command. Fire! When many stones flew at the bull, he closed his eyes in fear and stopped. Coconut Grove's assistant said in disappointment that slingshots were useless against their thick skin. They will have to fight hand to hand. We need to save the sisters. They jumped from the tree onto the bull, angrily wishing him dead. The girls of the tribe held sharp daggers in their hands. They rushed to the attack, shouting, "For the queen!" The bull stood on its hind legs, roared furiously, and scattered the girls to the sides with its powerful front paws. When the queen's assistant fell to the ground in front of the bull, he swung his powerful paw at her, intending to crush her. She lay helplessly and said desperately, "What a misfortune!" The bull spun its paw in a circle, creating magical glowing circles around itself. The queen's assistant tried to get up, covering her face with her hand. She screamed in fear. Blood spattered in the air. The girls from the tribe desperately shouted, "No!" The queen's assistant looked out from behind the hand and saw that someone had tied the bull's paw tightly. She stood up, leaning on her elbow, and said that this is the queen. Coconut Grove fearlessly and menacingly looked at the bull monsters with glowing red eyes. With both hands she held tightly the whip with which she tied the bull. The girls from the tribe exclaimed joyfully that the queen had returned. Coconut Grove, pulling the rope, said threateningly that she would not allow her people to be harmed. He's a mad bull. His opponent is her. Swinging her whip, she threw a huge monster of a bull high above the ground. A moment later, it fell with a crash onto a huge stone, destroying it. He growled and released steam from his nostrils. Rising to its paws, the bull pushed off the ground and rushed at the queen. Coconut Grove barely had time to jump to the side and said, "How fast?" Unable to stay on her feet, she dropped the whip and began to fall to the ground. Someone's hand grabbed her by the neck. She took a deep breath of air out of fear. Someone was holding the bloody queen in her arms, who had fainted. Having come to her senses, she opened one eye and said that she was in pain. Chen Li, holding the wounded queen in his arms, asked the question, "Is she okay?" Coconut Grove groaned and said that she was fine. Her face and body were covered with bruises, and there were tears in her eyes. Chen Li worriedly held her hand in his hand. He pulled Coconut Grove to her feet and, holding her hands, told her to rest and leave the rest to them. He stood surrounded by his subordinate assistants. Coconut Grove looked to the side and said excitedly that it was a herd. She doesn't know why they got so mad and came here. Chen Li looked at her tenderly and told her to be careful. Frowning, he looked at the herd and said that they were idiots. Chen Li asked a question. The danger has passed, and they forgot to be careful. He and the bull stood face to face, activating their magical abilities. Chen Li became worried and asked a question in his mind. Did he not recognize him? Why weren't they scared when they saw the Bull King's skin cape? The bull turned around and walked back. Chen Li sighed in relief and thought, "It's good that he was scared." Beads of sweat appeared on his face from excitement. Swinging his axe, he said, "What a coincidence, they met again." The bull looked at the axe in fear. Chen Li said with a sly expression how quickly they found a new king, but he is still far from being the old one. The bull began to tremble with fear, and he mooed in fear. Chen Li smiled smugly, pulled out an axe in front of him and said, "Since they have already come, then let them stay here." The bulls looked at each other in surprise and looked at him in disbelief. Suddenly, Chen Li's armed assistants attacked them. Brandishing spears and torches, they attacked the herd of bulls. Shig called Xing and pointed at the Bull King. Xing said he's on his way. Together they blocked the Bull King's path, threatening him with sharp spears. Xing said he was coming. Shig put his palms together, making a step, and looked back at the Bull King. Shun stood with his foot on his palm and jumped high into the air with a battle cry. The Bull King raised his head and looked up in surprise. Xing instantly sat astride him and grabbed his horns with his hands. The bull roared indignantly. Xing activated the skill, horseback riding. The Ox King tried to resist by waving his front paws, forming magical white stripes in the air and roaring angrily. Hai Zhujiao, holding a burning torch in his hand, blocked his path. Shig used a spear to drive the bull away, and Xing guided the monster, holding the horns with his hands. Coconut Grove and Chen Li stood shoulder to shoulder, and Ayu stood a little further away. Chen Li glanced sideways at the queen and suggested leaving. She looked angrily after the Bull King and answered decisively, "No." Coconut Grove took a step forward and added, "The herd has not been driven away yet. She must join the fight." Chen Li grabbed her hand and told her not to go there. Coconut Grove demanded that he let her go. He looked to the side and said that she could not cope with these monsters. He took a few people with him. Going there is like certain death. Coconut Grove sadly lowered its gaze and remained silent. Chen Li said that she had better send her people to him to heal their wounds. Then they can immediately return here. He will provide them with homes, food, and guarantee their safety. Coconut Grove pursed her lips proudly and remained silent. Chen Li, seeing her doubts, told her to look at them. In front of them, the wounded girls from the tribe were sitting on the ground, leaning against tree trunks. Those who could still walk helped others escape to safety. The bulls continued to destroy the village. Chen Li added that they could no longer fight. Ayu looked at the coconut grove and asked reproachfully, "Does she really prefer to watch her people die in vain?" The queen looked forward angrily, her brow furrowed. Her eyes filled with tears. She raised her hand to attract attention and shouted, "People of the coconut grove, all victims should retreat north." The queen's wounded assistant rose from the ground with an effort and shouted, "Attention! They're retreating." Behind her, the tribe girls, supporting each other, moved north. Rising to her feet, she raised her hand and ordered them to act quickly, wounded forward. Chen Li told AI that he was leaving the queen to her. Let him take everyone to the camp so they could rest. He would stay with Shig and the others to buy them time. Ayu looked at him with concern and agreed. She excitedly added that their king should take care of himself. At this time, Agun, Hai Zhujiao and Shig held back the herd with spears and torches. The bulls rose on their hind legs and tried to break through. The queen's assistant, holding 2 daggers in her hands, approached the herd and ordered the girls to take courage and kill them. 2 girls from the Coconut Grove tribe with masks on their faces ran after her. Shig looked back and said that it was a group of monsters on them. If they are afraid, then they should retreat with everyone. The girls ignored his words and quickly ran forward, overtaking him. Shig widened his eyes in surprise and shouted, "Hey!" Chen Li noted with a smile that they were very brave. He turned to Shig and said that they too would not lag behind. Shig smiled, looking at the fearless girls who were already fighting with the angry bulls, and answered, "Yes." Hai Zhujiao, holding a burning torch in his hands, shouted to attack and rushed at the bulls. Shig raised his spear above his head and followed him. Over time, the sun was hiding behind the dense forest, painting the sky in orange-red tones. Ayu, supporting the coconut grove, led the wounded girls to their village. Shu Shu came out to meet them and said, "They are back." Then she worriedly asked the question, "Where is the king?" Ayu and Coconut Grove looked down sadly. Coconut Grove tried to wrap her cape tighter around her, trying to hide her despair. Ayu replied that the king and Shig remained. "There are a lot of people here who are injured and need a good rest." Shu Shu pointed at the thatched huts and told them to go there. There should be enough space there. She breathed a sigh of relief and thought that thanks to Dada they endured the pain and hastily built these huts. Shu Shu looked at the girls from the Coconut Grove tribe and said that those who were not injured would go with her for food and water. The girls smiled gratefully, thanked her, and said that they would go. Ayu, holding the queen by the shoulders, helped her enter the hut. She told the queen and her assistant to stay there. Food and their safety were guaranteed, so don't worry. The assistant hummed something in agreement. The queen entered the hut, sat down on the floor, clasped her knees with her hands, and bowed her head sadly. Ayu looked at her with sympathy and said that she would also take care of the rest of the people. Don't let the queen worry. Coconut Grove quietly said, "Thank you," without looking up. Ayu straightened the curtain that served as the door and exhaled with relief. She thought that overall everything was going well. Ayu remembered standing in front of Chen Li, who was sitting on a straw bed with a bandaged hand. He said that the essence of the whole plan was to use the least cost to achieve the goal of conquering the Coconut Grove tribe. After all, they had just finished a hard battle and could not bear the exhaustion. He looked down sadly. Ayu thought happily, as expected from a king, the plan was perfect in every way. There is very little left. Second day. The sun rose high in the blue sky above the huts in the village where the inhabitants worked tirelessly. They pulled down logs for the fire and tried to light a flame. Huangshi, holding a sharp spear in his hand, looked to the side. Dada came up to him and asked a question. Was everything okay last night? Huangshi replied, yes, he was on guard, nothing happened. The queen's red-haired assistant stood guard in front of the hut. When a shadow fell on her, she asked in surprise, is the weather cloudy? Dada, who was significantly taller than her, said good-naturedly, good morning. The queen's red-haired assistant shuddered in fear, swore and indignantly asked the question, What was she doing? Dada waved her hand and said that their king had invited the queen to the palace, and it seemed that he wanted to discuss something important in person. The assistant looked up at her and replied, "Okay, over time." Royal palace made of logs. Inside, Chen Li sat on his throne with a thoughtful look. The system notified, "The main mission is to settle. We need to help primitive people build their homes, officially found a tribe and increase the population to 50 people. Term 8 days. Chen Li asked again, puzzled. 8 days? He said sadly that there was less and less time left. There was a knock on the door. The system window disappeared into thin air. Ayu and Coconut Grove appeared on the threshold and informed the king that she had brought the queen. The queen stood on the threshold, bowing her head sadly. After some time, Coconut Grove stood in front of the throne on which the king sat and said she heard Ayu talking about merging the tribes. Her answer is yes. Coconut Grove looked at him menacingly and said, "Even if he doesn't dream, let him not think that he can force her by taking advantage of the temporary weakness of her tribe." She held a sharp dagger in her hand behind her back. Chen Li stood up, extended his hand, and said condescendingly that this was not coercion, but a deal. The queen laughed mockingly. Chen Li tried to convince her by saying that he could teach them how to build houses, make weapons, and light fire. He took out a sharp spear and placed it in front of him, holding it in his hand. Chen Li said that in exchange, the Coconut Grove tribe would be merged with his tribe. He approached her almost closely, looked into her eyes, and told her to accept his orders and protection. She looked at him with big brown eyes, worried. Chen Li brought his face close to hers and desperately said that in some things, relying only on courage is pointless. She leaned away slightly and pursed her lips excitedly. Chen Li, continuing to convince her, said that the cruelty of the sea tribe and the strength of the mountain tribe, she knows about it better than him. After these words, he bent down and looked into her eyes. Coconut Grove looked down thoughtfully. He, seeing her doubts and mental anguish, said that now she was like a wounded deer. Bloodthirsty animals would follow the bloody tracks and find them. He added threateningly, "And then they will kill." Coconut Grove cried out in alarm, "Enough." She turned away and said, "That's enough." Chen Li looked at her with disappointment. Coconut Grove, looking down sadly, said, "It's not that simple. She cannot force them to accept the power of a stranger. If only—" She did not finish and fell silent hesitantly. Chen Li looked at her puzzled and asked, "Just what if?" She looked back and said over her shoulder if the fight took place and was not won. "This is the only way to convince them." She asked the question, "Is he ready to take on the challenge?" The king's lips broke into a satisfied grin. He replied that he agreed. After some time, the two of them left the royal palace to meet the people. The girls from the tribe bowed their heads respectfully. Chen Li solemnly said, "Since their queen is injured and cannot fight, to keep things fair, he will not fight either. Shig will fight for him." Shig happily raised both his hands up, laughed, and asked the question, "Then which one of them will fight him?" The queen's red-haired assistant took a step forward and said, Ayan, accepts his challenge." Shig widened his eyes in surprise and said, "So it's her." The girl with pigtails. Ayan was already holding 2 sharp daggers in both hands, preparing for battle. Shig smiled, showing his snow-white teeth, and mockingly told her to be careful and not get hurt. Ayan frowned angrily and said that he talks a lot. "Let him beware of the falcon's beak." Shig mockingly said that he was very afraid of the falcon's beak. Swinging his axe, he rushed to the attack. Ayan jumped back, dodging the blow. She jumped high and threw her dagger at him. Shig stopped in his tracks and said mockingly, "Tiny knife." He wanted to jump aside, but remembered that Chen Li was standing behind him. Shig said indignantly, "Let him wait. The king is behind him. If he dodges, he will get hurt." How dare she cheat? He put the axe in front of him and deflected the dagger, which flew to the side. The axe cracked. Shig said that this is not enough. A second dagger was already flying at him. The dagger hit him in the stone mask placed on his head. The mask shattered. Shig said. Second strike. Swinging his axe over his head, he shouted, It's over. Let him die. Ayan sank to the ground in front of his feet. The axe quickly fell on her head. One of the observers took out a knife with a trembling hand. The red-haired girl from the Coconut Grove tribe jumped high and threw a knife at Shiga, hitting him in the head. The stone mask on his head shattered into small pieces. As he fell backwards, he swore angrily and said that someone had attacked. This is unfair. The red-haired girl, who threw a dagger at him, took advantage of the situation and rushed at the king. She held out the dagger in front of her, quickly approaching Chen Li. Her eyes were full of anger and hatred. Chen Li stood calmly and looked at Ayan. Agun threw something in her direction. Chen Li and Coconut Grove frowned at the red-haired girl with braids. Something pierced right through her chest, spattering blood all over. Ayan, spewing blood, fell defeated to the ground. Chen Li and Coconut Grove looked at her. The girls from the Coconut Grove tribe excitedly rushed to the wounded woman, protecting her with daggers. One of them pressed her palm against the wound, trying to stop the bleeding. One of the girls, holding a dagger in front of her, shouted indignantly that they had set a trap. They were brought here with an insidious plan. After these words, all the girls from the Coconut Grove tribe rushed forward, holding daggers in their hands. Hai Zhujiao and Shig held out their axes in front of them, preparing to defend the king. One of the girls asked the queen to order them killed. She looked at Shig first, and then turned her gaze to Hai Zhujiao. Ayu, cowering in fear, turned her head to the side and looked at the king in fear. He was thoughtfully silent. Chen Li thought that murder was not part of the plan. They want to provoke conflict. His face was covered with drops of sweat from excitement. He wondered excitedly if this was the queen's order or if they had decided everything on their own. He glanced gloomily at the Coconut Grove and thought, if this is the queen, then all that remains is to take her hostage. He grabbed Coconut Grove, covered her mouth with his hand, and put the tip of the axe to her throat. His gaze was full of anger and determination. Coming out of his reverie, Chen Li heard the queen angrily shouting for her subordinates to stop. Her face turned into an angry mask. She angrily asked the question, did they think they could deceive her? Use such vile tactics towards their friends? The girls of her tribe stopped, holding daggers in their hands. The queen angrily added that she did not want to find out who was involved in this murder plan. She looked at Ayan, under whom a large pool of blood had formed on the ground. The queen said that they lost this fight. The girls sadly lowered their weapons. The queen shouted that Ayan was the best warrior of the Coconut Grove tribe. If not for her, the queen would never have given up her dignity. Chen Li watched her curiously. She looked at him and said that she knew he had great power, including supernatural power. Coconut Grove knelt down, bowed her head respectfully, and said if he could save her life, taking into account her inherent loyalty and courage. Chen Li pursed his lips in thought. Coconut Grove added that her tribe would be grateful to him. On the outside, Chen Li remained emotionless and calm, but on the inside, he was jubilant. He thought that fortunately, this was not the worst outcome. Control of the situation is back in his hands. He looked at the queen, bending before him in a plea for help, and remembered that there was the last portion of the restorative potion left. Chen Li peacefully extended his hand to the queen and said, "Okay, he will save her." She extended her hand to him, their palms touched, and he said that they were friends. Chen Li helped Coconut Grove to his feet and smiled good-naturedly. She looked at him and said thank you. The queen excitedly asked him to hurry up. Ayan is dying. Chen Li looked condescendingly at the bleeding Ayan and thought that for the sake of the general situation, he would forget about this situation. But there is a small punishment. Chen Li knelt down in front of the pale girl who was lying motionless on the ground. He thought it wasn't necessary for her to recover right away. This dose of medicine is enough to save life. He uses the rest to repair his wounds. When Chen Li poured some of the medicine onto Ayan's wound, she sighed pitifully and opened her eyes. Chen Li stood up, looked at the queen and said that Ayan should be taken to rest. She will wake up in a few days. One of the girls of the Coconut Grove tribe looked at Ayan in shock and said that this was just a miracle. All the girls instantly knelt down and bowed in reverence to the king, endlessly repeating that this was a miracle. Someone put his arm around the queen's shoulders. Chen Li leaned towards her and asked hopefully, "Can they now unite their tribes?" Coconut Grove blushed pink in embarrassment and quietly said, "Yes." Chen Li laughed happily and said, "Great." The queen looked down in embarrassment. He put his arm around her waist and told her that he allowed her to command his tribe as long as she obeyed his orders. Coconut Grove looked at him confusedly and said that she had one last request. He asked again, puzzled, "Last request?" She looked away shyly and said that he should officially become her partner. They will hold a grand ceremony to confirm their relationship. Chen Li turned his head and looked at her happily. He, not believing his own happiness, mentally asked, "What?" Chen Li was lost in his dreams. He thought about it. It's like a pie delivered to your home. They're going to have a wedding. Chen Li imagined how he would carry Coconut Grove in his arms, and she would happily stretch out her arms to him for a hug. Then they will exchange rings. The wedding night, they will have a daughter. Chen Li mentally imagined a baby wrapped in a fur skin. They will raise her. He saw the image of a girl with red curly hair. Then he imagined how their grown-up daughter would get married. He and Coconut Grove will grow old and die together on the same day. They will be buried nearby. Chen Li was so moved by his own dreams that tears flowed down his cheeks from emotion. Coconut Grove noticed this and asked what was wrong. He doesn't want to have a marriage ceremony. Chen Li hugged her and said, "He wants it. Of course he does." He looked at her worriedly and said let her get better first so he can have time to prepare for the ceremony. Coconut Grove said shyly, "Okay." Chen Li turned to the people and said that they could disperse. Let the wounded return to heal their wounds. In a few days they will come to their wedding ceremony with the queen. The subjects obediently said, "Okay." Chen Li received a system alert saying that he had officially created his own tribe. He needs to name it. The system showed the characters' characteristics. Name Chen Li. Fitness and agility, 2. Strength, 3. Technology, 27. Authority, 0. Population, 46. Characteristics of civilization, Stone Age, 0 level. Possession, unnamed territory of about 1 square kilometer. Chen Li thoughtfully touched his chin with his fist and asked a question. 46 people. Why are 4 more missing? He decided that he would first name the territory. Coconut Grove stood next to him and watched him in surprise. Chen Li named his territory Newcomer Tribe. The system notified that the name was successfully added. He has become the leader of the Newcomer Tribe. He needs to expand the population as soon as possible in order to complete the task of settling down. Chen Li thought that he would have to subdue the Seabay tribe. His wounds have healed. He wondered why he didn't go alone and take a few prisoners. Covering his face with his palm, he thought, puzzled, that he did not know whether the captured captives were considered part of the tribe. Ayu, seeing Coconut Grove's confusion, said that they should go. The king is often like this. She will soon get used to it. The queen obediently followed her, saying, "Okay." Behind Chen Li, 2 girls from the Coconut Grove tribe were discussing something. He listened to their conversation and heard one of the girls say that when she saw him so happy, she thought he had gone crazy. The other girl said, "Yes, she too. He must look depressed right now." In the end, the same thing will happen to him as with previous partners. Chen Li looked around and began to listen carefully to what they were talking about. One of the girls said that at the ceremony the queen would cut him into pieces. Chen Li widened his eyes in shock. Sweat appeared on his face from excitement. He imagined Coconut Grove turning into a monster, sticking his long tongue out of his mouth, taking out daggers and cooking him over a fire like a roast, and then he will mercilessly eat. Chen Li imagined the queen of the Coconut Grove holding his fur cloak tightly clenched between her teeth. He asked the question, "Does she eat a man?" He looked sideways at the girls in panic, noticing their sharp teeth and brightly shining red eyes. He asked the question with panic, Is this the reason why there are few men in their tribe? Chen Li lowered his head and looked down. Suddenly he noticed how someone's wide shadow appeared on the ground. He began to tense up with fear throughout his whole body. Suddenly a black shadow called him, addressing him as if he were a king. Chen Li waved his hand sharply and shouted in fear that she should not eat him. Dada looked at him awkwardly and explained that it was her. Chen Li put his hands forward in a conciliatory manner and, coughing, asked her a question. What's the matter? Dada, with undisguised excitement, asked him a question. Does he really want to become a partner with this rude woman? Chen Li looked up at her, sighed wearily, and said that he needed to think about everything again. Dada imagined him hugging the queen of the coconut grove and indignantly asked the question, did she hear that he was going to perform some kind of ceremony? She started waving her arms while Chen Li looked down in confusion. He said, imagining the queen of the coconut grove, who eats people and holds a dagger made of bones in her hands, that, to be honest, he was a little hasty. Dada put both her hands on his shoulders and asked the question, is this true? Chen Li answered puzzledly, looking at her. Who would have thought that the bride would turn out to be a mantis? Dada lifted him all the way up and listened attentively. Chen Li said with disappointment that he was unlucky. Dada screamed loudly. That's how. Ayu appeared behind her and loudly called her name. She began to scold her, putting her hands on her hips. Why she ran away? Because didn't she tell her that the wounded needed to be hidden? Dada turned her head back. She began to stretch out her arms to Chen Li and Ayu, trying to hug them as tightly as possible. She exclaimed that she wanted to keep the king company. Chen Li frowned and quietly told them to leave him alone. He turned to Ayu and said that they should no longer hide, but should start building the camp as much as possible. Ayu, meanwhile, grabbed Dada's hand, trying to stop her. After a moment, she let go of her hand and said okay, she will go and notify them. Dada let go of Chen Li and looked at her in confusion. Later, she turned to Chen Li and excitedly told him to think about it carefully. She added to make him think about her. Ayu, meanwhile, began to pull her forward and told her not to be afraid for the king. She began to urge her on and told her to go as soon as possible, because they had a lot of work to do. Chen Li began to wave goodbye to them in confusion. He turned towards the thatched houses and decided that he must find an opportunity to talk to her about breaking the engagement. The next day, a rooster sitting on a tree branch noticed the rising sun and began to loudly hum his morning song. Chen Li walked out of his simulated palace and sleepily began to pull himself up with his arms, yawning widely. He suddenly noticed the other Dada girls commanding him and looked at it warily, exhaling. Suddenly, a system panel with a map appeared in front of him, which showed the district gathering, the monster district, the royal palace, its location, the river, the temporary location of the Coconut Grove tribe, and the alien gathering district. Chen Li smiled and assumed that everyone was getting along well with each other. He added that the new arrivals have already begun helping to build houses. He suddenly exhaled thoughtfully, closing his eyes tightly. Chen Li lowered his head and, taking another deep breath, realized that this would not work, and today he had to break off the engagement. A moment later, he approached the working girls, smiling welcomingly. One of the girls with dark hair wished him good morning. The other girl folded her hands in front of her in greeting and addressed him as if he were a king. Chen Li advised them to ignore him and let them better help others. The girl in the green dress put her hand forward and turned to him, asking the question, "Did he come to see the queen?" She explained that she was in the north of the river. A girl with red tangled hair pointed with both hands to the side and advised him to follow her. Chen Li smiled and turned his head towards where she was pointing with both hands. After some time, the girl exclaimed, "What is there?" In the water on the shore, meanwhile, was the queen of the coconut grove, and next to her on both sides were two girls. The girl who walked him to the beach pointed ahead and said that there was a head. Chen Li looked at her and said in response that it's good. One of the girls told the queen of the coconut grove that his majesty had come. She frowned and looked away sadly. ordering them to leave them. The girls began to step aside and wished good morning to Chen Li standing in front of them. Chen Li confirmed this and waved his hand and wished them good morning too. The queen of the coconut grove leaned on the edge of the ground and told him, calling out, that this was not their king. Curls of green hair covered her bare breasts. She crossed her arms and asked him with a smirk, did he have something urgent? Chen Li put his palm forward and said no. He explained that he had only come to see how her wounds were. The queen of the coconut grove continued to lean her elbows on the ground, and clear and bright water, like a diamond, flowed from her body in huge drops. She told him that her injuries were not serious, so she would rest for a few days and recover. Chen Li stood in front of her, looking at her carefully. The queen of the coconut grove stuck out her tongue and ran her finger over it, asking a question, or should she go ashore for him to check? She asked if maybe he wanted to taste it. Chen Li jumped back sharply and muttered through clenched lips that it was not necessary. He closed his eyes and awkwardly said that he had not asked her name yet. The queen of the coconut grove put her finger to her lips and said in a sly tone that that's what it's all about. Chen Li smiled with anticipation, and his eyes turned white with intense admiration. The queen of the coconut grove smiled, pressing her hand to her collarbone and making a thoughtful sound. After a moment, she put her other hand on her cheek and honestly admitted that her name was Xiao Wang. Chen Li frowned and asked her a question. Xiao Wang. Xiao Wan confirmed this and said that the previous one. Chen Li abruptly interrupted her and asked again, the previous one? Xiao Wan explained that the previous queen had given her a name since she. Chen Li again cut her off mid-sentence and asked again, since she? Xiao Wan continued to say that she was expelled and no one called her that anymore. Chen Li turned back in panic and grabbed his head with his hands, thinking that she would not eat him, but would exile him. He began to think further that they should rename the tribe to Mantises. Xiao Wan looked at him confused. Chen Li later turned to her again and asked the question, then did their previous queen have a partner? He asked the question, what is wrong with him or with them? Meanwhile, two praying mantises on a branch sat very close to each other and spent time together. Xiao Wang explained that they were eaten. The female mantis bit off the head of the mantis partner. Xiao Wang explained that this was a tradition of their tribe. Many people say that by eating their partner, they gain more strength. Chen Li began to roar desperately and thought as he cursed, how could she say such a thing with such a calm expression on her face? Xiao Wan immediately said mysteriously that she raised her head smugly and said that this was the tradition of past queens. She was not going to continue it. She added that it was too inelegant. Chen Li asked her a question with hope, so she doesn't eat people. Xiao Wan explained, shaking her head, that she had become queen not long ago and had not yet had a partner. She said that so there was no opportunity to eat anyone yet. Chen Li breathed a sigh of relief. He immediately turned around and, waving goodbye, told her to rest then and drink a lot of water. He laughed and exclaimed that he would go get ready for the ceremony. Xiao Wan looked at him in surprise. Chen Li began to wipe the sweat dripping from his forehead with his clenched fist and thought, although he doesn't need to worry about being eaten, Dada must come to an agreement with her. Xiao Wan called out to him sharply, remembering that this was important. She smiled, showing her pointed fangs, and said that at least she doesn't eat people. She started laughing and said if anyone would offend her. Chen Li froze from fear gripping his body. Xiao Wan, meanwhile, said that she wouldn't mind cutting off anything extra. Chen Li looked back in her direction in fear, without answering. Some time later, someone sharply swung a sharpened stone attached to a branch with a rope. This is cutting a long carrot in half. Shu Shu held the axe tightly in her hands and said that today's vegetables cut well. Chen Li stood next to the entrance of the thatched house, looking down thoughtfully. After some time, he sighed languidly and approached his straw palace. A system panel with information about the task appeared in front of him. The main quest of this was to settle down. The content was written that he should help primitive people build their homes, officially create a tribe, and increase the population to 50 people. There were only 7 days left. Chen Li looked at this intensely and decided that right now he needed to capture some prisoners and complete the task. Suddenly, Shig walked past him, holding a recently cut log in his hands. He wished him good morning. Chen Li immediately turned to him and said that he had a task for him. Shig readily turned in his direction and said okay. Chen Li explained that he needed to leave for a while. He added that he is responsible for organizing everyone's work if something urgent happens. He added that he should send someone to the south of the sea to find him. Shig readily accepted the order and told him to trust him. After some time, there is sea on the beach. Suddenly, someone in the middle of the forest near the beach cursed. The same voice asked the question, "What happened here?" People with fish-like builds were scattered everywhere. They were immobilized and appeared dead. Chen Li leaned his hand on the tree trunk and looked down in horror. On the sand, next to the stones, all along the sandy shore lay the blue corpses of the Sibei tribe. Chen Li exclaimed in shock that this was the Sibei tribe. He asked the question, was it destroyed? Several birds surrounded the immobilized body of the Sibei tribe creature. They flapped their wings loudly and screamed. Chen Li leaned his spear on the tree trunk and looked down carefully. At this time, one of the birds continued to croak loudly, landing directly on the head of a resident of the sea tribe. The other birds looked at him in surprise and attentively. The bird sitting on the sea creature began to tell how it kicked him in the head and began to scream loudly. She told this with undisguised pride and arrogance. Chen Li walked up to her and kicked her with all his might, driving the resident of the Sibei off. He rudely told her to get out of here. The bird screamed loudly and began to fly away. Other birds ran after him in fear, starting to croak loudly. Chen Li looked at them with disappointment and thought that even the birds were demonstrating their superiority. He looked around and decided that it was safe here for now. He looked at the corpse of a Sibei resident and noticed 3 huge bloody stripes on his back. He ran his finger over it and said that the bodies were still warm and did not stink. He assumed that the battle had ended not long ago. He looked at the slightly clenched hands in his palms and noticed that the claws on the fingers were very sharp, so he needed to be careful. Then he again began to examine the wound and said that the shape of the wound was very similar to scratches from their claws. Chen Li sat down on a stone and, placing her hands on her knees, said that these were crazy. Suddenly he asked a question with a guess. Was it really a civil strife? He stood up from the stone and looked carefully to the side, deciding that it would be nice if he found those who were alive to take them. Chen Li suddenly noticed something strange and looked down as carefully as possible. He saw the corpse of a resident who was half submerged in earth and water. He said, "This corpse?" Chen Li asked a question, "Is he not injured?" He took a closer look at the face and thought that the face was distorted. One death was very painful. Later he examined his entire body, lying in an unnatural position. His palm was covered with seaweed. Chen Li began to think further that his limbs were all covered in mud. He decided it was drowning. He asked a stunned question, "Introductory people can be drowned in the sea?" He took a closer look at the lying monster and, holding out his hand, asked a question, "But what happened here?" Suddenly there was a loud voice calling him like a king. The same voice added that they were in trouble. Chen Li looked to the side, puzzled. Xing galloped along the shore of the beach and waved his arms, continuing to scream. Chen Li asked him a question, "What happened?" Xing quickly began to approach him and shouted that they were attacked by a bunch of crazy people from the Sibei tribe. Chen Li clenched his jaws tightly between himself and looked to the side angrily. He asked the question, "What?" Chen Li at that very moment ordered him to return immediately. He himself began to rapidly run forward, overtaking Xing. He shouted to make it all faster. Xing turned to him in surprise. Meanwhile, they began to return back to the village. The inhabitants of the Sibei gradually crawled out of the river in a huge crowd. Shig and Hai Zhujiao took up arms and eagerly met them. They shouted for everyone to stick together. Someone warned them to tread carefully. Shig put his hand out to the side and shouted at them to save their energy. He added that they should prepare for battle. The inhabitants of the sea bay continued to rapidly move forward. Long spears were stuck into their bodies, and blue blood flowed from their wounds. Someone shouted that these crazy people are ignoring spears. Aegon leaned his hand on the tree trunk and carefully watched the battle. He asked the question, what happened to them? He added that they seemed to feel no pain. Meanwhile, the monsters, as if hypnotized, continued to move forward. Shig took a fighting pose and told everyone not to panic and not let them pull them into the sea. He added that only death awaits them in the water. Meanwhile, the monster began to move on all fours and make a loud growl. Someone shouted that they were stepping on them. Another voice added to tell them to be careful. The monsters still continued to approach them at a very fast speed. At that same second, a huge pile of spears and stones flew at them, crashing into their bodies. The monsters began to shield themselves from the blows of objects with their hands and screamed loudly. Spears and other stones shattered into small pieces as they smashed against their bodies. Shig attacked one of the monsters approaching him and exclaimed that this was a good chance. He added that their formations were destroyed. He ordered everyone to fight them off. The rest who defended the village skillfully repelled every attack of the monster, which growled with fury. Shig muttered through his teeth that the queen had come to the rescue. Xiao Wan walked through the crowd and asked, puzzled, what was going on? She asked, is this the Bay tribe? Shig looked at her carefully, holding an axe in his hands. Xiao Wang glanced at the Bay resident running towards her and asked the question, don't they live on the south shore? She asked why they were here. She added that their condition was also quite strange. Shig looked at her and admitted he doesn't know. He assumed that these people had gone crazy and came from the shore and attacked them. He again suggested that the word monster no longer suited them. The rest of the monsters froze in place with hisses and growls. They opened their mouths wide, showing sharp teeth. The monsters lined up in a triangular shape for easier attack. Their growls echoed through the air. One of the people shouted at them to be careful. The next voice warned them to get ready. The monsters again began to rapidly run forward, moving their four paws. Their screams, growls, hisses, and other strange sounds were heard loudly. At this time, one of the people shouted for everyone to go on the attack. The same voice added that they should get rid of these monsters. Huangshi hit the monster with his spear with all his might and shouted at him to die. An evil growl was heard from his blow. Shig, meanwhile, easily shrugged off the monster's blow and shouted to him that he would kill him. Xiao Wan knocked the monster down and stomped on its face. She tied a whip around his head and pulled him up. She called out to him and asked if he could talk. The rest of the monsters and people fought among themselves. Xiao Wan frowned and concluded that there was something wrong here. She added that they can't communicate. She pulled the whip again and shouted that they were all crazy. Xiao Wang added, what are they doing? Suddenly a very long and drawn-out sound was heard. It sounded like a very angry growl. One of the monsters began to approach her back, swinging his hand with all his might. Xiao Wan, meanwhile, stood still with a gloomy expression on her face. The monster opened its eyes in shock and growled in surprise. Meanwhile, Xiao Wan pulled the whip again, and the monster was getting closer and closer to her. From his hand, which was almost close to her face, violet threads of aura emanated in different directions. Suddenly, Chen Li pushed away with all his strength the monster that tried to attack Xiao Wan. She looked stunned at the hand that Chen Li accidentally touched during the attack. Chen Li and the monster locked in combat. Their violet and blue energy intertwined with each other, spinning into a large hurricane. Chen Li muttered through his teeth that he dared to attack his woman. Xiao Wan called out to him in surprise, looking to the side. Chen Li shouted at her to leave. His whole body began to shake from tension. Xiao Wan obediently replied that yes. Chen Li, meanwhile, sharply pushed the monster away from him, knocking him onto his back. From his strong blow there was a strong shock, from which waves followed. Chen Li leaned over and tried to normalize his breathing. He inhaled and exhaled heavily. He leaned his elbows on the weapon in his hands and mentally asked the question, could he withstand its blow? He said that he had 3 strength points. The monster, meanwhile, continued to stand in front of him. Other monsters began to approach Chen Li's back with loud roars. Xiaowan noticed this and shouted that be careful. She added that they should be in the back. Chen Li turned his head sharply to the side and looked at everything carefully. He noticed how one of the monsters tried to jump on him, but at the same moment his body was pierced by a sharp spear. Liu Tang killed another monster, knocking it to the ground with a roar. Aegon frowned and told him to fight them. Liu Tang muttered with a threatening look so that they would not even think of harming their king. Chen Li stood thoughtfully in place and looked forward. He said, as expected, "Great job from them." He began to look around and said that he was leaving it all to them. Let them deal with these violent fish. All the other villagers continued to skillfully fight the monsters that aggressively continued to attack their village. Chen Li thought that they needed her help, so he would figure it out himself. Xiaowan looked to the side and pursed her lips tightly in dissatisfaction. She watched one of the monsters, who more humanly clasped his hands together as a sign of respect. Chen Li, meanwhile, said that he should focus on this intractable guy. He didn't want anyone to bother him until the winner was decided. Chen Li stood in front of this monster, who began to stretch his hands. He decided that they would start now. The monsters continued to growl loudly. The other gray-colored monster was still standing in front of Chen Li, not taking any steps forward. Meanwhile, the villagers fighting the blue monsters were screaming for them to die. Chen Li turned to the leader of the tribe and said with sympathy, he regrets what happened to their tribe. The monster leader roared desperately. Chen Li meanwhile added that this had nothing to do with them. He made a conclusion and asked the question. It turns out they didn't find the right target for revenge. At the same time, the leader of the monsters approached him with a sharp movement and attacked him with his foot right in the chest. Chen Li tightened his body and clicked loudly. He said they had lost the ability to communicate. The next moment he found himself on top of the monster's back and swung his hand with all his might. The leader of the monsters, meanwhile, was rapidly running forward, and a purple aura was circling everywhere next to him. A moment later, he threw Chen Li off of him and turned towards him, swinging his clawed hand. Chen Li stood in a ready fighting pose and noticed that he had excellent muscle strength and reaction. He added as he continued to run forward. Plus, he has sharp claws and teeth. Although he is several times stronger than ordinary people, he loses in the face of such a monster. Chen Li looked forward carefully, frowning deeply. He began to think further, imagining the physique of a monkey, that in the area his subordinates could not take advantage of the destructive power of the Pangu axe. He added that this power cannot be used whenever one pleases unless absolutely necessary. The monster sat expectantly in an attack position. The next moment, he quickly began to run forward, raising a huge layer of dust and swinging his paws straight at Chen Li. Chen Li thought that this matter was very bad. He decided that he couldn't be distracted. Chen Li sharply thrust his hands forward, hitting the monster directly in the face. Huge drops of blood began to splash in all directions. The monster bit Chen Li's wrist with all its strength and continued to sink its teeth into his flesh. Chen Li began to scream desperately. He frowned deeply and looked ahead in shock, cursing several times. The next moment, he waved his other hand, which was holding the axe, and told the monster leader to let him go. The monster leader pulled away from him, tearing a small piece of fabric from his cloak. Chen Li jumped a long distance away from him in the next moment, swinging his axe threateningly. The monster leader continued to clutch the torn tissue between his teeth. Chen Li thought he was crazy. He said it was good that he had protection in the form of a cloak from the King of Bulls. There were bite marks on his arm from the monster leader's sharp teeth. He thought that otherwise his fangs would have torn off his arm. The leader of the monsters opened his mouth, beginning to growl loudly. There was bloody tissue hanging from the end of his tongue. He looked ahead menacingly where Chen Li stood. The eyes of the monster leader gradually began to turn from white to solid black. This clouded the whites of the eyes at a rapid speed. The monster's hands relaxed and shook slightly. Chen Li angrily clenched his teeth together, looking down. At this time, the leader of the monsters, whose eyes had completely acquired a black tint, raised his head up and began to growl very loudly. From his voice, a purple aura appeared from all sides, which surrounded him with a purple dome. Chen Li began to be thrown aside by the strong energy. At this time, the leader of the monsters quickly jumped and, with the help of a purple aura, began to move forward at high speed directly towards Chen Li. Chen Li fell to the side and thought that he was fast. The monster, meanwhile, grabbed his cloak with his hands because Chen Li dodged his attack by sitting on the ground. He swore, gritting his teeth in distaste. The leader of the monsters, meanwhile, grabbed the cloak with two clawed hands and, sitting on the ground, began to tear it with pleasure. Chen Li looked back at him and, putting his hand with a stick forward, asked a question: why did this guy's speed and strength suddenly increase? He added that if he had not stopped crying, he would have easily been torn apart. He stood up with incomprehension and asked the question: why doesn't he attack him anymore? The leader of the monsters, meanwhile, froze in place, holding the fabrics of the torn cloak in his hands. Chen Li angrily asked, "What is he doing?" The leader of the monsters began to approach the base of the river, followed by other blue monsters. Chen Li asked the question again: is he leaving? He looked down at the pieces of the cloak and asked the question: did he also take parts of the bloody cloak? Chen Li suddenly looked towards where Huangshi was fighting. He thrust his spear to the side, swinging at the blue monster. Chen Li looked in the other direction and noticed Hai Zhujiao fighting alone against several monsters surrounding him from different sides. He mentally asked the question: why was he surrounded by so many monsters? Hai Zhujiao continued to fight off the monsters with two spears. Chen Li stood behind him and mentally suggested that it might be. He understood everything. He concluded, frowning deeply, that it was all because of the blood. He remembered the monster leader holding the bloody part of his cloak in his hands and said that they use the smell of blood to capture the target, and this smell also makes them become even more cruel. He added that especially in this strange state, they are simply following animal instinct. Chen Li said, remembering the sharks swimming in the water next to the seals, that they were just like scary sharks. Chen Li, in the middle of the battlefield, bent down and, picking up something gray in color, began to lean it against his wrist, on which there was a bite from the leader of the monsters. He frowned with distaste and thought, what if he used this feature? Chen turned sharply behind him and shouted, holding a small spear in his hands, that he was back. He asked the question, how can he help? Chen Li turned to him, placing his hand on his shoulder, and exclaimed in relief that he was just in time. He told him to take 2 people and bring 3 little pigs. Xing awkwardly began to rub his head and asked again, piglets? He asked the question, didn't they leave them to eat? Chen Li pushed him aside and shouted at him to do as he says. Xing obediently exclaimed that yes. The remaining monsters continued to fight with other villagers. Chen Li frowned and turned to the side, thinking that they forced him to sacrifice 3 piglets. He added, squeezing his lips tightly, that they would still pay for this. Chen Li froze in front of Xiao Wang and shouted to her that the wounded should leave as soon as possible. Xiao Wan adjusted her spiked whip and shouted back at him that it was good. Xiong and several girls behind him were carrying piglets. Xing shouted that it was good. He added that the pigs are here. Chen Li stood in the middle of the dust, pointing a strange-looking weapon forward. He pointed to the river and added that they should run to the river. At this time, the leader of the monsters gradually sank to the bottom of the river, followed by his minions. Xing lowered the pigs, who began to run forward with a loud grunt. Another voice shouted for them to run. The pigs moved quickly, continuing to grunt loudly. Aegon sat on a tree branch and watched this carefully. Chen Li turned towards his tree and waved his hand, shouting his name. Aegon shouted back that he understood and waved 2 spears. He added that they should look at him. Aegon swung 2 spears, throwing them forward. The spears with a sharp movement pinned the pigs, who quickly ran towards the river, straight to the sand. The pigs began to squeal desperately, and their bodies were torn through. Suddenly, all the blue monsters stopped, smelling the smell of blood. The leader of the monsters turned to the side thoughtfully, and the other monster next to him began to scream very loudly. At the same time, all the monsters began to growl menacingly, starting to create a huge pile. They quickly rushed forward, trying to overtake each other as quickly as possible. Chen Li watched this in shock. The monsters, crawling on top of each other, continued to growl loudly and stopped right in front of the dead pigs, from which blood was dripping. The monsters began to threaten to tear each other apart in order to get to the killed pigs as quickly as possible. Chen Li shouted at Shig and Huangshi to stop standing there. Chen Li frowned forward and ordered them to do it quickly. He added that they should coat the tips with antiseptic and shoot at important points in life. All the villagers obediently replied that they understood. Shig shouted through tightly clenched teeth with hostility that yes. Aegon turned to Chen Li, still standing on the tree branch, and shouted for him to look, because it seemed to him that something was wrong. Chen Li turned to the side, puzzled, and asked the question, "What?" Suddenly the monsters began to grab at their stomachs and throats, diseases starting to die. Their eyes turned black from strong animal instincts. All the monsters began to fall down with a wild growl, in which there was anger and despair. Chen Li looked at them puzzled, without saying anything. After some time, he turned to Xing, who appeared in front of him, and asked him a question. Did they poison the 3 little pigs? Xing raised his hand and started waving, saying no. He added that definitely not. Thick foam began to appear from the monsters' mouths, flowing onto the ground. All the monsters fell to the ground at the same time. Their bodies went limp and lifeless. Chen Li sharply ordered that no one should approach. He added that they should beware of deception. Chen Li clicked in confusion. He looked at the poisoned corpses of the monsters that lay dead on the ground in different poses. Chen Li asked a question with breaks between words, so what happens in the end? Soon, in the agricultural area, next to the huts, cages were built to house members of the tribe who had lost control of themselves. One of Xiao Wang's maids, observing the people who were unconscious, noted that they must be suspicious. If they do something, then they must be punished. Looking at these people with disgust, she thought that they would become freaks. Unexpectedly, one of the prisoners sighed heavily, and the girl immediately coldly asked, "What?" He woke up. The once crazy monster was now pitifully reaching out to her, asking for help. She, turning to Ion, ordered to tell the king that they were all there. She obediently exclaimed, "Good." Within a few minutes, when the sun was high in the sky, everything around was calm. Chen Li quickly walked towards the desired area. Finally, returning accompanied by Ayu, he asked the girl if they had woken up. "What is the situation?" When she saw him, she also respectfully said, "King." All this time, members of the tribe, sticking their hands out of the wooden cages, repeated the same thing. "Water. They need water." Li, not paying any attention to their pleas, asked what was wrong with that fat man. The girl explained that he also woke up and was locked away from everyone else. Chen Li immediately walked towards the one who was a real rabid monster some time ago. Now the boss, sitting in the cage, was shaking and hoarsely repeating, "Water." Li immediately pulled the plug out of the horn filled with water and poured it on top. The boss immediately opened his mouth and began to greedily swallow the liquid. But when the stream ended, he raised his head up and said, "What?" Chen Li asked with a frowning face, "Does he understand him?" The boss answered, confused, "Yes." Then Li handed the horn to Ayu and ordered her to take a closer look at it. She looked at the prisoner with a warm smile and agreed, saying yes. Then she came closer to the cage and again poured water into the boss's mouth. She said softly, "He shouldn't rush. This is all for him. If there is not enough, she will bring more. But the river is far from here, so he will have to wait. He bashfully said that his people also need water. He really asks for some of it to be given to them. Ayu, using the same sweet voice, replied, "Of course, this is the least she can do to help. It would be very good if he helped them by answering a few questions." The boss immediately bared his teeth and asked, "What?" They gathered an army and attacked them. Now they want to ask some questions. This phrase is a task for her, and she immediately turned her head to Chen Li. All this time he stood silently next to her, with his hands on his hips. Suddenly the boss noted that although he had heard before that they, the mountain tribe, were still eccentrics, he did not expect that they were so much. Ayu, hearing this, asked again, "Is he saying that they were attacked by a mountain tribe?" He asked in surprise, "What? Are they really not mountain people?" She tried to explain to him as gently as possible that he was mistaken. They were a tribe of newcomers, and behind them was their king. Then the prisoner repeated in confusion, "A tribe of newcomers?" He had never heard of such a thing. Surely it was the mountain people who sold them as far as possible. Ayu sighed and repeated, and again he was wrong. They attacked their territory. They, as a newcomer tribe, have no relationship with the hill tribe. But then they all lost the ability to communicate like wild animals, so they had to temporarily lock everyone here. The prisoner, hearing this, screamed in horror, "No, this is impossible. Does she mean that he has completely lost his memory?" At this question, the boss's eye began to twitch from nerves, and Ayu clarified, "Then he can tell what happened." He immediately introduced himself. His name is Haihu. He is the leader of the Sea Tribe. They lived near the shore. Afterwards he remembers how one day his fellow tribesmen were playing in the water while he was eating raw fish, sitting on a large stone. One of his comrades suddenly shouted that Chenyu and Hua Bei were fighting again. Haihu's answer only showed a thumbs up, and with a smile he noted that they can fight. Fights between young people strengthened the relationship. These two really spared no effort, hitting each other with their fists, while one shouted to the other, "Like that, he will kill him." Bei, not having time to predict the blow, groaned painfully, "No." Then a little boy ran up to Hike and, crying, said that his bird had been kidnapped. Then he, taking the child by the head like a toy, clarified, "Is it Aelin and the others again? He should not cry, but should learn to fight. Only if he makes others fear him, no one will dare to steal his things." However, the boy, pointing his finger towards the shore, explained, "But this is not Aelin, these are those eccentrics." Haihu, frowning, asked again, "What?" Then, looking in the direction indicated, he added, "Are these people from the mountain tribe?" Rising from his place, he came out to meet them, asking why they had come here. However, a huge bald man, with a flowing cloak behind his back, raised his right hand up, and sharply lowering it and pointing towards the Sea Bei tribe, ordered them to be killed. His subordinates immediately rushed to the attack with shouts. Haihu, frozen in place in surprise, wondered if the mountain tribe had attacked. Now, sitting in a cage, he summed up his story, then he was stunned, and in the end he was captured by a tribe of newcomers. He doesn't remember how this happened, and doesn't even know what happened to the rest of the people from the tribe. Chen Li listened to him carefully all this time, finally sighed and noted that he had recently been on their territory, and there was not a single living creature there. If he had not left them alive, the Sea Tribe would have disappeared from the face of the earth. As soon as Hike heard this, he began to shake in horror, and a genuine grimace of shock appeared on his face. Clutching the wooden bars, he screamed, "No, can't be." He couldn't protect her. When he bowed his head, howling with sadness, a small orange leaf flew from somewhere from his neck to the ground. Ayu immediately leaned down, took it, and asked what it was. Then, handing over to Li, she added, "The king must see this." She had not seen this before. Chen Li, as soon as she received the mysterious leaf, also turned to the system. It first stated the identification process, then explained that it was hemp, a herbaceous plant that tasted bitter, had an analgesic effect, and the smoke from it caused hallucinations. Frowning and twisting the object in his hands, Li exclaimed, "Is this really it?" The day was drawing to an end, and the sun gradually disappeared behind the hills, while the girls from the Coconut Grove tribe carried horns filled with liquid to the amphibians, who tirelessly repeated, "Water, this is water." One of them strictly noted that they should not rush. There was enough for all of them. They must pass the drink to each other. During this time, Chen Li also walked through several cells, found several more fragments of plants, and noted out loud, "Indeed, these leaves were collected from their bodies. This is hemp." Xiaoxing said that the leader of the mountain people has divine powers. It seems that this revered god is actually a demon. He caused the sea people to mercilessly kill each other and caused them to hallucinate. Some guessed that by hiding in the water they could avoid inhaling the poisonous fumes, but in the end they died of exhaustion. Looking around at the prisoners, Li also thought, "The mountain tribe is terrifying. These crazed amphibians did not invade here by mistake. If this was the hill tribe's plan to force the amphibians to fight them until both sides were hurt or dead, that means the newbie tribe was not only noticed, but considered an eyesore and wanted out. Even the mighty Haihu has been turned into a doll that can be manipulated at will. The strength of the mountain tribe should not be underestimated." Afterwards, he mentally turned to the system, and it immediately opened a survey of his characteristics. Having once again familiarized himself with his data, Chen Li noted that 3 points of strength were not enough. Before real danger comes, he needs to strengthen his strength. Not only he, but everyone in the newcomer tribe is still too weak. Haihu, opposite whom Li was standing at that moment, tightly grasping the bars of the cage and looking down, said, "If only he had noticed these scoundrels earlier." Ayu, approaching Chen Li, noted that he was about to have a nervous breakdown. She was afraid that she would not be able to ask anything. Then Li that they don't have time to wait for this guy to calm down. Now a catastrophe is likely to occur. She, looking at him with big, frightened eyes, clarified, "Is the king talking about a mountain tribe? Did they plan this attack on them? But how did they do it?" Chen Li noted that although it is difficult to explain clearly, they have leaves that control these poor creatures in the cells. He doesn't know when the next attack will occur, and he isn't sure if they will personally fight. There is too little information right now. They are in a dependent position. They need to hurry up and make this guy remember something. Then, coming closer, Li called him by name, and holding out the leaves of the plant, said, "He shouldn't blame himself. It's all the poisonous fumes of this thing. No matter how strong his body is, everything is in vain. He should take a look at it. Does he have any memories associated with these leaves?" Hike had just smelled a fragment of a leaf when suddenly he hit himself on the head, exclaiming, he remembered the smell. He faintly smelled it when he fought these freaks. Among all the strange smells, he felt only sharp and unpleasant ones. Chen Li repeated seriously, "Are there a lot of strange smells?" Of course, they use different types of poisonous plants. Before finding out the functions of these poisonous herbs, the boss should not take the initiative. Hearing this, Haihu suddenly exclaimed, "If His Majesty is going to fight this freak, then he begs to be allowed to join in. If he doesn't take revenge, he will regret it for the rest of his life." The rest of the prisoners also began to stick their paws out of their cages in Li's direction and repeating, "They want to take revenge personally. They really ask the king about this. They only want revenge. They will do anything. Revenge." After looking around at everyone, Chen Li said to himself, although he needs more people to complete the mission, he only needs 4 people. Besides, however, he was interrupted by Haihu, who continued to insist, "Their sense of smell is very good. This can help the king identify and track poisonous herbs. This will be very useful." But Li, that's exactly why he's worried. They are too sensitive to the smell of blood. If things get out of control, the consequences will be dire. In response, he began to shout irritably that if they had not inhaled toxic fumes, they would definitely have been able to control themselves. Then Chen Li reminded in a similar tone that their opponent was a mountain tribe. Can he be sure that they will not release toxic smoke? Haihu immediately stopped short and, looking down, admitted no. Li, having softened, tried to calm him down. He understands his desire for revenge, but they cannot solve anything with anger and hatred. After Chen Li grinned provocatively, he added, if only, in general, he has a way, but he is afraid that he will not like it. Hai-Hu, raising his head, admitted that these people were all that was left of his tribe. If the king helps them take revenge, then their lives are in his hands. Li agreed without hesitation. Okay? Until they are ready to separate, they must follow his plan and split up to complete different tasks. He ensures they can get their revenge. Of course, most of them won't have the chance to take revenge personally. Does he agree? He confidently exclaimed, I agree. Other amphibians, listening carefully to their conversation, also began to repeat that they also agreed. The king can count on them. They are standing there. Chen Li immediately exchanged joyful glances with Ayu and walked away. Hai-Hu suddenly stopped him, asking suggestively, King? Li then gave the order to her and Afen to release them. Now they are comrades. Immediately after this sentence, an information window appeared in front of Chen Li, which said that he had successfully founded the newcomer tribe and expanded the population to 50 people. He completed the main mission of settling. His rewards for completing the mission are 3 stat points, 1 large treasure chest, and 1 rock painting. Since he completed the task 8 days ahead of schedule, he will be rewarded with a big gift. Li smiled tiredly as he read this and thought, great, he finally completed the task. The character's characteristics now indicate that the tribe's population is 68 people. He sighed heavily and wondered. The population had increased by 22 people at one time. Should he expect more rewards for the part that was overfulfilled? But almost immediately, he was distracted by a notification asking him to distribute points. Chen Li then sighed and clicked on the power option, which listed 3 points, and ordered the system to increase it. His eyes lit up a bright orange. Chen Li pressed the system panel again and ordered the power to increase again. His body began to be surrounded by stripes of orange, yellow, and red aura, which surrounded him in zigzag threads. Chen Li opened his mouth in shock as he watched this. After some time, his entire body was engulfed in bright flames. He started screaming loudly. Later, he shouted that the power was bubbling inside him. With a sharp movement, he fell with his knees down and his whole body began to exude a long column of energy rising upward. The force that had broken through the ground began to emerge from the cracks. The power still continued to rise upward in a bright flash. After some more time, it gradually began to subside. Chen Li began to breathe heavily. Drops of sweat were running down his face from intense tension. The system panel reported that the force increase was complete. What has changed in the character's characteristics is that his strength has risen to the 6th level. Chen Li happily clenched his fist and said smugly that now he is not inferior to any person in strength. Suddenly, he noticed a long lock of hair hanging from his head. He asked a question, does his hair seem to have grown back? Was this a side effect? Chen Li, meanwhile, opened the next system panel, where in the warehouse he was given a large treasure chest, a large gift bag, and a rock painting. Chen Li extended his palm forward in surprise and said, okay. He added that he would first look at what the system provided him. He commanded the system to open a large treasure chest. A loud sound was heard, like the sound of 2 bells. The system panel reported that he received metal raw materials, which was 1 ton of hematite. Chen Li thoughtfully put his hand to his face and asked again, is this iron ore? He exclaimed that this was a very good thing. He imagined a fireplace in which it would be possible to melt it, and said that he only needed to figure out how to create a high-temperature environment above 1700 degrees Celsius. He began to imagine a chemical formula where iron oxide combines with carbon monoxide, and all this will be equal to iron plus ordinary carbon dioxide. Chen Li frowned and asked the question, does this mean that you can jump through the Bronze Age straight into the Iron Age? He put out 2 hands to the sides and, imagining a brightly shining sun, said that this is the power of knowledge. He hoped that this large gift bag would contain more valuable items. He commanded the system to open a large gift bag. On the system panel, it was written that he received 3 healing potions. Chen Li cursed in delight. He exclaimed that this was great. It was a wonderful system. He said that what a surprise. Chen Li looked at the iron ore chest and the bag and said, "The things obtained in the system this time are much better than any seasonings." He extended his hand to the system panel again and said that he was looking forward to the cave painting. Chen Li said that he wanted to get rock paintings. Suddenly, the system panel gradually dissolved into thin air and a huge stone boulder with rock paintings fell out of it. The system panel reported that the rock art had the first level of inheritance, a century above the current technology. Information about inheritance was recorded by the products of a certain culture, which can be obtained through devout worship. The level of understanding depends on the mind of a person. The rock arts landing on the ground caused dust to rise everywhere. Chen Li thoughtfully lowered his gaze and asked again, "A product of culture." He thought that he needed to pay 10 technology points to determine the inheritance pattern. Suddenly, the rock painting lit up with bright sunlight, which completely illuminated Chen Li's entire body. Chen Li put his hand forward, trying to protect himself from this. The system panel reported that the definition was complete. It was congratulations on getting a sense of shame. Chen Li put his hand to his chest and asked again, feeling ashamed. He began to think about it and said that this was truly a decisive step in the development of culture. He thought with embarrassment that he wouldn't have to worry about a man and a woman bathing together. He wanted others to see Xiao Wang taking a bath. Chen Li put one hand on his belt and put the other forward and said that overall he had a big catch today. He decided he was moving on. Chen Li turned his head to the side thoughtfully and began to think that it was time to think carefully about how to deal with the threat from the mountain tribe. Meanwhile, behind him, several sea tribe residents were laughing and talking about something. Ayu immediately called him and quickly ran towards him. Chen Li turned to look at her in surprise. He asked her with a smile, "What is it?" Ayu exhaled questioningly, starting to look him over. She extended her hand forward, as if measuring his height, and suggested that he had become taller and stronger, and his hair had also grown back. Chen Li coughed and explained with embarrassment that this was puberty. Ayu stood up on her toes, trying to match his height. Chen Li asked her a question, so why was she looking for him? Ayu embarrassedly asked, does he need her to negotiate with the mountain tribe and resolve the misunderstanding? Chen Li put her hands on her hips and looked at her proudly. He asked again, was there a misunderstanding? He said they were determined to destroy them. He added that they are also definitely the strongest opponents at the moment. Chen Li began to thoughtfully reflect further, looking at his palm, that they were able to set them and the sea tribe against each other in order to benefit from this for themselves. Ayu grabbed his hand and fearfully asked him the question, what should they do then? She admitted that she was scared. Chen Li looked at her in surprise. Later he turned aside and said the only thing they can do now is build high walls and stock up on provisions. He added that there is no point in provoking them until they are prepared. Chen Li immediately said smugly that they should stay in the shadows and bide their time together. He asked the question, did she understand this? Ayu clenched her fists, which she pressed to her chest, and answered honestly that she did not. She asked the question, what should they do with those who have just joined the tribe? Chen Li looked down at her carefully. He imagined people who would build thatched houses and fish. He said he would divide them into 3 groups. Some will build houses, others will collect food, and others will make a trap. Ayu asked in confusion, traps? She asked the question, what is this? Why do them? She put her hands out to the sides in confusion. Chen Li began to explain to her that traps can be used to protect territories. He made an example that to protect against the attack of the sea tribe. He remembered how they fought with the people of the sea tribe and how his people screamed desperately. He didn't want to go through this again. Chen Li imagined huge holes in the ground with spears stuck into the bottom. huge nets that would completely cover the entire human body and a thread pulled between two stones, after which sharp stones began stuck into the ground. Chen Li said that installing different types of traps depending on the area not only avoids repeating mistakes. He put out two hands to the sides and said that with good luck they could catch an enemy or an animal. He said that he would explain the manufacturing method later. Right now he had an urgent errand for her. Ayu looked at him questioningly, starting to listen to the order. Chen Li said that the population has increased dramatically. He imagined the village from top to bottom. He said they should think about supplying food ahead of schedule. Chen Li explained that half-eaten beef should not go to waste. He will start making jerky for them. After some time, the sun gradually set behind the mountains. Chen Li stood next to the villagers who were cutting the meat into thin layers. The inhabitants of the sea tribe carried huge pieces of meat in their hands and hung it on tree branches. Chen Li thought that this was not bad, because the newcomers quickly adapted and mastered the technique of drying meat well. He carefully observed the Seabay tribe. Shig joyfully shouted to the king that he was here. Chen Li turned in his direction in surprise. Shig exhaled in shock and asked a question. Has he become taller, and has his hair grown longer? Chen Li said with a grin to think it was a miracle. He said that he had a task for him. He knelt down and, taking a thin stick in his hands, said that he would draw. Shig bent down with him, looking carefully at the ground. Chen Li, meanwhile, depicted mountains on the ground and a circle in between. He said he needed him to set traps in the surrounding mountains. He said, the more inconspicuous it is, the better. Chen Li said with a grin that he had already found a partner for him. He will personally teach them everything. Shig continued to look down in surprise. Chen Li looked at him confidently and said that the most important thing for them is not to learn how to make traps, but to remember their location. Shig pressed his finger to his mouth in shock. He asked the question, doesn't this task seem interesting? Chen Li tapped Shig's bone helmet with a stick and muttered through his teeth, since he trusted him to remember the location of each trap. It means that he trusts him. He exclaimed that it was all top secret. He added, explaining that no one except him and him should know about it. He asked the question, is he clear? Chen Li began to circle the circle with a stick and explained that when he would distribute the work, let them alternate, setting traps in different places. He said it was wrong for anyone to know the location of the traps in one area. Chen Li narrowed his eyes and looked at Shig carefully, saying, otherwise, if there is a traitor among them, the consequences will be disastrous. He stood up from the ground and said, after the production was completed, he could tell him the information about the location of the traps in person. Shig looked at him with a kind of doomed look. Liu Tang stood nearby at this time, holding his spear ready for protection. Chen Li erased the drawing on the ground with his foot. He walked up to Shig and, hitting him on the chest with his fist several times, told him not to draw anything, but only to remember. He asked the question, did he understand it? Shig replied not to worry. He said, although it is difficult, he will prove that he deserves his trust. Chen Li grinned and said good. He looked at him and, putting his hand on his shoulder, told him to now go away and rest. He added that he should come at night, because then they would work, some time later. Chen Li and Liu Tang found themselves next to the thatched palace. Suddenly, a rock painting landed next to it. Chen Li looked at it with pride and said he will leave it here for them to see for themselves. He said how many things they learned depended only on their nature. Liu Tang looked thoughtfully at the rock paintings. Chen Li turned to him and said that he needed to rest, because Shig would come at night. Liu Tang looked at him with a smile. Chen Li at this time opened the door of his palace and said, putting his hand forward, if there is something urgent, then let him wake him up. Liu Tang said good. Chen Li, meanwhile, walked past the hanging skins behind the throne. He said that he was very tired. Chen Li landed on the fallen fur with all his strength, throwing his arms and legs out to the sides. Later, he put his hands under his head and began to think that he had little time left. But there were still so many things that he needed to solve. Chen Li began to list that he needed to train soldiers, build fortifications, and distribute patrols. Later, he began to imagine how technology would develop and later territories would expand. Chen Li turned to the side and said that there was still a lot of unfinished work, so he treasures this rare time to rest and recuperate. Chen Li closed his eyes, gradually starting to fall asleep. Later, he opened his eyes when he heard someone laughing loudly. The same voice added that this is one. Another voice also said that he felt very good. He turned to the side, seeing how many girls were laughing next to him. Chen Li watched this in shock and asked the question, was it a party? Suddenly someone touched him and asked what was wrong with him. A girl with curly black hair held out a bottle of drink forward and asked a question, is this not suitable? Chen Li grinned as he looked at this. Later he was surrounded by girls who were holding glasses with a very foamy drink in their hands. Chen Li, meanwhile, also held a glass of drink and asked the question, why not? He exclaimed that this would do. Suddenly he asked the question, who are they? The girl with curly black hair was still holding the bottle and said that he drank too much. She exclaimed that she was Zioya. Another girl with red lingerie replied that she was Lily. A girl with short blonde hair exclaimed that she was Titan. Chen Li raised his glass and started shouting for everyone to drink. He turned to Titan and again shouted for them to drink. He exclaimed that he had returned from time travel. Finally, he doesn't have to live in fear. He told them to turn on the music and dance. Chen Li took out a cigarette and lit it. Some time later, bright rays of sunlight broke through the closed window, illuminating the dark curtains. Chen Li was lying on the bed, hugging a girl who was covered only with a blanket. Chen Li sleepily said that then. He groaned and again said in a low voice, what next? The girl leaned on her hands, waking up, and told him to get up, because it was time for him to work. The sun's rays illuminated her flushed face. Chen Li began to refuse and said to Zioya that he couldn't do it anymore. The girl suddenly said indignantly that she was not Zioya. Chen Li opened his eyes in confusion and asked again, is she Lily? The girl exclaimed again that no. Chen Li shrewdly said that she was Titan. The girl shouted again that this was not true. Suddenly the girl's long wavy locks disappeared, and a helmet made of bones appeared on her head. A man with a girl's body type said he was Shig. Chen Li pursed his lips in shock and offendedly asked the question, what? Suddenly he jumped up on the bed and started screaming loudly. Shig sharply jumped away from him to the side. He pressed his hand to his chest and asked the question, what is it? Chen Li leaned on his hands and angrily asked the question, why is he here? Shig reminded him that he ordered him to come to him at night. He said he woke him up and he grabbed him. Shig said shyly that he was so frivolous. Chen Li began to experience strong feelings of shame. His whole body seemed to have turned into solid stone. He said that it was all a misunderstanding, so they would go. Liu Tang also began to feel very embarrassed, his cheeks turning red. After some time in a hole, inside of which there were sharp thorns, someone stuck a shovel into the ground with all his might. Chen Li stood next to the pit, looking down carefully. Shig said in confusion that this is something like. Chen Li, meanwhile, began to explain that it was the simplest trap called a pit with spears. He imagined a sheep falling on it and said he would again note that the enemies and animals they encountered were quite large in size. He explained that the trap was effective, the depth of it and the width should be sufficient. Chen Li began to cover it all with a carpet of grass and told them to then hide the trap like he did. The inhabitants of the sea bay watched him closely. After a while, Chen Li looked at the hidden trap, as if covered with moss, and said that this trap is complete. Shig drawled the sound in admiration. Chen Li began to explain that the spike pits could be used in conjunction with the traps and tripwires he had taught them. They must know how to make traps. The inhabitants of the sea bay shouted, as expected from the king. Someone else added that for him they were God. Chen Li turned to Aegon and said that he too could teach them how to make other types of traps. Aegon put his hands out to the sides in confusion and said that he didn't know how. Chen Li went on to explain further that the moving target he used last time to practice javelin throwing. He told him to just turn it into a trap. Chen Li began to explain, imagining a huge tree tied to a rope that could be converted into a net. Chen Li said that if the tree is replaced with a net, then it will be possible to make a hanging net trap. He told Shig that he was leaving the rest to him because he had other work to do. He added that he should return after dawn. Shig obediently replied that it was good. Chen Li came close to his ear and told him not to forget what he had instructed him to do. Shig replied not to worry. Chen Li began to walk forward and thought, he hopes that he can finish his very good dream. Shig meanwhile commanded that everyone listen to his instructions. Chen Li, meanwhile, approached his thatched palace. Chen Li thought that usually some people go to work at this time. He asked the question, why is there not even a sentry today? He began to walk towards the houses and suggested, asking the question, they weren't sick, were they? Chen Li knocked on one of the buildings. He began to open the door, and suddenly someone's muffled scream was heard from there. Chen Li jumped back from this, startled. After a moment, he began to look into the small gap between the door and the wall and asked the question, what are they doing here? Ayu, Shu Shu and Dada were sitting in the same house, holding a fur in their hands. They began to hide behind this and called the king in surprise. Shu Shu said embarrassedly that their clothes were too revealing, so they were embarrassed to go out. Chen Li looked down thoughtfully and said, this is it. He asked the question with a guess. Was this the effect of a feeling of shame? The girls covered themselves prestigiously with fur. Chen Li left the house and laughed and told them that he was giving them half a day to create new clothes. He walked a little away from their house and added that if they refused to go out after noon, then let them not blame him. Chen Li began to quickly walk towards his home. He looked at the rock painting and said, he didn't expect that this little thing had such great power. Suddenly someone called him. Chen Li froze in surprise. Shig approached him and shouted that they were in trouble. Chen Li slowly began to turn back. Shig held out small stones in his hands and said while they were digging a hole, they found stones that were burning. He told him to look. Shig began to connect the two stones, trying to rub them against each other. Chen Li watched it all carefully. Shig began to explain that you just need to rub two stones against each other. He did just that. Several sparks began to fly away from the strong friction. Shig exclaimed that this is when the sparks will appear. Chen Li wisely opened his eyes and asked in surprise, is this the same? He asked the question, is this saltpeter? He exclaimed that they had done a good job this time. Shig gave these stones to Chen Li. Chen Li, meanwhile, began to wonder what was wrong with this. He introduced explosives, dynamites, and torches. He exclaimed joyfully that their possibilities are endless. In the mountains, among the tall trees, someone's quick steps were heard. The Sea tribe worked diligently to create traps. Shig gestured animatedly and called for Chen Li to come closer. The king looked at him in surprise. Shig pointed his hand at a large hole at the foot of the mountain and said, that stone he was talking about, they are digging it up. Chen Li stood on the edge and looked at the stone at the bottom of the pit. He thought, of course, the amount of this is small. After all, due to the drought, the soil here is saline. Shig stood nearby and looked down worriedly. Chen Li reasoned in his mind, if it was not formed naturally, then it was possible. He asked Shig out loud to see if there was anything else in the ground. Shig went down to the bottom, got down on one knee and said okay. Having carefully examined the contents, he held two stones in his palm, differing in color and structure. Looking at this, he said thoughtfully, this piece of land is really easy to dig, and some of the items don't look like rocks. Shig took the brown stone with his fingers and brought it to his mouth. He licked it with his tongue, exploring the taste. He winced in disgust and said that these were the remains of vital activity. Chen Li rolled his eyes mockingly and thought that he had guessed correctly. While Shig was dealing with bouts of vomiting, Chen Li was thinking in his mind that it was likely that there was a rather large dung pit there. Did another group of primitive people once live there? Moreover, their civilization has reached the concept of such a thing as a toilet. Chen Li looked ahead, imagining strong, muscular people living in the cave, and wondered if it was possible that this was an old mountain tribe nest. When the exhausted Shig crawled out of the hole, Chen Li ordered him to collect saltpeter and bury everything there, leaving as few traces as possible. Shig hummed something weakly in agreement. Chen Li ordered that he set up more traps nearby, also built signal towers, and sent people to the garrison one by one. Shig exhaled and asked the question, "What kind of tower is it?" "Signal tower." "Signal what?" As he spoke, stinking air flew out of his mouth. Sensing this, Chen Li quickly began to leave, saying that he was leaving. 4 days later, the sun set over the wooden houses with thatched roofs, turning everything golden. Chen Li and Liu Tang leisurely walked along the street between the houses. Chen Li put his hands in his trouser pockets and said that this was not bad. Everyone has a home, the first step on the path to happiness. Liu Tang, holding a spear in his hand, asked the question, "What does the king mean?" The king smiled, pointed to the house and said, "Everything is very simple. If the people are provided with food, clothing, and housing, then the foundation of the tribe will be firmly established." Dada was walking nearby, carrying several logs in one hand and an axe in the other. She stopped in shock at the sight of the king. Chen Li, not noticing her, said that their next step is this. He did not have time to finish, as he was interrupted by a loud exclamation from Dada, who spread her arms to the side and rushed towards him. She shouted joyfully, "King!" He came. Chen Li cowered in fear when he heard the stomping. He asked the question, "Where is King Kong?" Seeing Dada rushing towards him, raising a column of dust like an angry bull, Chen Li ran in the opposite direction. Looking over his shoulder, he frightenedly shouted for Liu Tang to stop her. Dada caught up with the king and grabbed him in a strong, muscular embrace. Chen Li tried to free himself and shouted for Liu Tang to save him. Liu Tang stood helplessly and watched as their king was knocked down by the strong and tall Dada. Chen Li screamed heart-rendingly. A moment later, they both crashed into a wooden house, breaking it. Liu Tang stood in shock and looked at the cloud of dust and destroyed logs. This roar was heard beyond the boundaries of planet Earth and was heard throughout the entire solar system. Liu Tang looked through the hole in the wall and asked, "Is the king okay?" Chen Li lay in Dada's tight embrace on the broken logs. Streams of blood appeared at the corners of his mouth. Liu Tang ordered her to get off of him. "Otherwise she will kill the king." Dada said with tears in her eyes that their houses had just been built. He couldn't die. She rose to her feet and hugged the king tightly. The strength of the embrace caused Chen Li to spew out a fountain of blood. When she let him go, he wiped his mouth with his hand and said, "Okay, don't make any noise." He asked a question with interest. She said, "Have the houses been rebuilt?" Dada answered yes. 2 rows of wooden houses, 10 in total. About 5 people can accommodate there. The Sea tribe worked tirelessly to build houses. They nailed the logs tightly and carried straw for the roofs. Chen Li watched them and said that in this case, in 2 days everyone will be able to move into their houses. He patted Dada on the head as a sign of encouragement and said that she did well. Let him continue in the same spirit. They will see each other in 2 days. Dada was overwhelmed with pleasure. Chen Li clenched his fist in a warning gesture and said, "Next time she sees him, don't be so rash, and let her fix this house." She obediently said that she would do so. Chen Li walked down the street with difficulty. His waist was deformed from Dada's tight embrace. Liu Tang looked at him worriedly and asked the question, "Is the king feeling unwell?" Dada looked after them and waved goodbye. Chen Li asked in surprise, "What?" Then he assured that everything was fine. After some time, when the sky turned into the colors of sunset, they came to the bank of the river, where people from the Sea tribe were catching fish with a spear. The girls from the tribe were hanging fish to dry in the sun. Hai-Hu raised his hand high above his head with a spear on which a fish was impaled. He shouted joyfully that he had caught a big fish. The people from the sea tribe happily said that this was great. Hai-Hu is so cool. Shu Shu playfully scolded them like little children, telling them not to run around. The other girls laughed merrily as they hung up their spoils. Chen Li watched them with an approving smile and said that compared to digging traps and building houses, fishing was more suitable for them. He looked at Aya, who was adjusting the fish, and said that thanks to them, the tribe's food supply had increased significantly. Liu Tang said that it was all thanks to their king. They stood on a hill against the purple-orange sky and watched the fishermen. Liu Tang looked at the king with admiration and said, "Because it is he who leads them to a life of abundance. Don't worry about them being destroyed." Chen Li asked worriedly, will he blame him for using these methods to conquer the Sea tribe and the Coconut Grove tribe? He added that there will be even more in the future. Liu Tang said with a smile that he should not have such doubts. His order is their will. Moreover, he does not see a problem here. In this world, it is survival of the fittest. Large and small tribes destroy each other every day. Their king gets the maximum result with the least loss and shows his generosity to his tribe and to others. Chen Li smiled flattered. He said that Liu Tang already had all the most valuable qualities. Liu Tang looked at him in surprise, not understanding what he was talking about. Looking again at the joyful fishermen in the river, Chen Li said that they should go. Border security needs to be checked. He believes that the people from the Sea tribe will give them many more surprises. After all, this is an elusive squad of divers. After some time, when the sun was almost hidden behind the peaks of the mountains, Shig tried to climb a rocky wall. People from the Sea tribe, holding spears in their hands, watched him. Below, at the foot of the cliff, stood Chen Li and Liu Tang. Chen Li told Shig not to leave yet. He wanted to ask him something. Shig looked over his shoulder in surprise and said, "Oh, king." He jumped down. Chen Li asked a question. "How are things going with setting up traps and signal towers?" Shig reported that, on his orders, signal towers were built in 3 directions, south, west, and north. He added hesitantly, "Only..." Chen Li asked worriedly, "Just..." Shig said. After they assigned 6 people to guard the towers in shifts, there was very little manpower left. He looked back at the Sea tribe people and said that in order to finish the job on time, they had to start earlier and climb the mountains before nightfall. Chen Li sadly concluded that there was a labor shortage again. He said that today he and Liu Tang would climb the mountains with them to help. Shig raised both hands in protest and said no, they can handle it themselves. Chen Li said with concern that now is a special period when every second counts. There is no time to think. Chen Li thought, if the mountain tribe had ever lived nearby, then they were much more familiar with the area than he was. In case they take advantage of their unpreparedness and launch another sudden large-scale attack. He summed up excitedly that there was no time. Chen Li ordered Shig to quickly show the way. In the dark sky above the mountain tops, the sun was replaced by the moon. Chen Li and the Sea tribe people were building traps. Someone said that you need to be careful there. Another person said he didn't have enough copies. Chen Li looked at the signal tower on the North Mountain and breathed a sigh of relief. He thought he didn't know why, but he had a bad feeling. As he continued to make the trap, he worriedly thought that perhaps it was just his imagination running wild. Suddenly someone screamed. Chen Li froze in fear, listening. He realized that this scream was coming from the south. He turned sharply and looked over his shoulder. Seeing fire and smoke, he realized with alarm that this was a signal from the tower. Chen Li rose to his feet and shouted that the southern signal tower was under attack. Frowning menacingly, he looked forward from under his brows and gave the order to gather everyone. A dark night came, only the bright moon shone in the sky, illuminating the mountain peaks with its light. Someone's foot stepped noisily on the ground. Chen Li, holding a spear in his hand, ran forward very quickly. He thought, even knowing the location of all the traps and having 2 agility points, it would take 5 minutes from here to the South Mountain. He looked menacingly towards the mountain and thought that all he could do was pray that nothing would happen in these 5 minutes. Aegon stood at the top of the signal mountain, holding spears in both hands. Behind him, a fire burned, sending a large plume of white smoke into the night sky. He looked excitedly at the green mountain peaks. Aegon thought worriedly, the trap worked very close to the tribe. He excitedly asked himself, have the enemies penetrated so deep? Jumping up in fear, he thought that maybe there were other enemies who had noticed the fire. Perhaps they are going there to kill him. Having jumped from the mountain, he floated in the air. Against the background of the bright moon, his silhouette resembled a predatory owl. Aegon decided that it was better to be safe than to be negligent. He landed noisily on his feet and quickly ran forward. Looking around, Aegon sharply braked. He worriedly thought that the enemies had set up an ambush. Throwing his spear at the green bush, he shouted, "Don't make any noise if they are making a surprise attack." The spear made a hole in the green foliage. Aegon looked there with interest. The spear turned around and flew back towards him with lightning speed. Aegon spun the second spear above his head and repelled this attack. From somewhere in the darkness, a large dark shadow was approaching him, swinging a weapon at him. Aegon asked, "So fast?" He resolutely put his spear in front of him, hoping to repel the enemy's attack. The king's axe flashed in front of his face. Chen Li asked in surprise, "Aegon?" Aegon joyfully spread his arms to the sides and asked a question, "Your Majesty." "Why is he here?" Chen Li said that there is no time to explain. He asked the question, "Does Aegon know where the trap was triggered?" He answered yes. It was he who lit the signal tower. A triggered trap is ahead. He pointed his hand at the green bushes in front of them. Chen Li ducked down and carefully moved forward. He said he was lucky to have met him. He will go first. Aegon looked at him excitedly. While leaving, Chen Li commanded that he wait for those who would come along a safe path and lead them to him. Aegon replied, "Good," he whispered worriedly, covering his mouth with his hand. "Perhaps there is more than one enemy. Let the king be careful." The moon brightly illuminated the clearing and the tree, on the branch of which someone was hanging, dangling from a rope. Chen Li cautiously peered out from behind the trunk of another tree. He thought that he did not feel the presence of other people. There is an ominous silence around. It doesn't look like a captured animal. Looking closely at the dark shadow, he mentally asked, "This man is not calling for help. Did he really come here alone? Or did he die?" Exhaling excitedly, he pulled out a sharp axe and decided that he would take a look. Coming closer, he widened his eyes in shock and asked the question, "What?" Xiao Wang, bound hand and foot, was dangling from side to side on a tree branch. She looked down in shame. Chen Li asked in surprise, "What is she doing there? Shouldn't she be healing her wounds?" Xiao Wan looked at him with irritation and said, "He." She flashed an angry look at him and asked the question, "How much longer will he look at her?" Chen Li laughed cheerfully and asked the question, "You don't often see such a picture, right?" Xiao Wan furiously threatened to kill him. Chen Li came closer and took her foot in his hand. He mockingly said that he would use her small leg. The queen screamed in despair for him to let her go. Chen Li first blew on his foot, and the queen's foot shook. He then tickled it with his finger. Coconut Grove sighed desperately. She looked at the king angrily and said that she was angry. She demanded that he let her go now. Chen Li laughed cheerfully and said, "Okay, okay." Looking over his shoulder towards the green bushes, he said that the king must be ahead. "We must hurry." Xiao Wan also looked towards the bushes and said, "If anyone sees this scene, she will kill everyone." Chen Li, holding back his laughter, said that he would let her go. He shouted loudly not to go there. Chen Li began to untie the rope wrapped around the thick tree trunk. Xiao Wan hung on the branch with a dissatisfied look. The warriors who came to the rescue heard the voice of their king, who shouted that it was very dangerous there. "They can be killed." Sheik asked excitedly, "What? Is the king trapped? Should we rush and save him?" Aegon grabbed him by the hand and said that judging by his voice, it was really dangerous there. But he didn't seem to be hurt. Aegon asked the question, "Is there something there that they shouldn't see?" Sheeg made a disgusted grimace and said he understood. The king is definitely relieving himself. For example, he cannot do this in front of everyone. He definitely needs to be alone. Aegon rolled his eyes with hostility. Sheeg added that girls are like that too. When bathing or going to relieve yourself, always avoid them. He made a face and said, "It seems like everyone has changed a little." He himself doesn't know why. Xiao Wan stood with her feet on the ground. Chen Li, suppressing laughter, said that it was his fault that he forgot to inform everyone about the traps and safe roads. The queen, stretching her stiff hand, pursed her lips condescendingly. She glanced sideways at him and said she didn't expect that he knew so many amazing tricks. He quietly added that he was guilty. Chen Li asked why she came here in the middle of the night. Xiao Wan replied that she heard a conversation between people from the Sea Tribe in the evening. One of them, Haihu, said it would be great if they could go back to the beach and catch some fish, shrimp and shellfish. If you ate them, you would have more energy for work. Chen Li frowned dissatisfied, crossed his arms and asked, "More energy?" He suggested that this was due to the salt content in these products. Another person replied that on the way to the beach you might meet a pack of jackals. You can't go fishing without risking being eaten. Xiao Wang said that she decided to find a new safe road. Chen Li looked ahead and said that he had walked along that road many times, and 5 days ago there were no jackals there. It seems that in the past few days, someone from the Sea Tribe has sneaked away. Xiao Wan asked in surprise, "What? Are they having problems? Execute them?" Chen Li looked at her with a smile and said, "No, that's not what he meant." He thought about a security vulnerability he hadn't noticed before. Maybe he should set up patrols. Chen Li stood in front of Xiao Wang and said that it was still important to open the road to the beach, but the best thing to do was to create a new camp there. Fishing is still in the background. They also need dodo birds and their eggs. In addition, you can establish a salt production facility. He looked at the queen and said, "It's decided. At dawn he will go down and deal with these impudent jackals." She looked ahead excitedly, but did not answer. Xiao Wang said that she could help him with patrols and secret missions. As for getting rid of jackals and expanding territories, it's better to think about it again. Chen Li bent down slightly, brought his face closer to her, and asked with a smile, "What? Is she worried that he won't be able to handle wild animals?" Xiao Wan stretched out her hand and pushed him away, hitting him in the face with her palm. She irritably told him not to flatter himself. The king laughed mockingly. Xiao Wang said she was worried that it was too reckless to separate people to guard 2 territories. Chen Li came up behind her and placed his palms on her shoulders. She said that what's more, the beach had already been attacked by a hill tribe. In case they come again. The king said that they were there a few days ago, so it is still safe there for now. The location of the hill tribe, their camp and the beach form a triangle. As long as there is an exchange of information and resources between the tribe and the coastal stronghold, they will be able to support each other. After all, opponents know how to use poisonous smoke. If they all live together, it will be easy to poison them all at once. Chen Li began to massage the queen's shoulders. She closed her eyes in pleasure and said that she did not understand what he was talking about. Well, since everything has been decided, they will do so. While the king and queen hugged each other tenderly, Aegon and Sheeg tiredly sat down on the ground under a bush. Aegon dozed off, and Sheeg sadly asked the question, "Has their king finished going to relieve himself yet? He's a bottomless barrel." After some time, Chen Li, accompanied by Liu Tang and people from the Sea Tribe, moved through the forest thicket. Haihu asked irritably, "Is he sure that he met jackals on this road? Why can't he smell blood?" The man from the Sea Tribe replied that he had seen. They must be around somewhere. He saw several jackals on this road 2 days ago. The bushes ahead of them began to stir. Suddenly a huge monster jumped out of there, opening its toothy mouth. He growled predatorily and attacked the man from the Sea Tribe. He fell to the ground and covered his face with his hand. Haihu said, "So brave." His eyes glowed red angrily. He clenched his fist and activated his magical power. Haihu dealt a strong blow to the monster, causing it to fly high into the air. The monster fell noisily onto a tree trunk, breaking it in half. Haihu growled angrily, opening his mouth wide with sharp teeth. Chen Li and his subjects stood in an open clearing surrounded by bushes. Many monsters came out from behind the bushes, growling predatorily and approaching them. Liu Tang looked at the king and told him to be careful. Chen Li frowned and told him not to worry. The Sea Tribe is not their enemy. As for these wild dogs, Haihu, stretching his fist, said, "If King Chen Li wants, he can deal with the cute animals on the left." He stood in a fighting stance, tensed all the muscles on his body and shouted menacingly, "Those on the right, his." At that moment, many jackals with red eyes pounced on him, chattering their teeth and dripping with saliva. A monster fell at Chen Li's feet. He looked at it and said it was nothing. Jumping high, evil jackals approached them. People from the Sea Tribe, striking the jackals with powerful blows with their fists, defended the king. Haihu shouted that they were here. He gave the order to kill everyone. Chen Li decided that he would not engage in battle. Now was a good opportunity to train new recruits. A monster was approaching him from behind, its red eyes flashing. Chen Li became alert and listened. When the monster approached him at a sufficient distance, he extended his hand to the side and grabbed him by the throat. The jackal hung down and pressed his tail like a puppy. Chen Li squeezed his neck, causing the jackal to choke. The king looked at the monster with a sneer and said that he was unlucky to have come across it. A moment later, the jackal's body flew from a high cliff into the abyss. He howled in fear. Haihu held one of the jackals in his hand and looked at it contemptuously. All the monsters started running, their tails between their legs in fear. Haihu threw the jackal aside and said that he was bored. Chen Li looked at him approvingly and said that they should move on. Haihu confirmed this by saying yes, touching the king with his hand. With his other hand, he pointed into the thicket of the forest and said that ahead was their former home. Chen Li replied, "Okay." He ordered everyone to be careful. A moment later, they reached the seashore. Chen Li looked ahead and asked a question. "Does he see that rock?" Haihu looked in that direction with interest. Chen Li said that they would build a fortress there. The fortress should be built close to the rock. You need to fit 20 people there. A signal tower will be built on top. After this, they will need to build a small place near the fortress for drying salt. He will teach them this method. Haihu bowed his head respectfully and said, "Okay." Chen Li said that he would send people to help them. But they only have 4 days. Chen Li imagined himself with a construction helmet on his head, smoking a cigarette and asked why he felt like he was a contractor inspecting a construction site and pushing deadlines. But in a past life, he was the one who carried bricks. This fact amused him. Chen Li said, if an emergency occurs, they should immediately light a fire and ask the camp for help. Haihu told him not to worry. 3 days later, a clear day in the village of the newcomer tribe. Chen Li studied the bow with interest, pulling the bowstring with his finger. After letting it go, he said with a satisfied smile, "Not bad." The system notified that he had successfully invented a wooden bow. Technology points gained, 5. Chen Li said that the rubber made from ox skin is really good, but it takes a lot of effort to use it skillfully. In addition, their wood has poor strength. Therefore, you will need to find a good replacement. A voice came from behind the door, saying that Xing had returned. He wanted to tell the king something. Chen Li turned his gaze from the door to the bow and said, "Let Ayu bring him." After some time, the wooden door opened slightly. Shun and Ayu stood in front of the king. Chen Li looked at him and asked a question. "So what? Are there other tribes of people in the north to unite with?" Xing threw up his hands and sadly answered. He walked north for more than a day, but there were no traces there. He found only one lake, as well as a snow-capped mountain nearby. There was some strange large creature in the lake. Before he could see, it sank to the bottom of the lake and disappeared. because there was a scary snowy mountain ahead. He did not dare to go there and returned back. Chen Li smiled approvingly and said, "Nothing. He's great." But he didn't expect that Xing would be afraid not of the water monster, but of the snowy mountain. Xing turned away shyly and excitedly said in his defense that these mountains were so frightening. When the king stepped aside, Xing mysteriously covered his mouth with his hand and asked a question. He hadn't heard about it, had he? Chen Li stopped and asked over his shoulder, "About this? About what?" Ayu quickly approached and clung to the king with her whole body. She sheepishly said that she was scared. He looked at her in surprise and asked the question, why was she so afraid? She pressed herself closer to him and closed her eyes. Looking up at him, Ayu said with excitement that she was not afraid of the snow mountain, but of those behind it. Chen Li frowned thoughtfully and asked the question. "What?" she said in fear. "The giant?" Chen Li gently wrapped his arm around her waist and took her hand with his other hand. He told her not to be afraid. Xing, clutching his head, said excitedly, "As soon as he thinks about it, his legs begin to tremble." He began to shake with fear. The system notified that a side quest, a giant, has been activated. Current mission progress, first ring. The task is to see the giant with your own eyes. There is no time limit. Reward, stat points +1. Chen Li thoughtfully asked the question, "Except?" He mentally asked what? 1 stat point for just seeing a giant. He received only 2 points for the task of driving out the saber-toothed tiger. Chen Li thought with a serious expression that the giant was just a guy a little taller than him. If he looks at it from afar, it won't be dangerous. He asked doubtfully in his mind, right? Chen Li worriedly decided that he needed to think about it. He asked himself with excitement, what if the giants were also a tribe with civilization? Perhaps he can subdue them by making some of them powerful assistants. He looked at Aya and Xong and mentally added, "Of course, you need to be careful. Otherwise they will destroy them." Chen Li smiled and said, "It seems that he will not be able to transfer this mission to Xing and Ayu." He, turning to Xing, told him to have a good rest. There will be a banquet in a few days. Let him have fun there. Xing nodded in agreement, turned around and headed towards the exit. Through tears, he said goodbye to the king. Ayu looked at him condescendingly, and when he left, she said that Xing is such a coward sometimes. Let the king not pay attention to this. Chen Li looked after him thoughtfully and said that he was not sure that he was a coward. Perhaps his perception of danger is much higher than that of ordinary people, which makes him so sensitive to certain things. So Xing is able to freely explore the outside world and can always protect himself. Chen Li remembered how Xing deftly dealt with a large green snake with a stick. Chen Li changed the subject and asked how the preparations for his wedding ceremony are going. Ayu looked at him sadly and said that the preparations were almost complete. Chen Li ordered her to prepare equipment for 4 people. He plans to take someone with him on a long trip. Ayu asked the question with excitement. Will he go in person? How dangerous is this? Chen Li said that he was just exploring the surrounding area. Don't worry. He ordered her to prepare portable food, a water bottle, and warm clothes. Touching his t-shirt, he said, "By the way, these thin clothes are really good." Ayu happily said yes. He inspired them to do this. Previously, the skin was useless, but now it is not so. As the king headed towards the exit, she asked the question, "When is he going to leave?" Chen Li answered as he walked that the wedding ceremony would take place in 2 days at noon, and they would leave the next day after the banquet. After 2 days, Chen Li trained with a shield on his arm. He said it wasn't bad. The hardwood leather is matched with the cowhide interior, and the weight of the shield is just right. Putting the shield away on the shelf, he said that after 2 days of hard work he had finally achieved something. The system notified that he had successfully invented a new artifact, a wooden shield. Current tech points 62. Chen Li looked at the objects in front of him. There was a wooden bat, a stool, a plate, a shield, a wheel, and a whip. He said he was finally done so that everyone could get a new weapon as soon as possible. There was a knock on the door. he said tensely. Let them come in. Ayu stood on the threshold, holding clothes in her hands. She said everything was ready outside. Time to change. Chen Li smiled and thanked her. After some time, joyful exclamations sounded over the roof of the royal palace. Hooray! Shig and Agun threw flower petals into the air and shouted that they were congratulating the king. Chen Li, wearing an elegant cape on his shoulders, took a step forward. He looked ahead joyfully. In the distance stood Xiao Wang dressed as a bride. On both sides of her stood girls from her tribe. From the royal palace to the bride stretched a road covered with flower petals. On both sides of this road there were people from the tribe who joyfully shouted congratulations. Chen Li said thoughtfully, marriage ceremony. He wondered if this wasn't a wedding ceremony. In his previous life, he would have to work hard now. He slipped on the petals and fell. Hai Zhujiao and Shig immediately picked it up. They laughed merrily. Chen Li looked at them with a smile and thought that now he has his own tribe, his own people and his own wife. Xiao Wan, wearing an elegant wedding dress, looked at him embarrassedly. Coming closer, he extended his palm to her and thought that all this looked like a hallucination. Xiao Wan extended her palm towards him. Taking the bride's hand, Chen Li thought that in this world, he finally had a sense of belonging to something. He looked at Xiao Wan tenderly and said that from now on, while he is not around, the newcomer tribe will be handed over to her. She looked at him with delight. He looked at his people and shouted solemnly that today, Xiao Wang is the new queen of the tribe. Everyone exclaimed joyfully, hooray! They have a queen. Someone ordered them to kiss. Xiao Wang and Chen Li looked at each other with love and tenderness. When their faces began to approach for a kiss, Dada began to cry with emotion. She said through tears that although she didn't want the king to be taken away, it was so touching. After some time, when night fell, the tribesmen went to their homes and wished the king good night. When everyone had left, he closed his eyes and exhaled in relief. Chen Li said that everything went well, without surprises. Behind him, Ayu said with a sly smile that the queen was waiting for him in the palace. She would not disturb them. He said with a thoughtful look, okay. Chen Li rolled his eyes in joyful anticipation and said, the palace is waiting for him. He imagined her asking him to role play and feel her love. Chen Li jumped with emotion and said that he could be even more beautiful. Opening the front door, he told his wife that he had arrived. Entering the palace, he saw Xiao Wang sitting on his throne, resting his chin on his palms. He cursed angrily at the sight of this. Xiao Wan looked at him menacingly and ordered him to shut up with her eyes. Chen Li's sweat dropped with excitement and mentally asked the question, is this the atmosphere? Does she want to kill him? She, holding her chin with her hand, said sternly that she was giving him a chance to speak for himself. Chen Li asked a question in a broken voice, say what? Xiao Wan rose to her feet and swung her whip. She angrily asked, is he pretending not to understand? Chen Li said in fear that it was their wedding night. Then he hesitantly asked the question, can you be more gentle? He looked at the spiked whip in her hand and mentally thought that he should not have given it to her. She looked at him sternly and asked a question, is he going to leave immediately after the ceremony? So in a hurry to get out of here? He looked at her tenderly and said, so this is it. He was already scared. He smiled and said that she had misunderstood. Chen Li put his hand on her shoulder and said, first, let her calm down. He will tell her everything. After some time, he finished his story, summing up something like this. Xiao Wan clarified by asking the question, is he going to convince the giants to join them in the battle against the mountain tribe? She sat on the throne and looked at him sternly. He sat opposite and said, yes, in fact, he himself is not sure. Therefore, just in case, he will take 3 more with him. He added that the real purpose of the trip must be kept secret. Although he doesn't know why, Ayu and Xing seem to be afraid of giants. She looked at him hopefully and asked why don't she go with him. Chen Li said decisively, no, one of them must remain in the tribe. Besides, she has more important things to do. He looked at her with a smile and demonstrated something, holding her in his hand. Xiao Wang asked with interest, "What is this?" Chen Li said that this is a sling. Now he will show you how to use it. A sling is a throwing military or hunting weapon. Chen Li said that he needed a squad of people who knew how to use it, and she should train them. The next day, the four of them, Hai-Hu, Chen Li, Agun and Ian, walked along a wide road between the trees. Chen Li, holding his hands in his pockets, said that they bear all the responsibility. Behind him walked Ian, who was dissatisfied with something. She chuckled sarcastically at his words. Chen Li glanced warily at her over his shoulder and saw that she furrowed her eyebrows angrily and clenched her teeth. Looking around, she took a dissatisfied sigh. Chen Li was excited and thought that she was walking so slowly on purpose. He imagined her furiously plunging a dagger into his back. Chen Li wondered if Ian wasn't looking for an opportunity to kill him. He thought sadly that nothing could be done. It was Xiao Wang's idea after all. The day before, when they were together in the throne room, he took her foot in his hand and asked a question. She said that she walks barefoot. Then why are her feet so tender? She looked at him disapprovingly and told him not to mock him. Since his subordinates are unreliable, let him choose 3 from the Coconut Grove tribe and the Sea tribe to accompany him. Chen Li looked away thoughtfully and said that he planned to take Hai-Hu. He had personally seen its combat power. The beach fort will be temporarily transferred to Shig's responsibility. Chen Li thought in his mind that if he took Hai-Hu with him, the newcomers from his tribe would not be able to cause problems in his absence. Xiao Wan looked at him sternly and said, "The other 2 are at his discretion, but Ian should go with him." Chen Li asked in bewilderment, "What?" Xiao Wan furrowed her eyebrows angrily, looked at him from under her brows and said menacingly, "This is not a request." She abruptly stood up from the throne and said that Ian is the strongest and bravest fighter, and besides, her wounds have already healed. If Ian goes with him, she will be calm. Xiao Wan cupped the king's face with her hands and said that she taught her a lesson for what happened back then, so he doesn't have to worry. Chen Li sighed resignedly. Currently, he walked along the road with a dissatisfied expression and sarcastically thought that he was not worried at all. Behind him, Ian followed closely, pursing her lips displeasedly and crossing her arms in front of her chest. He looked to the side excitedly and thought, if trouble arises again, he hopes Agun will save him. Agun stopped, looked up and said, it seemed to him that someone was watching them. He asked the question hopefully, maybe he was imagining things. Someone was watching them from behind the bushes, looking after them. Agun said, yes, it just seemed to him. Chen Li mentally said that he didn't think so. Let him look back, he doesn't think so. Hai-Hu looked at the king and asked a question. Does he know that there is a lake ahead? Chen Li replied, yes, Xing told him about it. Hai-Hu laughed cheerfully and said, then he probably saw that hulk. Chen Li looked at him with interest and asked, is he talking about the monster in the lake? Hai-Hu replied, yes, about him. When he was a child, he saw a monster swallow a leopard whole. He was too small then and therefore was very scared. If he is lucky, he will definitely fight him. He removed the cork from a bottle made of bull's horn and took a few sips of the clear liquid from it. Chen Li rolled his eyes condescendingly and mentally asked the question, is it his luck to meet a monster? He said out loud, it doesn't matter if it's a water monster or something else. He would be interested in facing someone stronger than him. For example, with a giant. Agun fearfully crossed his arms in a negative gesture and said, no, let the king not hope for that. Chen Li looked at the frightened Agong and said that he just said it casually. He leaned towards him and asked with a serious look if they really existed. Agun trembled and hiccuped with fear. In a voice cracking with excitement, he said that in fact, before meeting him, they were a large tribe that consisted of more than 30 people, and then one day they met a giant. But they were too weak to fight back and eventually fled. He remembered a huge monster that could easily break trees like thin sticks and could grab several people in the palm of his hand at once. Agun added, unfortunately, most of the people were eaten. Although he was a child then, he thinks that none of the survivors, like him, We'll forget that terrible scene. Chen Li looked at him excitedly and thought, this is it. No wonder Xing and the others tremble every time the giant is mentioned. Haihu looked over his shoulder, pointed at the yellow berries growing on the tree, and told them not to eat those fruits. He ate this as a child. The consequences were very serious. Chen Li asked in surprise, these? He bent over the yellow berries and looked with interest. The system notified that it was a croton, herbaceous plant, bitter taste, poisonous. Chen Li held back his laughter and looked at Haihu and thought about how he ate the croton. He thinks he felt very bad then. Haihu, not suspecting anything, calmly picked his nose with his finger. Chen Li looked to the side and said, by the way, in these places, the surrounding plants are not familiar to him. He hopes there will be no surprises. He gave the command to scan everything. The system, having scanned the plants, reported that leucostrife, a family of primroses, has an antipyretic and diuretic effect, improves blood circulation and eliminates stagnation. Burdock, a member of the Rosaceae family, stops bleeding, removes toxins, and has an insecticidal effect. Wormwood, a member of the Asteraceae family, stops bleeding, relieves fever, and is an antihistamine. Honeysuckle family, relieves fever, antitussive, neutralizes the effects of poison. Chen Li looked around at the plants with delight and said, my God! Yes, this is a large garden of medicinal plants. Agun and Ion looked at him in surprise. Chen Li looked at the plants with yellow flowers and said that it looked familiar. The system notified that identification was in progress. Frowning his eyebrows in shock, he said, is this really it? The system notified that millet is an annual herbaceous plant of the cereal family. In common parlance, millet. Chen Li happily spread his arms to the sides and shouted, millet. He found cereal. The system notified, side mission, farming. The challenge is to plant more than one type of grain, nurture it, and harvest it. Term, 180 days. Award, Legacy Plate +2. Chen Li said in shock, wow, it looks like they may finally be entering the farming era, which is not a bad thing. When they find clay, they will be able to prepare food and medicine. Crouching over the plant, he said, unfortunately, it is not yet ripe. He will wait a little and come back to collect. Chen Li became alert and thought that he just felt a chill run down his back. He looked around and asked the question, what? Isn't this Ion with his hostility? Agun excitedly pointed his finger forward and said, there. Chen Li looked in that direction excitedly and asked the question, what is it? The system notified that the rami plant, a family of nettles, has tough fibers that are used to make rope, fabric, and paper. Chen Li looked back at Agun, raised his thumb in approval, and said that he had found a very good thing. When they return, they will take a few so that their tribe can wear more varied clothing. Agun shouted excitedly that he wasn't talking about these strange herbs. He pointed forward. Chen Li looked there warily. Agun excitedly told the king to look there. Some sounds were heard behind the bushes. A jackal came out from behind the bushes, growling menacingly, baring its sharp fangs. Several more jackals appeared after him. Chen Li guessed that they must have been chasing them for a long time. He felt their gaze on himself. Chen Li smiled mockingly and said, jackals again? They probably came to take revenge on him and hike. As if to confirm his words, the jackals simultaneously roared, their red eyes flashing. Chen Li put a sharp axe in front of him and said, in this case, they will not let them go. We need to fix the problem completely. Chen Li gave the order to kill them. Haihu and Ion were the first to attack. Agun, holding a spear in front of him, followed them. Two large jackals, with their mouths open, jumped high and rushed at Haiha. He violently grabbed their necks with his hands. He smiled maliciously, sparkling blue eyes, and said, this time they came themselves. He swung his arms and slammed the monsters together. At this time, Ion, holding daggers in both hands, ran towards the two monsters. With a wave of her hand, she cut off the upper torso of one of them with lightning speed. A stream of blood gushed out. Having dealt with one, she prepared to fight with two more jackals, which were already approaching her. Ayan, looking menacingly in front of her, assessed the situation. A moment later, several more bloodied jackals flew to the side. Haihu clapped his hands approvingly and said it was cool. She widened her eyes in surprise. He smiled widely, showing white teeth, and told her not to thank him. Haihu looked forward in disappointment and said what a pity. They run away again. The surviving jackals ran away with their tails between their legs. Chen Li ordered them to catch up with them. This time they must deal with them. Frowning his eyebrows angrily, he ordered that they not let anyone escape. Chen Li, Ayan, and Haihu ran after the cowardly monsters. The king laughed maliciously and said that these dogs cannot escape. He quickly jumped over a thick tree trunk lying on the ground and almost caught up with one of the jackals. He thought that with 2 agility points, it would be difficult to catch up with them. It would be unwise to continue the chase. Something happened behind him. Fragments of a tree trunk flew into the air. Someone screamed. Chen Li became wary. Looking over his shoulder, he asked the question, "What?" The predatory flower released long vines and grabbed Ayan, tying her hands and feet. She hung high above the ground upside down. Chen Li asked, "What is this?" The system notified that it was a red royal flower. The species is large flowered. The core and surface of the flower secrete a caustic mucus that can destroy the surrounding ecological environment. Actively catches and devours animals. Chen Li asked in surprise, "Is this Rafflesia?" And the things around him, humoral fluid? He thought hard about saber-toothed tigers, huge bulls, and also Rafflesia. This is all different from his knowledge of the primitive world. Ayan shouted angrily to let her go. She dropped the dagger and desperately shouted, "Her knife!" Rafflesia prepared to eat by opening its bud. The knife fell and stuck right in the middle. She shouted something angrily. Chen Li opened his eyes wide and his mouth gaped in shock. Haihu and Agun, peeking out from behind the tentacles of the flower, swore angrily. Chen Li asked angrily, why did they stand rooted to the spot? He ordered them to save Ayan. Agun indignantly told the king, "The point is not that they do not want to save her, but that they were also grabbed by this flower." Green vines twined around their bodies. A long vine reached the king and slowly began to wrap around his leg. He looked at this in shock, holding an axe in his hand. Swinging his axe, he cut off part of the vine. Chen Li shouted not to be afraid, he will save them. Ayan desperately screamed for him to leave her and save those two. A moment later she fell headfirst into an open flower bud. Ayan excitedly shouted for them to run. The flower almost completely absorbed her body, leaving only her legs sticking out on the surface. Chen Li shouted excitedly, "Ayan!" He ran up to the Rafflesia and began to chop down the vines. He angrily shouted for the flower to get out of here. Chen Li thought hopefully that at least Haihu and Agun should be saved. Jackals were approaching him from behind. Hearing a menacing roar, he warily froze in place. Haihu threw 2 bullhorn bottles at the monsters, knocking them down. Chen Li turned and looked menacingly at the jackals. Haihu worriedly shouted for the king not to approach. He looked at the jackals lying on the ground and said that they had set it all up. Agun shouted that the king could escape, they would detain them. 3 jackals pounced on them and tried to grab them with their teeth. Chen Li fearlessly cut down the Rafflesia vines that tried to grab him. He thought that these vines were too fast, so the hyenas took advantage of their speed to lure them here. While fighting with Rafflesia, he desperately thought that he should have noticed that there was only dead wood around, which meant something was wrong. Catching himself thinking, he mentally asked, "What? Dead wood?" Slyly stretching his lips into a smile, he decided that it was worth the risk. Furiously swinging the axe from side to side, he concluded that in such a situation he could not do anything. Chen Li remembered that he had a stone. Swinging, he threw it at the tree trunk, mentally thinking whether it was a dog or a flower. "There's nothing that can't be fried." Chen Li swung his axe and struck sparks from the stone. Watching gloatingly, he said let it burn to the ground. When the vines burned, Chen Li rushed towards the flower screaming, "Away!" Waving his axe, he added, "From here!" A column of white smoke appeared from the center of the bud. Ayan fell to the ground. Her clothes were in obscene condition. Chen Li excitedly grabbed her in his arms and asked the question, "Is she okay? Can it move?" Time is running out. Hai-Hu and Aegon are still in trouble. He must help them. She muttered something weakly in agreement. Looking at her sad face and the remains of the dress, he said that he would give her clothes. After some time, Chen Li used a bow and arrow to set fire to the dead wood. He commanded everyone to run faster. Having plunged a burning arrow into a wide tree trunk, he thought that now there was no need to worry about the hyenas nearby. Looking around, he shouted, "Great! There's water ahead." Hai-Hu and Aegon followed the king on his back. Chen Li told his people to make an effort. Let them dive into the lake and they will be saved. Behind them, the dry forest was on fire. Ayan, wearing the king's cloak, followed them. A monster appeared from behind, jumped high and opened its toothy mouth. Chen Li looked back and saw a jackal rapidly approaching Ayan. He shouted at her to be careful. The jackal approached and grabbed the fur collar of the cloak with his teeth, pulling Ayan down where the fire was blazing. Chen Li frightenedly rushed to her aid. He extended his hand. Ayan grabbed it. Chen Li took off his cloak and threw Ayan to a safe distance. Chen Li irritably said to let the monster unhook already. The jackal continued to frantically tear at the fur collar of his cloak, growling angrily. Chen Li also grabbed his collar with his teeth, growled and pulled it towards himself. The cloak and fur collar shattered into small pieces. The jackal and the king found themselves facing the toothy muzzle. They fell to the ground. The monster was on top, its mouth wide open and intending to grab it with its teeth. Chen Li put both hands in front of him, trying to resist. Ayan, sitting on the ground, watched this scene in fear. Hai-Hu Aegon excitedly called the king. While Chen Li was fighting the monster, the flames were getting closer and closer to them. Noticing this, the king worriedly shouted for them to leave quickly before the fire got there. He confidently assured them that he could handle it. Chen Li looked at the jackal with interest and thought, he must have already weakened. We need to wear him out before the fire spreads everywhere. An arrow pierced the jackal's neck. He twisted his mouth and turned to the side. Chen Li rose to his feet and looked at the slain monster in shock. Looking over his shoulder, he said in surprise, "She?" Behind him on the ground sat Ayan, who was holding a bow in her hands with a desperate look. She was breathing heavily and looking ahead angrily. The system notified that the archery talent had been activated. Chen Li asked in surprise, "Does she know how to use a bow?" Ayan stood up, resting her hand on the bow, and said, "Yes, she watched him use it. That's how I learned." She twisted her ankle and had almost no strength left, so she couldn't escape. Let them leave quickly. Chen Li took her hand and indignantly asked what kind of nonsense she was talking about. She looked down embarrassedly and asked what. With a determined frown, he told her to hold on tight. Putting Ayan on his back, he carried her and said that they would leave here together. Let her hold on tight. Hai-Hu quickly walked forward and told the king to go faster. There is no more time. The fire caught up with them at high speed, engulfing more and more dry trees. After some time, they diligently made their way through the blazing dead wood. Hai-Hu was carried by Aegon on his back, and Chen Li Ayan. Aegon said with envy that he also wanted to be carried on the king's back. He plaintively asked the question, could he change places with Ayan? Hai-Hu looked back irritably, looked at him over his shoulder and asked a question. Does he want to get to the lake faster? He still has the strength to throw him right into this. Aegon muttered in fear, no, he just said casually. Chen Li carried Ayan and puffed from the heaviness. Ayan said she planned to take the opportunity to finish him off. She asked a question, did he plan the attack of the Black Bulls? Chen Li asked the question, why does she think so? Ayan angrily said that she knew that he would not confess. She noticed that some of the bulls were injured. Their weapons are not capable of cutting through the hard skin of a bull. She asked the question, so who could harm them? In addition, his people were very good at fighting bulls, which increased her suspicions. But she knew that her arguments would not convince the queen, so she planned that attack without her permission. Behind them, Rafflesia was engulfed in flames. Ion put the dagger to his throat and said one more move and he would be finished. Let him leave her here, and then he will not have any problems in the future. The fire was getting closer and closer to them. Chen Li made a lot of effort while carrying her on his back and said, "They need to hurry up and they will be safe. Then she will deal with him." Ion looked at him in surprise. Chen Li ran to escape the fire. Ion replied, "Okay." Bringing her face closer to him, she told him in his ear that she would be keeping an eye on him from now on. If he gives the queen or the Coconut Grove tribe, she will kill him. Chen Li smiled and said, "Okay, if he treats them badly, let him punish him." Ion asked a question. He just abdicated responsibility, right? Punish him? That sounds good. After a while, there was a splash of water. Hai-Hu plunged into the water and said with a blissful expression that they were saved. The four of them were in the water and looked at the huge fire that had engulfed a large area. Black smoke rose high into the sky. Hai-Hu said a little more, and he would have burned. We reached the water in time. Chen Li sadly looked in front of him and thought, 2 of the 4 have lost the ability to move. It is better to abandon the plan to find the giant. He turned to Hike and ordered him to take them to the place where Agun found Rami, let them rest there, and he would bring medicine. Hai-Hu looked at him sadly and said, "Okay." After some time, the sun shone brightly over the blue mountain peaks. Someone put their foot on a stone and smeared it with green liquid. Agun masterfully arched his body and told the king that nothing hurt him anymore. Chen Li ordered that they have a good rest. He and Hai-Hu will collect some rami. Leaning over the bush, he said that the medicinal properties of these plants are excellent. Hai-Hu looked at the green leaves with interest. He winced and asked what that smell was. Why does he smell hyenas? Is it because of the recent fight with them that this smell remained on his body? Chen Li became wary and answered with a serious look that he was not sure. His eyes widened in surprise. He was surprised and asked the question, "What?" There were small hyena cubs lying in the bushes. They whined pitifully. Taking one of them in his arms, the king looked at him carefully and said, "So this is what it is. It seems that those hyenas came here not to take revenge on them, but to protect their cubs. They must have felt threatened. The system notified that you need to find a hyena cub, activate a side mission, tame a wild beast too. Task: tame a hyena and make it a hunting dog. Completion period is unlimited. Reward: small treasure chest +1, hunting rifle +1. Does he accept this task? Chen Li asked in surprise. Did this trigger a new side mission? He held in his hand a small, defenseless animal. Chen Li smiled happily, looked at the hyena cub with tenderness, and said that he accepted the task. He said, "Okay, they're moving out." After some time, the 4 of them emerged from the forest, carrying armfuls of medicinal herbs on their backs. Hai-Hu also carried hyena cubs. A menacing roar was heard. A growl came from behind the bushes. Once again, someone growled menacingly with such force that everything around shook. Chen Li sadly looked in front of him and asked a question. How could he be so unlucky? A bear's head and paw appeared from behind a tree trunk. The bear ran its sharp claws along the trunk, leaving deep marks on it. The bear looked out from behind the trees and looked at the king and his subordinates. He growled menacingly again. Agun pursed his lips sadly and said, "Things are bad. It's a man-eating bear." Chen Li said that he was going to attack them. They can't escape with 2 wounded. Throwing aside an armful of medicinal herbs, he said that he would distract the bear and let the 3 of them make a detour and return home. Hai-Hu anxiously tried to object. Ion called out to him worriedly. Chen Li sternly interrupted them, saying, "Don't let them talk in vain." He looked at a huge brown bear with long claws and said that they were in the way. They only have one chance. Let them do as he says. With a sharp movement from the side, Chen Li pressed the weapon to his chest. He frowned and called out to Hai-Ha. He again put his weapon to the side and said that he entrusted the safety of these 2 to him. Hai-Hu obediently replied that he did. Ion clenched his teeth angrily and watched him closely. At this time, the bear began to swing its two large paws with long claws and opened its mouth wide, beginning to growl. Chen Li jumped to meet him and swung at his chest in a semicircular motion. He shouted that this is what he needed. Haiku began to quickly run back, taking Ion and Agun with him. He shouted that they needed to move faster. He turned to the side and shouted that they needed to come here. Chen Li, meanwhile, bent his whole body and began to approach the bear, telling him to look at him. He called it a huge monster. Hai-Hu, meanwhile, led the others into the very depths of the forest. Chen Li took the weapon in his hands with both hands and, jumping high, began to approach the bear's shoulders. He began to make a loud and threatening scream. The bear narrowed its eyes questioningly and let out a quiet growl. Suddenly, with a sharp movement, he lowered his paws down, thereby knocking down Chen Li approaching him. Chen Li began to fly backwards because the monster pushed him to the side. He screamed loudly, falling backwards. Hai-Hu heard this. He turned his head back with excitement and called the king's name. He stopped and told them to take these cubs and return, and he would help the king. Small jackal cubs hung from his shoulders. Agun raised his hands up and shouted that there was no need. He said that he himself had personally seen the strength of the king. This opponent was not suitable for him as a rival. He immediately added that if they remained near him, he would not be able to act freely. Chen Li, meanwhile, slashed down at the bear. The bear swung its paw at him first with one paw, but Chen Li was able to jump back in time. Later the bear began to swing another one. Agun at this time said, so they must follow the order of their king. Hai-Hu looked to the side with excitement, his lips tightly pursed. After some time, someone began to sigh heavily. Later, heavy sighs began to repeat again, but more often. Chen Li leaned his elbows on the tree trunk, quickly looking at Hai-Hu and the others leaving. He breathed a sigh of relief. Raising his weapon up and looking at it tensely, he said, "What now?" He looked at the bear, which was watching him expectantly, and thought that its attention was completely focused on him. Chen Li began to lean his hands on his knees, gradually starting to stand up. He said, "Well?" Chen Li thought, leaning his hand on the tree trunk, that all he had to do was distract this fool and the job would be done. Through the many tree trunks, he looked out through a wide gap and looked carefully at the monster. He began to call him and shouted for him to come to him. Chen Li put his palm forward, which was not bandaged, and began to wave his index finger, thus beckoning the bear to him. The bear growled furiously and began to rapidly approach him. Chen Li suddenly changed his finger to the middle one, thereby showing it to the bear. The bear roared even louder as it began to swing its legs and arms to attack Chen Li. Hai-Hu, meanwhile, was still trying to get out of the forest and told them to run away as soon as possible. He added again that they need to come here. Suddenly, in the middle of the dense forest, a huge bright blue thread appeared, cutting through the dense forest. The bear quickly picked up speed, trying to run away from the tree that was starting to fall down with a loud growl. Chen Li hid behind a thick tree trunk and, looking quickly ahead where the bear was running, thought that Agun and the others should be safe. He decided it was time for him to get rid of the bear. Chen Li readily said, "Go ahead." Meanwhile, behind him in the bushes was a large creature with bright eyes, which was watching him closely. Chen Li looked to the side questioningly and exhaled in surprise. Suddenly a leopard jumped out of the bushes, putting its front paws forward, trying to grab it. Chen Li jumped to the side with a sharp movement. He began to quickly run away from the leopard, who missed the attack. Chen Li cursed in shock. He angrily looked to the side and said displeasedly what kind of rat was hiding there. He shouted at the oddly shaped creature to come out. Chen Li froze in surprise, his legs spread wide. He said, "Is this really it?" A leopard suddenly braked in front of him, kicking up dust under its paws. The leopard, with long fangs hanging from its mouth, growled angrily. He moved forward with careful steps. Chen Li asked a question, "Is this his old friend?" Suddenly the leopard froze in front of him and meowed in surprise. Chen Li cursed and said thoughtfully that this intelligent look and burnt left eye. He concluded that it was definitely him. Suddenly, the bear jumped out of the trees it had broken in half and began to fly straight into the middle between the leopard and Chen Li. The bear stopped, beginning to inhale the air with a growl. Chen Li looked around doomedly and thought that he was surrounded on both sides. The leopard and the bear began to rapidly approach him. Chen Li thought, now he didn't care if he used all his speed powers in battle. He knew it wouldn't be enough. He mentally asked the question, could he use the power of Pangu? Chen Li frowned deeply and began to think further. If he uses the power of Pangu, he will weaken for a long period of time. He wondered who knew how many days he would be in a coma. Chen Li looked down thoughtfully, imagining many different monsters, and said, even if he does not die here, the mountain people will take advantage of the opportunity. The leopard began to walk forward with a loud growl. The bear, with an even louder growl, moved forward with its large paws and long claws. The next minute, both animals rushed to attack Chen Li, who angrily swore and began to quickly run away to the side. He shouted. He thought they wanted to fight each other. He asked a question, but it turns out they want to attack a defenseless person. The system panel suddenly appeared in front of him, illuminating his face. His recent words were written in this. He thought they wanted to fight each other, but it turns out they want to attack a defenseless person. The system detected that the owner was in an extremely dangerous situation and automatically turned on the extreme escape mode. He temporarily gains 20 points in agility. The strength points will be converted into physical form for 600 seconds. After completing the shooter mode, the owner's characteristics will be very much 33%. This was rounded up. Chen Li looked down, noticing how his entire body was illuminated by a white aura, and he was stunned and asked the question, "What?" He exclaimed with admiration that this was a feeling. The next moment he suddenly jumped up. The leopard and the bear collided with each other. Chen Li landed on the ground in the next moment and thought with admiration that this was amazing. He was behind a tree trunk and thought that he had such a feeling of lightness and explosive speed. He looked at the bear and leopard standing opposite his friend and said that this was simply incredible. Meanwhile, both animals turned towards him with a growl. They stood in a fighting pose, ready to rush into battle. Chen Li exhaled in fear, making a strange sound. The leopard and the bear immediately jumped with a sharp movement to attack him. Chen Li angrily spread his arms to the sides and asked a question. Do they still want to finish him off? He asked them if they wanted to fight each other. The leopard and the bear continued to run angrily after him. Chen Li immediately turned around and quickly moved his legs, picking up speed. He asked them a question. Will they go after him together? He shouted that he advised not to go beyond the limit. After some time, he ran along a path through dense trees. He tried to gradually restore his breathing and exhaled loudly. The system panel reported that his strength was 0 temporarily, fitness 8 temporarily, and agility 22 times in the reverse period. On the system panel, it was written that a report of 325 seconds had passed. Some time later, Chen Li reached a mountain covered in snow and turned back. He thought with relief that he was finally able to escape from them. He said, starting to walk quickly, that this extreme escape mode was amazing, but too expensive. Chen Li walked to the edge of the cliff, looking at the snow-covered mountains, and said that while they were chasing him, he reached this place. Chen Li decided that he should not waste his remaining time. He asked the question, why don't he go to the snowy mountain and find the giant? After some time, he walked among 2 mountains. Large snowflakes fell from the sky. Chen Li carefully made his way through the snow and exclaimed that he had run so far in one breath. The system panel reported that the countdown was underway. There were only 142 seconds left. Chen Li tried to get through the snow as quickly as possible and thought that fortunately his body had become light. Otherwise he would have been stuck in the snow. He got to the very top of the mountain and exclaimed with joy that he had finally climbed to the top. Suddenly he noticed something strange and frowned. Chen Li looked down and said in surprise, "Is this really it?" He noticed a huge iceman, whose body was covered with blue hair. A dinosaur was tied next to the giant. Chen Li said that this cannot be. He exclaimed in disbelief that it was the giant from legend. Chen Li froze on the edge of the cliff and still said with the same disbelief that oh well. He exclaimed that he was so huge. The system panel reported that he had found the giant. The giant's mission was completed. The first test added points by 1. Timely, he can distribute it. The giant's second task was automatically accepted. Chen Li looked at the system carefully. The next system panel window reported that the content of the second test was for him to attack a giant. The reward for this was an increase in stat points by 9. There was no time limit. Chen Li, confused, imagined himself running towards the giant and trying to attack him with a sword made of bones. He asked the question, should he attack the giant? He angrily pointed his finger at the system panel and asked the question, has the system gone crazy? Suddenly the dinosaur turned towards his voice and growled in question. He began to carefully move forward towards the ledge in the rock where Chen Li was hiding. The dinosaur growled angrily, and Chen Li covered his mouth with both hands. He put his hand to his chest and said with a thoughtful smile that the reward was 9 stat points. It warmed his heart. The giant still continued to sleep soundly, not paying attention to the sounds. Chen Li looked out from the rock ledge and decided he could try it while he was running fast. He took the stone in his hands and swung it excitedly. He threw a stone straight at the sleeping giant. The stone first hit the ground, and later was pushed off from this into the foot of the sleeping giant. The dinosaurs surrounding him turned in surprise at the fallen stone. They immediately turned angrily towards Chen Li and began to roar angrily. Chen Li pressed his whole body against the rock and realized that he had teased him. Suddenly, a system panel appeared in front of him, in which it was written that he had successfully attacked the giant. The second test of the giant was completed. He received stat points increased by 10. He can distribute this in a timely manner. The next task was automatically accepted. Chen Li exhaled questioningly as he looked at it. After a moment he asked the question, third test? The next system panel reported that the content of the third test was for him to kill the giant alone. The reward for this was stat points increased by 100. The execution time was unlimited. Meanwhile, dinosaurs roared loudly below. Chen Li began to look out from the cobblestones and thoughtfully asked a question, 100 stat points. He looked again at the sleeping giant and mentally noted that it was very expensive. He asked a question, maybe he should try. The dinosaur, meanwhile, tried to move forward, but the rope did not let him. He continued to growl angrily. Suddenly, the giant suddenly lowered his hand down next to the dinosaur and firmly told him to be quiet. A huge wave of snow rose a long distance. Chen Li, who was looking at this, was completely covered in a thick crust of snow. He later shook himself off, concluding that he had woken up. He began to move his fingers and thought further that even if he was given 10,000 points, he does not agree because his life is more valuable to him. Some time later, the sun gradually set behind the high mountains. Many assistants stood in front of Xiao Wang. They turned to her and said that they had returned. Xiao Wan asked them a question, did the night patrol find anything? The assistant apologized to her in confusion, putting her hand forward. Xiao Wan frowned and told them to expand their range and continue searching. The assistant obediently accepted the order and said that she was obeying. Ayan put her palm forward and advised that they better prepare for the worst outcome. Xiao Wan angrily turned towards her and shouted at her to shut up. She turned her aside and told her not to forget that he risked himself to save her. Ayan lowered her eyes in shame. Xiao Wan ordered that she no longer wanted to hear such words from her. Suddenly a sea tribesman appeared and shouted joyfully that the king had returned. He repeated again that the king had returned. Ian turned in his direction, stunned. People started running up to him and asking if he was okay. Another girl also ran up to him and asked a question, "Is he injured?" The inhabitants of the sea tribe also tried to surround him. One of them shouted at them to go and tell the queen. Chen Li helped him overcome the path of his huangshi. Suddenly, one of the people addressed him as His Majesty. Another person added how good it is to have him back. Dada appeared in front of him and asked the question why he didn't light the signal fire. She said that they would have come earlier and escorted the king home. Huangshi awkwardly replied that the king did not allow him. The king said that there was no need to gather a lot of people. Chen Li, meanwhile, closed his eyes tiredly. Xiao Wang approached the huge crowd and shouted for everyone to disperse and let the king go to the palace to rest. Suddenly someone exclaimed in surprise that the queen. The same voice repeated that the queen had come. Xiao Wan extended her hand to Chen Li and commanded the people to return to their posts. She added with a sweet smile that she would take care of him. Dada answered awkwardly that of course. Another voice added that it's good. Xiao Wan narrowed her eyes and said threateningly, "If she finds out that someone spilled the beans, then they will be finished." All the residents of their village looked at each other in fear. Some time later, Liu Tang stood near the entrance to the palace, guarding the door. Someone's voice was heard. He was glad that Aegon and the others were able to escape. Chen Li lay on the fur with his arms and legs out to the sides and admitted that he did not expect that he would be able to successfully return home with the hyena cubs. Xiao Wan angrily crossed her arms over her chest and looked at him indignantly. Chen Li immediately remembered something and said that he should let Xin look after them. He explained, leaning his arms on the fur with anticipation, that in the future, when he goes on long trips alone, he will have many assistants. Xiao Wan listened to him with arrogance. The next moment she raised her leg and placed it on his shoulder. She indignantly told him to take care of himself first. Xiao Wan shouted angrily, "No matter how hardy he is, he still needs to rest." Chen Li tried to argue that he was not seriously injured. He had just exhausted a lot of energy. He said he would recover after sleep. He later added that he was in charge of the tribe's affairs. Xiao Wan interrupted his speech with excitement and, resigned, said that she would convey everything to Xing. She continued to nudge him with her foot and explained that he was the king of this tribe, but he did not need to carry everything on himself. She smoothly lowered her leg onto his chest. The next moment, Xiao Wan kicked him in the chest with all her might and shouted that she didn't want to lose a man ahead of time. Chen Li shouted with pain in his voice for her not to step on him like that. Xiao Wan waved her hand in confusion and told him to take a good rest. Chen Li continued to press his hands to his stomach, feeling severe pain. He sadly noticed that she was becoming such a sadist. Xiao Wan walked outside the palace and sighed heavily, looking down. Liu Tang looked at her with excitement and wanted to ask about the king. Xiao Wan stopped him and said, reassuring him that he was fine. She began to pass by him and ordered that the king needed to rest, so he should not let anyone in. Liu Tang obediently accepted the order, answering yes. Chen Li, meanwhile, sat on the mech, looking at the system panel that appeared in front of him. In the general characteristics, it was written that his physical form was 1 level, intelligence the same level, authority 0, strength 4th level, agility 1 and technology 62. In the domain it was written that he had a tribe of newcomers of about 1,300 square kilometers. The population was 68. Characteristics of the Stone Age civilization of 0 level. The system was written for him to distribute the stat points. Chen Li looked at the system carefully and said, despite the fact that he lost 4 stat points, he gained another 10, so he did not lose anything. He thought that he had previously recklessly relied only on strength at critical moments, forgetting about self-preservation. He imagined himself, who first ran to attack the monster. Later, when the monster attacked him back, he used speed and evasion. Chen Li exhaled heavily. He began to move his index finger closer to the system and decided that he would first increase his dexterity. The system panel reappeared in front of him. In this, it was written that the agility stat reached the maximum value of the 5th level. The next time he increases his agility, he needs to spend twice as many stat points. Chen Li asked in surprise and thoughtfully the maximum value. He began to rub his head thoughtfully and asked the question, if he got twice as many points to increase his agility to 10, would it again reach a new maximum value? He asked again, will it increase by a factor of 2 and then by a factor of 8? He began to think further with anticipation that it seemed like getting 22 agility points would not be so easy. Looking at the characteristics window, Chen Li noted that previously this strength had increased to 6 points. There was no critical value. The characteristics seemed to have different critical values. It would be best for him to increase all characteristics to this value. With this thought, he clicked on the power option, and then the points of this increased to 10. The process of development of the host's body took place. Li was immediately engulfed in a bright red glow, causing him to exclaim, "These sensations were stronger compared to last time. It's like the body is being stretched to the sides." When his foot became so big that it tore the sole, he screamed again, "What happened to his shoe?" But along with the feet, the legs also became longer, so Chen Li also noted that the pants were torn. The system explained that the strength characteristic had been increased to 10 points. A critical value had been reached. The next time he increases this characteristic, he will need to spend twice as many points. Li, having caught his breath, held his hand in the air and said, "The power reached a critical value of 10 points. He didn't expect it to be so bad. His shoes and pants were ruined. He no longer has points for distribution. There are 2 characteristics left that have not yet reached a critical value. How will the intelligence characteristic affect him?" The answer immediately appeared in the system window. The higher the intelligence, the greater the likelihood of random tasks with high rewards. Li, in response to this, just waved it off tiredly and lay down on the bed again, continuing to think, characteristic points are rare resources. It is too wasteful for him to increase his intelligence in exchange for the likelihood of receiving a high reward. When he gains stat points, he will first increase his stamina to a critical value. He needs to ask them to make him several sets of clothes. He should get some sleep now. Having made this decision, he actually closed his eyes and fell into sleep. The next day, life in the tribe was in full swing as always. The amphibians were fishing, encouraging each other with exclamations of approval. Women at this time made clothes, advising each other to pay attention to the integrity of the edges when cutting. Some members of the Seabay tribe even lit a fire, and one of the men began to fry fish, saying that those who were hungry could come and eat. Is everything ready? The girls from the Coconut Grove tribe were practicing throwing stones at this time. Xiao Wang stood behind, waving a whip, and announced to them when to get ready and shoot. At her command, the students immediately sent stones forward, and many of them hit the straw targets. Then one of the girls approached Van and reported that there were 6 shots in total. 1 hit the edge and the other missed the target. But at the same time, the voice of Chen Li was heard approaching, who noted that this was a very good start, and looks decent. Xiao Wang, displeasedly hitting him on the chest with her fist, asked why he doesn't rest, but walks around here. Why is he so restless? He calmly explained that as the king of the tribe, he should know what his people were doing. Van, looking at him briefly, asked what? Are these new pants? That means he didn't sleep. Grabbing his leg and squeezing it tightly, she angrily asked who he was with. Was it Ian? Li, barely enduring the pain and clasping his hands together, cried out, "Of course this is not so. She must let him go. Actually, he just improved his abilities." She still asked in disbelief, "Is this so?" She'll believe it next time. Then Xiao Wang also said that a squad of throwers had been formed, but they would need more time to develop combat capability. They can safely transfer the patrol and mobile post to a Fen. She's special at this. Chen Li also asked how Agun and Ion are doing. Have their wounds gotten worse? Wang said he refused to heal his wounds and said he didn't want to be a burden to the tribe. This morning Aegon went to guard the signal tower on the southern mountain. Ayu was in charge of bringing him food and water. She'll look after him, so they don't have to worry. Ion is the one who worries the most. Perhaps earlier she was too rude to her out of excitement. In any case, she is in a bad state now. Lai tried to calm Xiao Wang down and put his hand on her shoulder and said that Ion is good. She actually cares about her a lot. For Her Majesty's sake, she takes on a lot. Wang should treat her better. These words made her sad, and she immediately said that she needed to return and continue to gain strength. Chen Li also noted that in a few days he will go north to collect precious millet grains. Since he has nothing to do now, he will invent these few days. The next time everything in the area was calm. After 4 days of hard work, Li sighed with relief and noted that he was almost finished. It is done, holding in his hand a flat stone on which hieroglyphs of numbers were carved. He decided that as soon as he returned, he would teach people simple addition and subtraction. And then in the future he would not have to do calculations alone. A system window immediately appeared in which the creation of writing was announced, for which it was awarded 10 technology points. He created mathematics, which also gives him 10 technology points. Chen Li could hardly believe it, asking, did he get 20 technology points in one go? Then the system surprised him even more by announcing that the current technology points had reached 100. The technology store was open. Li immediately asked what a technology store is. How will he use it? It explained that there he could exchange points for practical tools or inheritance tablets. Purchases cannot be returned or exchanged. The store currently had saltpeter, 10 grams of which cost 5 technology points. Medicine for 1 piece cost 10. Hematite for 1 kilogram cost 20 points. A large pan cost 30 points per piece. A set of seasonings cost 50 points per set. A sign with unknown inheritance was worth 100 points. A tablet with the inheritance of the first level of mathematics cost 100 points per piece. But there was also a limitation placed on this. The first level farming inheritance plate cost 100 points per piece, and also included a limitation. The items below were non-redeemable and were for display purposes only. This list included a stove that cost 500 points and had a limit. There was also a plate with the inheritance of the second level of shipbuilding at a price of 500 points per piece. Below all was a mysterious object that was blurred out. Very happy, Chen Li screamed with joy. This couldn't be happening. Should he exchange points for resources? It's amazing. So, he should carefully examine everything. But everything was decided, and pointing his finger forward, he said that he would exchange points for this. An announcement appeared in the system window stating that he had successfully exchanged 30 technology points for a large iron cauldron. Current scores are 70. When the item materialized in Li's hands, he exclaimed approvingly, "This is a very good thing." Then, as if struggling with doubt, he added, "What? Would anyone think that he wasted 30 points on pots? No, there is an explanation for this. He bought a boiler not only for cooking and evaporating salt, because it is made of iron. If he wears it on his back, it becomes armor, and if he straps it to his forearm, it becomes a shield. And the main ability he can activate at the critical moment is that he can kill the enemy with this cauldron." Just when he was at the peak of joy, Liu Tang came in and stopped in surprise, then explained that he heard sounds in the room and came in to check. Chen Li, embarrassed, said that he communicates with other gods and spirits. He does not understand this. Tan only chuckled in response to this. It was midday when Li lit a fire in a hole he had dug with 2 holes, and said with relief that he managed to do it. He dug a stove in the ground and boiled water. System immediately announced that he had successfully invented a stove. 10 were added to the technology points. The current total is 80. He felt joy again, exclaiming, "It can't be. Did he get 10 tech points for the oven in the ground?" He liked one professor in the past, so he learned a lot of knowledge. He didn't expect to be able to put it into practice. Finally, when bubbles appeared on the surface, Chen Li announced it had boiled. Looks like he can put the rest in the cauldron now. having thrown fish and mussels into it. He noted that it would be fish soup. It seemed as if his joy knew no bounds. Soon the system explained that he had cooked soup. New methods of cooking had been discovered, and for this he was given 10 technology points. The current amount is 90. Li smiled and clarified, 10 more points. He's lucky today. Then a loud voice was heard nearby calling His Majesty. They succeeded. Turning around, Chen Li asked, "Is this Shig?" He, holding out a small bowl from part of a coconut, asked him to look at it. This salt was from their salt works. The system promptly notified him that he had successfully purchased sea salt and received 10 technology points for this. The current total is now 100. Li grinned and exclaimed that this was great. He arrived just in time. Then, sprinkling the seasoning into the broth, he added that Shig should not rush back, because he should try this soup with them. He immediately agreed. Chen Li quietly noted to himself that he returned 100 points back so quickly, and it was not in vain that he chose this cauldron. Then, turning to Liu Tang, he ordered him to call everyone to come with plates, since almost everything was ready. Tang immediately went to carry out the order, and soon, with the onset of lunch, aromatic soup was prepared in the cauldron. Amphibians and girls, sitting on the ground with cups filled with food, repeated that it was very tasty. Ayu, adding more to everyone, reassured them that they shouldn't worry, there was still a lot left. Shanlin Da, raising the plate above her head, exclaimed that she wanted more. But Ayu, approaching her, displeasedly reminded her that she had already eaten 2 servings of soup. If she eats more, there will be nothing left for others. She was heard by Chen Li, who explained that there was nothing wrong with this. He would cook it separately for those who were now patrolling and on patrol. The people in the stronghold will also get it. After 2 days he will personally take them a pot of soup. Shig rushed to thank His Majesty for this, saying that he was wonderful. Looking at his fellow tribesmen with warmth, Li thought that as soon as he found time, he would teach them how to use chopsticks, and they could eat fried beef. Afterwards, turning to the system, he asked it to open a technology store. When the necessary window appeared in front of him, Chen Li wondered. He had 100 technology points again. Should he exchange them for something? He can teach them simple math and farming himself, so there's no point wasting points on that. Speaking of farming, he needs those precious seeds. The calm was interrupted by a Fen, who ran to him and made a report that the trap in the north had worked. But no human activity was detected nearby. The prey in the trap must still be alive. What should we do about it? Suddenly Xiao Wang appeared in front of Lai, who displeasedly explained that she should not have bothered the king with such trifles. They just have to kill it, and that's it. A Fen, stepping back in fear, obeyed the order. Van then turned to him with resentment in her voice, asking if he didn't have to do everything himself. How long had it been since he spent time with her? Chen Li was embarrassed, putting his hands on her shoulders, promising that he would be by her side all her life. But now they need to arrange their home. This time he will acquire some things and make new changes. She agreed, and then he kissed her tenderly. A Fen, who saw this, was embarrassed, as was Xiao Wan herself. Li, patting her on the back, said that he would also go check the trap. Then he wondered if the prey was still alive. Maybe he can tame someone else. Finally, turning to Van, he said that he was counting on her. She, stuttering from the surging feelings, asked him to come back as soon as possible. Then Chen Li explained that the nettles that Agun brought had already run out. They needed to collect more. Afterwards he also thought that the most important thing was to collect the precious ears of corn. The day was still going on when they arrived at the right place. A Fen, who showed them the way, pointed her finger forward, saying that it was nearby. Finally, finding herself near the pit, she explained that it was here. When Li looked into the trap, he was surprised, asking, "What's going on here?" The rest of the tribe looked in and asked the same question. A Fen, bowing her head lower, noted that it had already been aggressive. It must have run out of strength. At the bottom of the trap lay a hyena, whose paw was pierced by a thorn. Hai Hu asked in bewilderment, "Has it come to fight them again?" However, Chen Li hummed thoughtfully. And then Xiaoxing explained that this hyena is the same as the mother pig, it has traces of breastfeeding. Li asked in surprise how he knew this. Cheng replied that he was very sensitive to milk, and specifically to the smell of it. Chen Li wondered, milk? Could this be the mother of those cubs? He then issued instructions to try to lift the animal, even if it was dangerous. Shig and Haihu immediately began to carry out the order, and they managed to tie a rope around the hyena's body, using which they lifted it up. Shig immediately noted, after touching the animal, that it had weakened, so it was not dangerous to them. Lai asked Xiaoxing to try to save the hyena by feeding him something. He asked in surprise, hadn't they already raised those little jackals? Chen Li, remembering them, asked how they were now. He said that they don't seem to like the meat he feeds them. They are getting weaker and weaker. He is trying to figure out what to feed them. Then Li said that everything was as he had expected. Raising a baby is not so easy. They almost killed them. Afterwards, he again explained to the men that as soon as they returned, they should tie the hyena and feed it with meat, and also let the kids feed it. Qing will be in charge there for now. He, full of confidence, replied that the king could rely on him. Looking after them, Chen Li hoped that the fact that he brought the wolf into the house would not lead to bad consequences. Finally, turning to Afen, he asked her to set traps while the others went north with him. She obediently agreed. While dinosaurs flew through the blue cloudy sky, Li and the other men carefully collected millet and grass. Looking at the golden ears, he quietly noted that this was all excellent. If he had come a few days later, it would not have been preserved. Then, turning to Haiha with a green shock in his hands, he also asked himself, they still have a little time before returning. Why don't they collect medicinal herbs at the same time? As the day was already drawing to a close, they finally headed back through the dense forest. Stopping abruptly, they froze when they heard a menacing roar nearby. Chen Li gritted his teeth and said quietly, "This can't be." Those sounds again. Then, turning to the rest of the tribe, he explained that it was a bear. They should all hide in the bushes. The men jumped into the lush vegetation in an instant, which made Li extremely surprised, thinking, they are extremely fast. The roar was repeated, and then all of them together, looking out from behind the bushes, the animals were waiting. Wolf Bone, with for next to Chen Li to clarify whether they need to drop the load. But he confidently ordered them not to do this. They must wait until it goes away, and then they can continue on their way. Suddenly Li saw him sitting with his bent arms resting on the ground, but at the same time straightening his legs. Chen Li asked with sincere bewilderment why he took such a pose. Wolfbone reluctantly replied that he would not be able to understand this. This allows you to quickly run out when confronted with danger. This pose is necessary to save yourself. Li only smiled awkwardly in response, but he did not draw attention to this, but clarified, "Is this the same bear that chased the king last time?" Chen Li explained that he would know when he saw it. Then Wolfbone again asked if it was possible that this bear loved nettles. Li briefly waved it off, saying no. But he continued again, explaining that he had another question. Chen Li tried to speak in a whisper, but couldn't stand it and shouted for him to be silent for a minute. If a bear hears them from behind him, then he will be thrown out first to fight. Wolfbone, almost in tears, accused him, saying that the king shouted so loudly that he attracted the attention of the bear. Li, feeling only how anger was gradually taking over him, cursed, "This is the end." Suddenly Shig actually whispered to them that it was coming. In the next moments, an angry bear appeared from behind the trees and tried to run, first on 2, then on 4 legs, but fell almost immediately. Then Wolfbone asked if it was wounded. This is the perfect opportunity to pick up some loot, isn't it? But Li didn't have time to answer anything. When someone's voices were heard again nearby, they must not let this escape. It's right here. The bear tried to get up and run away again. As Chen Li immediately noted, they needed to be careful. Is someone hunting the beast? Turning his gaze to the side, he saw several men armed with sticks, who were talking as they ran, about how they needed to run forward. It couldn't have run far. Wolfbone chuckled thoughtfully and asked why people from the mountain tribe were here. In the next moment, Lai was confused, because Haihu suddenly jumped out of the bushes and shouted, "It's time to take revenge on them. Eye for eye?" He first tried to call out to him to stop him, but when the rest of the amphibians were ready to run after him, Chen Li, reaching forward, managed to grab his hand and pull him back. The king, hearing an incomprehensible noise, looked towards the bushes, but he was almost immediately distracted by the cries of his fellow tribesmen asking him to run faster. Haihu was immediately indignant at what His Majesty had done. They can't just watch when they have the chance. Li answered menacingly, "He is a fool. He must not allow hatred to cloud his judgment. The enemy's forces are superior to them. To attack this tribe thoughtlessly is the same as giving yourself away for nothing. The only advantage is that the enemy is exposed and they are in the shadows. Even if they want to engage in battle, they need to wait for the most appropriate time. Now they must follow him quietly." The wounded bear at this time ran forward as quickly as he could, and once again fell exhausted. The members of the mountain tribe surrounded it and began to laugh, while telling each other that it would no longer be able to escape. One of them even mockingly shouted at the animal to keep running. Suddenly he was grabbed from behind by a huge gray hand of the tribe boss, who noted that the bear ate venison mixed with white flowers and was wounded alive. The amazing thing is that it was able to run so far. It must die with dignity. Then, throwing it back, the chief asked whose turn it was to mock this. The man hit a tree with his back, causing him to cough up blood. The boss ordered the others to leave. Pointing his weapon at the bear, he promised that the end of this would be quick but painful. Chen Li's system immediately notified him that it was an obsidian blade. Obsidian is a natural volcanic glass with a very sharp fracture point. Li, watching them all this time, thought that they mixed venison with small white flowers. They are really good at preparing poison. Suddenly another system window appeared next to him, in which it was said that a side mission called Rescue was starting. His task is to save a dying bear. The reward will be +2 stat points and the bear's sympathy. Is he ready to accept? Chen Li said with a frown. Mission makes him risk starting a war with a mountain tribe in conditions of numerical superiority, and save the bear that recently almost killed him. Has this system really gone crazy? However, a note immediately appeared in the window stating that if such a one-time rare task was rejected, it would never be launched again. Li was frightened and at the same time surprised by this, a rare task. It's bad. He has no time to think. Finally, rushing to attack when the boss of the tribe had already raised his blade over the animal, the thought flashed through his head that this system was very annoying. Finally, at the last moment, Chen Li managed to stop the blade with his axe, and with some effort, he pushed the man away. The rest of the savages, seeing the strangers, indignantly began to ask who they were. They dared to take away their prey. Do they want to die? Li decided to trust this broken system for now and hope that the bear's sympathy would be worth the risk. It sent him a notification again that he had accepted a rescue side mission. The bear was poisoned by common durian and wounded in the stomach. Now Chen Li must stop the bleeding and neutralize the poison within 10 minutes, otherwise the animal cannot be saved. He was surprised, but then realized that he had forgotten that it was poisoned by such a plant. Now the only task is to save the bear, and it is better for him not to enter into violent conflicts with the mountain tribe. But he only has 10 minutes to complete tasks, and no time at all to just chat. By this time, one of the members of the mountain tribe could not stand it and shouted, "Is this a group of those freaks who took away their prey? How dare they?" Their king, also taking a closer look, noted that someone was familiar to him. Is this huge guy nearby from the Sea tribe? He's sorry if that's not the case, he just doesn't remember weaklings. Such an insult made Haiha clench his jaw with anger, and, shaking, he asked how much longer they would endure. By this time, a new system window appeared in front of Li, in which it was indicated that, as a penalty for not completing the task, the organs in his body would suffer. He immediately imagined how his whole body would hurt, and Xiao Wang would mock him and suggest that he just eat more millet. Chen Li, seriously frightened by this outcome, shouted furiously that this would not happen. The savages were extremely surprised and began to discuss among themselves what happened to this guy. Li, turning to his comrades, warned that there were many opponents, they must be careful. And also, he has only one requirement, they must not die. The next moment, swinging axes, they rushed to the attack. Chen Li hurried to the bear, and using the potion, he said with relief, "Fortunately, the wound is shallow, and it is not fatal." Soon a system window appeared indicating that the countdown had started, and he had 9 minutes and 11 seconds left. Taking a deep breath, Li noted out loud that the next step was neutralizing the poison. But he doesn't know how to do it. Unexpectedly, he was distracted by one of the men who fell nearby from a strong attack, and turning around, Chen Li noticed that it seemed that they were in an advantageous position. But all his fellow tribesmen were wounded. He doesn't have much time. Just at that moment the boss came out to them, who menacingly announced that this was enough. They are truly capable, but their time is up. Then he noted that for a bunch of tramps who had just gotten together, they performed pretty well. If they leave now, he will spare their lives. However, Hai-Hu, not at all frightened, shouted to him not to gurgle. The two of them have old scores to settle. Huangshi, even raising the axe up, asked, "They just warmed up, and the guys already want to leave." Wolfbone agreed, saying that this guy still had some strength left. Even though it's evening, they are also full of energy. Shig, who was closest to Chen Li at that time, told him not to worry, the situation was under control. At that time he was looking at the timer, which showed that he had 6 minutes 21 seconds left and realized that time was running out. But at the same time, Li did not understand how to neutralize the poison. Shig is already barely holding on. If this continues, he will not only fail the mission, but can already hear the evil snickering of the system. He faces the greatest danger in history. He must protect his body. The head of the mountain tribe suddenly raises his right foot, and sharply stamping it, creates a powerful shock wave, which, leaving deep cracks on the ground, goes straight to the others. Almost immediately, dissatisfaction is reflected on the man's face. All because Li, coming forward and raising his hand with an axe up, easily stopped the attack, and clicking his tongue, he thought, "It looks like they can't avoid a showdown." Then the boss sternly said the name. Chen Li, not understanding what he was talking about, asked again, "The name?" "Name of what?" The man explained with a smile that he wanted to know what their tribe was called. He thought they were a bunch of vagabonds, but it seems he was wrong. "He's the king of a hill tribe. What about the guy?" Li replied in a similar tone, "They are a newcomer tribe. He is King Chen Li." Then the boss said that it was not his style to attack a couple of people in a crowd, so they would settle accounts another day. But today he liked everything. Then, turning around and walking away, he ordered his subordinates to pick up the one who passed out. They returned. When the head passed by the guy who was still feeling bad due to internal bleeding, he just ordered him to stop all this. They left. He answered fearfully that he understood the king. When the entire detachment of the mountain tribe left, Shig, approaching Li, noted, it seems, they got away unscathed. However, he recalled that they still had one unresolved problem. The bear was still lying unconscious, and the timer showed that they only had 4 minutes 12 seconds left. The moon had already risen into the sky when the mountain tribe was still walking through the forest. One of the subordinates turned to the boss and asked if he would leave like that. It's too easy for them. However, the man explained that today he only took a white flower with him for hunting, and did not take ginseng. Besides, the supernatural powers granted to him by the sorcerer will soon dry up. This guy is difficult. He was able to hastily block his blow, in which he put 70% of his strength. Looking at the relaxed posture of this guy, he is sure that this king is hiding a lot of things. And their weapons were unusual. Where did he even come from here? Next time he won't let them go so easily. Chen Li, sitting with his comrades near the bear, said that it was poisoned by white durian poison. Does anyone know how to neutralize the poison? But their confused faces were a clear negative answer. Again bending over the animal, Li wearily said, "What should he do?" Huangshi, pointing his finger at the bear, asked with sincere bewilderment why the king should neutralize the poison. Isn't this their prey for which they sacrificed their lives? Chen Li replied that he did not have time to explain now. All they need to know is that this is a huge life and death problem. Finally, after taking out honeysuckle and burdock, he said that these two herbs have poison neutralizing effects, but he doesn't know whether it can neutralize the poison of white durian. All he can do is make a desperate attempt. Afterwards, he ordered Huangshi and Wolfbone to help him open the bear's mouth while he administered this medicine. They immediately do this, unclenching the jaws of the beast with all their strength. Li, a little confused, explained that they didn't have to use that much force. When they managed to give the medicine to the animal, time still continued to pass. They were all very tense. Finally, when only 1 second remained before the deadline, the system notified that the poison in the bear's body was no longer fatal. The danger had been eliminated. Breathing out a sigh of relief, Chen Li noted that he could now take a breath. Shig, hearing him, clarified, "Did they save the bear?" He replied that so far the animal's life was not in danger. Then Haihu asked hopefully, "The mountain tribe could not go far. Maybe they will catch up with them and avenge his comrades." Chen Li stopped him, saying that since they would come to them themselves, they would think through a plan of action and accumulate strength. Wolfbone, approaching Huangshi, asked in a whisper what the king meant, but he only responded by advising him to ask less. Li ordered them to take the nettle back to camp, and he would take care of the bear himself. All 4 of them unanimously replied that they would definitely obey His Majesty. Finally, Chen Li turned to Shig, asking and telling the queen to send reinforcements and post sentries. And this needs to be done quickly, they will have guests soon. When the moon and its satellite were already high in the sky, Li lit a small fire in the clearing and sat leaning against the sleeping bear. Suddenly he heard a rustling sound, and opening his eyes, he saw in the darkness several pairs of glowing eyes. They were hyenas who slowly began to head straight towards him. But Chen Li prepared the axe and said calmly, he knew that they would want to take advantage of the opportunity. Today's dinner is ready. After a few hours, the sun began to slowly rise from behind the hills, and the hyenas' faces were distorted with terrible grimaces. They were captured and presented at the stake. Li, through clenched teeth, exclaimed, "How so? This game is very tasty." Previously, he was able to deal with the animals that attacked him, and even cooked them. Feeling the delicious smell, the bear finally opened his eyes and met his gaze. Chen Li advised him without fear to be honest and not refuse his offer. Then, pointing to the side at 2 animal carcasses, he explained that he did not know whether the bear ate cooked food, so he left him raw meat. It can eat it. By the time the fire had almost burned out, they were both already extremely full and sat with full bellies. Finally, there was a notification from the system that the target, that is, the bear, was no longer in danger. The rescue mission has been successfully completed. The resulting stat points +2 and the bear's liking. Li must distribute the points himself. Physical fitness is 1+, strength is 10+, intelligence is 1+, agility is 5+. Of course, he was happy about this, because according to his plan, he would first increase his physical form to a critical value. Then he was distracted by a bear who came up, held the carcass of an animal in his teeth, and placed it right in front of him. Chen Li was surprised by this and asked if it left it for him. Is this the so-called sympathy of a bear? But he shared this booty with this one, and it still gives a part to him. If this is some kind of gratitude, then he likes everything. Standing up, Li announced that since the bear was okay, it was time for him to return. But as soon as he took a few steps, he suddenly felt something and realized that the bear had grabbed him by the clothes and whined pitifully. Chen Li clarified with a frown, does it want him to take it with him? The animal looked at him with big round eyes and was looking forward to it. However, Li only responded with indignation, shouting, "That's what they came to. It can't even turn into a human being. What's the use of that?" The bear continued to whine. Then he thought, although in order to feed such a large animal, it needs a lot of food, but it would be very suitable as a riding animal. Then Chen Li announced, he has decided everything and is taking the animal with him. From today on it is called Xiangdai, which literally means big bear. It was delighted in response and squeaked contentedly and began to lick it. Li embarrassedly tried to stop it, saying that everything was fine. He understood everything. Then, stroking Zund, he straddled it, thinking, since now he has a strong assistant, why don't he go where they were going to reconnoiter the road? Chen Li continued on his way. Sitting on this, they wandered through the lush vegetation, and seeing the footprints on the ground, he noted that here they were getting deeper and deeper. This means that the ground here is getting softer. Look ahead, Li said out loud. What's that there? Is there a bamboo forest here? And indeed they entered the territory of this plant. Chen Li was already experienced, and immediately began to think that they could use bamboo not only as a building material, but also to create firecrackers. He will need to mix saltpeter, sulfur, charcoal in the proportion of 75-15-10. Then this mixture will need to be immersed in a bamboo tube. If they can make firecrackers, then perhaps in a decisive battle it will take the enemy by surprise. Even if the power of the explosion is insufficient, the sound of it will remain very loud. They have already found some saltpeter, and charcoal is also easy. They use kiln firing methods. But they are not doing well with sulfur. It can only be found near a volcano. Although there is a place that should fit, then Li ordered the system to open the map and carefully peered into the landscape, looking for it. Finally, he remembered. Of course, this is the place where the giant sleeps. This must be the closest volcano. If they don't get too close to it, they can take a chance and take a look. Last time he was preoccupied with how to escape as quickly as possible and did not consider nearby resources. Finally, Chen Li ordered Xiangda to turn around. Now they will take risks and go north. He will show it something that is many times larger than it. It shouldn't be too scared. Soon, when the snowy mountains already appeared on the horizon, Li encouraged Zund, who was running with all his might, until he told him to stop. Look to the side and see in the distance a surface of water surrounded by multi-year ice. He noted that this must be the same lake where Haihu and Xing were. He had already walked along this road. Then he was not in the mood to examine the area, but in this time he will take advantage of this opportunity. Heading towards the lake, Chen Li noted that it could go slower and take a breath. When they were very close to the shore, he added that now they should be careful and keep their eyes open. But after a few seconds of silence, Li noted with relief that there was nothing special here. It seems that the sea monster can only be seen by chance. However, Zunda suddenly growled and became wary. Then he clarified, did it notice something? The next moment something huge jumped out of the water, which made even Sun scared. The huge monster let out a terrible roar, and then Chen Li, seriously frightened, wondered if it could be a Tyrannosaurus. The huge creature came out of the water and began to growl and look around carefully. Li immediately ordered Xiangda to duck down. Then, looking more closely, he noticed a rope around the Tyrannosaurus's neck and wondered if it was a collar. Could it be that this animal is the giant's pet, having escaped while he was sleeping? It is possible that the monster that scared away the saber-toothed tiger was precisely this Tyrannosaurus, and it also left the huge tracks seen earlier. If this is so, then the giant on the mountain fell asleep at least more than 15 days ago. Then, turning again to Zunda, he explained that they needed to quietly move around the monster from the side. They must not disturb it under any circumstances. They managed to do this, and the Tyrannosaurus went in the opposite direction from them, without suspecting anything. The two of them managed to get away from this lake and go out into the snowy expanses. Chen Li looked around carefully, and soon announced that they would not go any further. The snow is getting thicker, and if something happens, they will not be able to escape. Having dismounted from this, he walked around Sun from behind. Noticing its confused look, Li explained that it needn't worry. He will follow behind and under no circumstances will he leave this alone here. Zunda just has to be careful and be aware of her surroundings. Then, bending down, he picked up a small yellow lump from the snow and noted to himself that it seemed to smell like something. Under a layer of snow, what is that smell? After walking a little forward, Chen Li realized that the smell was getting stronger. He couldn't make a mistake. Then began to diligently scatter and dig deeper until he finally announced that he had found it. Calling Sund, he exclaimed that they had found sulfur. It is perfectly, there can be no mistake. With such reserves of this substance, the production of firecrackers is not far off. When it was already noon, the two of them finally came out into the clearing of the tribe, and the inhabitants immediately began to rejoice at their return and shout to each other that the king had returned. But at the same time they noted that this bear is very huge. Li waved his hand in greeting and realized that this big guy's name was actually Sunda, and from now on it was their friend. Xiaoxing seemed to be the most overjoyed and exclaimed that this was very cool. He wants to be as majestic as the king when he grows up. After jumping off Chengde, Chen Li noted that this was not a problem at all. In the future he will definitely find a cool mount for him too. Qing did not stop jumping, feeling endless joy, but Li noted to himself that he definitely could not teach this guy horse riding for free. Then, taking the bamboo stalks that he had brought with him, Chen Li handed it over to Ayu, ordering her to dry these bamboos, since they would still need them. Xiao Wang, looking at Chengde with sincere surprise, exclaimed that this bear is very strong. Can she ride it? Li agreed without hesitation, answering that it was all for his queen. But their joy was interrupted by one of the amphibians, who ran to him, waving his arms and repeating that everything was bad. Chen Li was wary, but asked him to calmly tell him what happened. The man, having caught his breath, shared that a huge monster had appeared in the sea near the shore. It was very violent, so much so that the waves it raised destroyed all the salt on the beach. The monster is very strong. They won't be able to handle this. However, Li calmed him down and told him not to worry. He would personally go to the beach to assess the situation. And while the jungle itself was calm, Sunda rushed forward until they ran out to the shore. Chen Li's gaze turned to the sea, where a huge something was lifting layers of water into the air, and the amphibians trying to stop the monster only rolled limply over its body and screamed. Li tensed up when he saw this, and such a giant is at a loss. He should check what kind of monster this is. The next moment, a large system window opened right in front of him, indicating that it was an ichthyosaur. This is a large predatory marine reptile, fish-like, aggressive, and lays eggs. This individual is at the development stage. Its body length is about 7 meters. Adults can reach more than 10 meters. Chen Li was horrified and exclaimed again, "Another dinosaur!" Still not understanding what exactly he should do, he still confidently told Zunda that they could not leave this unpunished. Otherwise there would be too many consequences. If they can get this monster ashore, they will win. Did it understand him? It, preparing for battle, growled menacingly. Then, armed with an axe, Li sent Zund straight into the water, with the intention of killing the beast. It jumped into the water with a running start, and he, raising his weapon, belligerently ordered the ichthyosaur to die as soon as possible. But the tail of a monster suddenly appeared from the ocean, which touched Sund and threw him aside. Chen Li managed to jump and finally plunged the tip of the axe into the thick scales of the dinosaur. It immediately let out a cry filled with pain, and opening its mouth, grabbed him. Li was not going to give up, and holding the monster's jaws open, he shouted to himself that he could handle it. The next moment, the ichthyosaur dived into the depths of the ocean, causing him to panic and realize that it wanted to drag him away into the depths of the sea. The dinosaur quickly moved its fins and sank deeper and deeper. Chen Li held his breath and understood that if things went like this, he would rather drown than be eaten. At the same time, he kept closing the monster's mouth. Suddenly she felt something. It turned out that Zunda had grabbed the ichthyosaur's tail with her clawed paws. and Li, before losing consciousness, asked only one question. Had a new enemy appeared? When Li opened his eyes again, coughing up excess liquid, he saw two men leaning right over him, along with Zunda. The amphibian, seeing that he had regained consciousness, shouted joyfully that His Majesty had woken up. Then, one of them turned to that very stranger, sitting on a rock at a distance, asking Alan to come here. The king wants to see her. She turned around and immediately ran towards them and sat down opposite them, folding her legs in the lotus position. The man explained that this girl was the best swimmer in the sea tribe. She killed that monster and pulled the king ashore. Seeing how Alan, as if nothing had happened, stuck her finger in her nose, he embarrassedly added, although they, the people of the sea tribe, of course, are not famous for their intelligence, but Alan, in comparison with the rest of her fellow tribesmen, is completely stupid. However, Chen Li interrupted him, asking him to calm down, because this girl is his savior. He cannot be angry with her for a small mistake. Then, taking her weapon, he asked where she got this obsidian dagger from. Alan, looking at him with childishly big eyes, asked again, "Is this?" Brother took it away from the bad guy. Then Li again asked if she was leaving the territory of the mountain tribe. Apparently, such questions began to irritate her. Turning to her fellow tribesmen, she asked who this nasty guy was. Can she fight him? The man, embarrassed, tried to stop her. He explained in a whisper who Chen Li was. But Alan again loudly said that she didn't quite understand. But he came to help? Li replied that it was almost like that. She then shared that that day, a crowd of bad guys entered their lands, and very soon she lost consciousness. When she woke up, Brother Feng and other members of the tribe were locked in the cave with her. Yesterday, when they were working, her brother quietly told her that soon she would deal with one bad guy and give his weapon to her. She will have to use this to cut the rope and then jump off the cliff, straight into the river. This is the only way she can get out of there alive. Alan wanted to be indignant, but Feng, clicking his tongue, ordered her to listen to him. And while they continued to work surrounded by people from the mountain tribe, he also quietly noted that after she escapes, she must find Haiha. He is a lucky guy, so he must still be alive. When they meet, she must do whatever he says. She understood that, didn't she? Alan nodded his head in response. Suddenly one of the guards, seeing them whispering, shouted, "What are these two doing there?" Fang turned to him and announced that the time had come. The next moment he hit the man with the carcass he was holding on his shoulders and shouted to her to pick up the dagger that had fallen from his hand and run away. Now, while telling this story, Alan summed it up. So, on her way back, she encountered a huge monster that was going to eat him. After listening to her carefully, Chen Li rose to his feet, answering, "This is how it was." In this case, she can return to the camp with him, before that he will take her to Haihu. But then, he also remembered and told her that they needed to take the axe and this monster with them. Under the scorching sun, Sunda had to drag the ichthyosaur. Without waiting for their return, Haihu came out to meet them along with Sheeg, who was very happy to meet them. He immediately saw Alan, and confusedly asked why they were together. Li shrugged it off, saying only that it was a long story. Then some more time passed until she again repeated everything that had happened to her, and Haihu at the end asked again. It all comes down to the fact that about 10 people from the tribe, including Fang, are still alive. Then, turning to Chen Li, he tried to insist that they release everyone immediately. He exclaimed with displeasure, reminding him that saving people is, of course, important, but isn't their king the person they need to save the most? At the same time he was saying this, he accidentally turned his gaze to the side, and noticing a thick stream of smoke in the distance, drew the attention of the others to this, briefly pointing out the lighthouse on the western mountain. What happened there? Li, getting excited, began to think out loud that he had already told them that simple animals could not light a beacon. When the king of the hill tribe left, he really spoke of revenge. Could it be that the mountain tribe had come to them? Now is not the time to panic. He must check everything personally. Afterwards, he ordered Shig to take the others to the coastal fortress, while they gathered and strengthened their defenses so that they could not be attacked. He promised that His Majesty could rely on him. Chen Li then told Haihu to go straight to the western mountain with Alan to take up an ambush position. There, the control team will help them. Running away, Li also finally shouted to them not to act on their own initiative and to wait for him near the trap zone. They understood him, right? He admitted that this time he would definitely not be led by emotions. Chen Li ran with all his might between the dense thickets, thinking hopefully that nothing would happen. It only took him a few minutes to return back to the settlement, and immediately he called Xiao Wang, who, approaching, asked what about that monster on the shore. Chen Li reassured her, explaining that it had already become a delicacy. Shengdao was dragging it here. Wang then noted that he could rest. She would take people and go west to check the situation. But Li disagreed, explaining that if Haihu went crazy, she would not be able to pacify him. Afterwards, he announced that Huangshi, Wolfbone, Xiaoxiang and Ion would go with him. The rest and Chengde will be at Xiao Wang's disposal. Qing found a high place from where she can observe the situation, so that they will always be in touch. Suddenly Shanlin Da came up to him and said that she also wanted to go. The king never took her with him, but this time she will follow him anyway. Chen Li smiled at her and agreed, but noted that even so, she would have to unconditionally follow his command. And while Shanling was jumping for joy, Li also explained to Liu Tang that he would remain to protect the queen. When the sunset rays illuminated the forest with gold, the entire detachment finally approached the right place, hiding everywhere, in the river, bushes and trees. Huangshi, looking out from the ambush, whispered to Chen Li that they had finally arrived. He agreed with this. Li also saw a group of mountain tribes, led by the boss. Suddenly the man gave the order to the others to stop, and said loudly that he knew that the guy was here. He must go out. They will find out everything in the duel. Li, still not revealing himself, wondered if their leader had not noticed the trap in front of him. The boss continued and insisted that they couldn't fool him. It's too quiet here, the birds don't sing, the insects don't chirp, and the toads don't croak. If they do not appear, then he will have to use the power of Kishenkao. In fact, he doesn't like this approach. Chen Li was puzzled, but still realized that it seemed that the only thing they could do was face the enemy. Then, together with his subordinates, he left the ambush. When everyone revealed their location, the man noted with satisfaction, "This is very good. They have the same number of people, and they can fight safely." Pointing a black blade towards Li, he also announced that he was challenging him to a duel. Haihu, standing behind, was breathing heavily, trying to hold you back, but his emotions took over again, and he jumped forward, shouting for this freak to defeat him first. However, a savage appeared on his way, and smiling viciously at each other, they grappled in battle. Despite Haihu's strength, the enemy slowly pushed him back, which is why he even had to scream. The head, watching them contentedly. The king only assumed that someone simply did not have patience. Mutsi should play with him. He immediately hooked Haiha and threw him back with all his might, forcing him to hit his back on the rocks. Chen Li, seeing this, first called out to him, but then stopped and wondered if Haihu had really lost with his strength. At that moment, Ion, who was sitting on the branch of a tree, cut one of the ropes, and a thick log flew down straight onto the big man. Even despite the strong collision, only a couple of abrasions remained on his face and chest, and he calmly pushed it aside and began to swing from side to side as if it were a toy. Li was amazed, and pursing his lips, he realized that they were faced with the unknown, the probability they were doomed to battle. Having regained consciousness, Haihu wiped his bloodied chin, when he suddenly saw Mutsi running straight at him, shouting that he had to end this idiot. But at the last moment he managed to jump to the side, and taking advantage of Mutsi's delay, Haihu sharply hit him in the ribs and, grabbing him with one hand, headed towards the river, saying that now they should take a swim. However, he was no slouch either, and placing one foot on the ground, he hit Haiha on the thigh. A new confrontation began between them, which Alan saw and rushed to help. Mutsi noticed her, as did two other savages. The chubby one threw his friend, who was smaller, like a ball, towards her. The guy, blocking Alan's path, hit her with all his might, throwing her into the water. But she only became even more angry, and the guy dived after her, laughed and began to head straight towards her. Chen Li saw what happened to Alan and called her name in fear. At the same time, the two twins, standing behind their king, were discussing. Didn't the boss promise them that they would have fun? Why did Mutsi and Shuihu start first? After noticing Li, they also guessed if they could fight this guy. Isn't this a toy for the king? One of them, rushing towards him, nevertheless noted that they should not worry about it so much. Early bird catches the worm. However, Huangshi and Wolfbone came to the aid of Chen Li, who turned hostile to the savages. Are they getting into a fight with the king? Then they should go through them first. As soon as they clashed in a fierce battle, the bone knocked the torch out of the enemy's hands, and his brother, emitting an approving whistle, admitted that they should be more careful. But they will still have fun. If someone is beaten, then that person will be disgraced. Then each twin chose an opponent. One of them announced that he would fight the one who attacked him, while his brother noted, pointing to Wolfbone, that in that case he would play with that guy with the plump lips. He wants to bathe in his blood. The big guy, who had been standing still all this time after being hit by a log, finally came up with something, and then grabbed it tighter and tore it off the rope. Having dusted himself off, he noted with satisfaction that this was very good and simply wonderful. The king of the tribe pointed his hand to the side, explaining that he could play as much as he wanted, but he should not disturb him. The big man nodded that he would go and find Mutsi. Chen Li, analyzing the situation, realized that Haihu did not have the strength to fight two enemies. Then, running forward, he decided that he had to help him. But on his way, the king of a mountain tribe appeared, who tried to attack him with a dagger. Li managed to dodge, but was unhappy. The man looked up at him and rushed to attack, shouting that the guy was ignoring him and looking down on him. It's annoying. In the next few seconds, the boss launched a series of blows, but Chen Li was not going to give in to him and skillfully repelled them. The king began to mock him, without slowing down and telling the guy not to be distracted. He showed his real skills. Li clicked his tongue and realized that he would not leave here quickly, and shouted to his fellow tribesmen to help Haihu, if there was such an opportunity. By this moment, the big man was ready to deliver one of the decisive blows, when suddenly, trying to lift the log, he was surprised that the tree became heavier. It turned out that Shanlin Da had entered the fight and, grabbing it, ordered him to stop. After all, if the conversation turns to strength, then she has never yielded to anyone in this. The man, looking at her mockingly, asked if she wanted to play with him. She is cute. Then he reached out to her with a huge hand, which made Shanlin afraid, but the big man was stopped by an arrow pierced into his forearm. He was hardly surprised when suddenly another one appeared, which also hit his hand. This angered the man, and then he furiously shouted that this was very cool. Someone else wants to play with him. Turning to the king of the mountain tribe, he asked whether the boss had deceived him. Finally, he had a playing partner, Law, and two more at once. The man, continuing the fight with Li, replied that he could have fun as much as he wanted. Otherwise, when the big man returned to the mountain, he would be left alone again. Ion was watching what was happening along with Xiao Xing, who offered to help them. For the king and the others are fighting in a bloody battle. She explained that the trap she had just used had been used against a bear before. But this monster was not harmed by such a blow. Even if they come down, they will not be able to help. But still Ion announced that she would try to divert the attention of the opponents while Xing had to return to the camp and ask the queen to send reinforcements. He understood everything, but before leaving he wished her to be careful. Haihu all this time fought with Mutsi, who shouted displeasedly that the idiot should let him go. In addition to his words, he hit Haiha on the back with his fist, causing him to groan in pain, but did not change his decision to push Mutsi into the river. He still had a little time left. Then he tensed up and ran sharply towards the water, repeating that they needed to swim on his battlefield. Mutsi was frightened when he heard this, when suddenly Alan appeared from the river, who urgently asked Haiha not to come here. It is not safe here. The next moment Shuihu's hands appeared and dragged her back into the depths. He was confused and wondered if she really couldn't fight in the water. But now Mutsi, seizing the moment, repeated punches on the back with all his might, while telling the stinking fish to let him go. Haihu fell, but for the last time, gathering his strength, he stood up and threw him into a bend. Although this took Mutsi out of the battle, he, too, having suffered greatly, mentally turned to his comrades, saying that he would leave the rest to them. At this time, Huangshi, surrounding the twins along with Wolfbone, called him, hinting to use that same technique. He agreed and rushed at the opponents, as one of the guys calmly told Brother Xiao that these two fools are coming towards them. First they need to deal with the one who has the hammer in his hand, who laughed and promised that the end would come for them. Wolfbone, after just a couple of minutes, was already running away, covering his face with his hand and groaning in pain. His eyes were very painful. Huangshi, fearing for him, also rushed to the attack, and throwing his axe forward, ordered the twins to attack him. The weapon hit the guy right in the shoulder, and he screamed at the bone to leave. Xiao, who, threatening him with a blade, noted that the guy first needs to take care of himself. Huangshi, continuing the fight, began to count 3 steps. When Hu pierced his left side through and through, he did not stop, and again said, 2 steps. Xiao, who grabbed his hands, irritably asking what is this guy thinking there? Huangshi, overcoming the pain from the wound, finally exclaimed, 1 step. Then, calling the wolf bone, thereby giving him a signal to action. And he actually jumped forward, despite his lack of vision. The wolf bone, pushing off from the shield on Huangshi's hand, turned out to be even higher, and he threateningly told Hu that someone was right above him. He's finished. His brother, despite being seriously wounded, rushed to help and took the blow of the axe upon himself, howling in piercing pain. Xiao, who, falling to the ground, began to call him pitifully. At this time, Ayan continued to shoot at the big man, although she understood that despite the fact that he is slow and therefore easy to hit, he does not feel pain at all. The arrows seem to just scratch him. Besides, Shanling will soon run out of energy, so she won't be able to hold out for long. But suddenly she noticed something on the ground and realized there was a rope there. It's great. Shanling Da really didn't let go of the log all this time, fighting with the man, when suddenly several arrows flashed near her, which made her wonder if Ayan had missed. But as soon as Shanlin looked closely, she assumed she should notice something. Is this a rope? But immediately laughing, Shanlin Da noted that Ayan is very smart, and when the big man was puzzled, she threw the log aside, which caused the man to ask displeasedly, she won't play with him. She laughed, managed to grab the rope and answered with a sly smile that she would definitely play with him. Then Shanlin Da ran around and throwing the rope, wrapped it around his legs at once, and then continued to run in a circle. The big man, when she was behind him, noted that she shouldn't hide, they weren't finished yet. Shanlin reminded, he wants to play with her. She is here. The man had just begun to turn around when she sharply pulled the rope entangling his legs and knocked him to the ground. The big man fell, kicking a log at the same time. Just at this moment Mutsi regained consciousness, and hovering over Haihu, said that he had underestimated the rotten fish. He, trying to get up, only answered dissatisfiedly that the guy was a fool. Mutsi laughed, and not noticing the tree flying towards him, exclaimed that the fool almost finished him off. He was just unlucky. He noticed a strange shadow behind him when it was already quite late, and the next moment Mutsi was completely knocked down by it. Haihu looked at him and noted with relief that he seemed to have better luck. Chen Li continued to fight with the king of the mountain tribe, and seizing the moment, he jumped back, trying to catch his breath. At the same time, he felt that his hands were numb, and was afraid that he would not be able to withstand the next blow. A burning log suddenly fell between them, and Shuihu, who did it, told the boss that it was time to use something. He knows he won't like it, but it's the witch's order. Then, handing the king 4 red leaves, he added that he would hide in the water when things started to smell hot. The boss can return home unharmed. He warned him that if he loses this battle, he himself knows what will follow. The king was in no hurry to make decisions, but Lai, seeing the plants, wondered, is this red ginseng? Is this madman really going to give up his mind to strengthen his body? Then, filling himself with the energy contained in the axe, he resolutely noted that under no circumstances would he allow this to happen. The mountain tribe king turned to Shuihu, who was handing him red leaves from the plant. He asked in surprise, "Red ginseng?" He assumed that the witch had guessed his character. Suddenly, an attack began to move towards them with a bright flash. Shuihu froze in place, stunned, and exhaled questioningly. The next moment he jumped back, starting to fall face first onto a burning branch. After another moment, all the trees were cut in half. The severed halves fell down at full speed. Shuihu leaned his entire body on the ground and swore obscene words. The king of the mountain tribe lowered his weapon and looked thoughtfully ahead. Shuihu began to reach out with his hand to the torch and said, "Since he is so indecisive." He gradually began to climb up and told him to let him then. The king of the mountain tribe looked at him with contempt. Shuihu held the red ginseng in his hands and exclaimed that it would solve everything for him. The king of the mountain tribe ordered him to stop. With a quick movement of his foot, he knocked the torch from his hands, stepping on it and extinguishing it. Shuihu looked at this with concern. He asked with offense how he dared to resist the witch's order. The king of the mountain tribe continued to step on the extinguished torch. He admitted that he did not believe that this was her order. He said through gritted teeth that he could come back and report this to her. Shuihu stood up contemptuously and told him not to complain later. The king of the mountain tribe remained silent, continuing to stand in place. Shuihu at this time quickly began to run forward and exclaimed that he would do everything very quickly. He added that he should wait a little. The hill tribe king made a thoughtful sound. Chen Li was standing in front of him at this time. His entire body was illuminated with a bright red flame. The king of the mountain tribe looked at it thoughtfully and thought that it was a destructive force. He realized that Chief Chen Li still had it. Chen Li stood still and also thought, having dealt with their dinosaur, he rushed to the rescue. He thought that he had no time to recover. Even the Pangu's strength was already running out. He tightened his grip on the hilt of his weapon with shaking hands and mentally noticed that everything was swimming in his eyes. He knew that he could not hold out in this state for long. Chen Li frowned angrily, pursing his lips tighter, and thought that he would hardly be able to land another blow. He added that even if he succeeds, he will immediately lose consciousness from fatigue. He looked in the direction where Dada was fighting, and again reflected that their situation did not inspire optimism either. Chen Li looked at Haihu, who was pulling Alan out of the river, and mentally assumed that their strength had dried up long ago. Huangshi said, helping his comrade get there, if he missed, the leader of the mountain community would kill everyone at once. He immediately asked a question, looking at the king of the mountain tribe. Why did he put out the torch? Maybe this was some new trick. The king of the mountain tribe, meanwhile, took an attacking pose, thrusting his sword forward. Chen Li rushed to attack, swinging his weapon, and thought, okay. He did not have time to think, because the initial events were still unknown. He didn't know whether life or death awaited him. He decided that, therefore, while he still had the strength, he needed to end this as quickly as possible. The mountain tribe king gritted his teeth and repelled Chen Li's attack with a swift blow. From the contact of their weapons, sparks began to scatter in all directions. Chen Li struck again, landing to the side. Later, he swung downwards again, trying to knock down the mountain tribe king's weapon. Chen Li exhaled tiredly, lowering his weapon. The king of the mountain tribe turned his head slightly to the side and also exhaled heavily. He said that it was not bad. He looked at Chen Li's weapon and body burning with fire. The king of the mountain tribe asked him a question. Why didn't he show his power earlier? He immediately thought intensely. He was sure that such wounds were not his doing. He suggested that the reason for such power was in the ritual of sacrifice. Chen Li at the same moment swung his axe with all his might, pushing the king of the mountain tribe away from him. He screamed in surprise. The king of the mountain tribe slowed down sideways and admitted that he was afraid that he would not last long. He immediately admitted again that he could barely hold on. He said that the divine power bestowed by the witch would soon disappear. His hands holding the weapon were shaking very violently. The king of the mountain tribe grinned and said that he would definitely not be able to evade his next attack, so he himself would strike with all his might. He hopes that the winner will be determined fairly. He immediately added that he should not worry if he fell. He will not harm the people of his community. Chen Li looked at him contemptuously, clenching his fist angrily. He muttered through his teeth, even if he respects him for this, but the promises were unnecessary. Suddenly, his entire body glowed with fire twice as bright. The ground under his feet broke into small pieces. Chen Li shouted as he thrust his weapon forward for them to attack. The mountain tribe king shouted menacingly as he began to swing his sword. Chen Li quickly ran forward, continuing to gain speed. Zigzag threads, like lightning, spread from his body in all directions. The king of the mountain tribe, surrounded by a black and purple aura, was also rapidly moving forward towards him. After some time, they collided in attack, trying to strike each other. The mountain tribe king shouted loudly once again, his brows furrowed tightly. A moment later, strong energy emitted from their fight in all directions, raising dust and breaking the ground. Chen Li screamed. Drops of sweat ran down his face from tension. After another moment, a huge mushroom-shaped explosion appeared from the place where they were fighting. Thick smoke rose into the sky through the dense forest. Huangshi turned back in surprise and worry. He clenched his teeth tightly, starting to get very worried. Meanwhile, amid the smoke, in a huge hole, lay the king of the mountain tribe. Thick smoke mixed with dust continued to develop in all directions. Chen Li tried to get out of this with careful steps. He walked straight to the pit where the mountain tribe king lay. The king clenched his teeth tightly and fixed his glassy gaze upward. His whole body was covered in blood. Chen Li looked down, his whole body beginning to shake. He tried to catch his breath. The mountain tribe king looked at him and grinned. Chen Li stood next to him for some time. He looked carefully at the mountain tribe king's mouth, which was dripping with blood. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Chen Li's people were looking around with excitement. At the same moment, Chen Li's hand, which had a black tint, gradually transformed into a healthy beige hand. Black spots burst into huge flashes on the skin of Chen Li, who frowned in pain. His whole arm was torn to blood and had black stripes. Chen Li thought that just a little more, and he would have been finished. He took out the restoration elixir, starting to smear it on his hand, and thought that he should not use the power of Pangu for nothing. Suddenly, he began to fall with his whole body down, no longer able to stand on his feet. At the same moment, Ayan caught him, pressing him to her chest. Chen Li looked down tormentedly. Ayan stood up to pat him on the shoulder and said with encouragement that the leader of their tribe could not fall in disgrace. Chen Li answered her, leaning his entire body so that they would be careful, because they still had a person hiding in the river. Ayan looked deep into the forest and explained that everything was fine, because their allies had arrived. Xiao Wang, surrounded by 2 warriors, ran quickly forward. Chen Li stood up with Ayan, summoning medicinal potions, and told her to make sure Alan was safe. Then they could leave. He repeated again, the main thing is to help her. He asked the question, did she remember? Ayan continued to support him with her hand behind his back and, agreeing, reassured him that he could trust them. Chen Li began to bend with his whole body and forcedly said, please. He closed his eyes and said quietly that he needed to rest. Some time later, someone's voice said that this person did not have to stay overnight, because she would take care of the leader. Another voice spoke, answering his mother that he was listening. Chen Li opened his eyes slightly, noticing the wooden ceiling. After a moment, he opened his eyes again, but wider. He mentally asked the question, surprised, is he already home? He noticed how the fur covered Xiao Wang as tightly as possible. Chen Li mentally asked, is this her? He looked at her again, noticing how she unbuttoned her cloak and began to take it off. Chen Li made a sound of shock as he watched this. The next moment, Xiao Wan took off her cloak and threw her whip aside. She sat down on the bed, starting to run her hand over Chen Li's stomach. Chen Li looked at her reproachfully and mentally asked the question, what is she going to do? Xiao Wan sat on it and began to make sounds thoughtfully. Later, she leaned on her hands, bringing her head close to Chen Li's and sighed tiredly several times. She began to make her way to his neck with 2 fingers and made a drawn-out sound. Chen Li began to blush from the embarrassment and awkwardness that came to him. Xiao Wan tucked her hair behind her ear with a sly smile and asked him a question, does he like to pretend to be asleep? She immediately waved it off, saying that it was okay. She didn't want to wake him anyway. Xiao Wan pursed her lips and said with a blush on her cheeks that, after all, she liked being the initiator better. Chen Li exclaimed with even greater embarrassment. He exclaimed that it was not Xiao Wang. He asked her a question. How did she end up here? Again, with great awkwardness, he asked her the question. How is Alan? Chen Li asked again. Have the enemies retreated? He immediately added that injuries. Xiao Wan put her index finger on his lips and said, she doesn't think now is the right time to ask such questions. She said, assuming that he couldn't roll over. She wants to see what he can do in this state. Chen Li thought with embarrassment. Although he had been prepared for this day for a long time, he imagined this moment much differently. He thought it would really show who the leader was. He imagined IU telling him that their leader was very cool. Xiao Wang also said that she didn't expect to see so much energy in him. Chen Li, meanwhile, began to cry from embarrassment and thought that now the image of the powerful leader had disappeared. He immediately resigned himself and thought that let her command everything. The system panel informed him that he must perform this action 7 times during the night. Chen Li looked at this in shock. He uttered the same stunned question 7 times during the night. The system panel reported that the conditions for this task were as follows. A leader must be the strongest in many matters. 1 time out of 7 should last at least an hour. The reward for this quest was 5 gems, and as punishment, other tastes in people will appear. Chen Li angrily asked why. Xiao Wan placed her hands on his chest. Chen Li pitifully asked her to wait. He added that his body still hasn't recovered. He thought that he would die for so many times during the night. He imagined that it was the same as choosing suicide before the final blow to the boss. He knew it was an impossible task. Chen Li decided that in any case, nothing bad would happen if he ignored her. He decided it was time to relax. The system panel appeared and warned him that silence was a sign of consent. Chen Li cursed angrily. He immediately put his hand forward, trying to push Xiao Wan away from him, and told her to stop. He added that she should stop. Xiao Wan leaned towards his face and whispered a few words with a grin, which caused a bright blush to spread across Chen Li's face. Xiao Wang asked him a question, does this add interest? Chen Li awkwardly exclaimed to have a bad day. He added that he was having a bad day. Bad day. He asked the question, who could help him now? Chen Li suddenly started screaming very loudly and helplessly. Suddenly something began to approach the wall at full speed. It was Xingda. Xiao Wan asked a question in shock. Is it a bear? Xingda walked up to the bed and began to growl angrily, scaring Chen Li away from her. Xiao Wan continued to sit on the bed in a daze and opened her mouth questioningly. She looked at the hole in the house in confusion and said that it was a bear. She immediately asked the question, did he take her man away? Meanwhile, elsewhere, the full moon hung over the dense forest. Chen Li, who was carried in Xingda's mouth, said that now she can let him go. He thanked him very much for his help. Xingda continued to rapidly carry him forward. Chen Li immediately looked at her in fear and asked the question, "Why doesn't she stop?" He asked her where she was taking him. He exclaimed, "Don't let her say that she wants to eat him." Shengda was still running forward quickly. Chen Li shouted, starting to wave his legs for help. He began to cry desperately and thought that if he had known how this would all end first, he would have stayed with Xiao Wang. Shengda immediately growled angrily and called him an ungrateful person. She stopped, starting to walk slowly towards the cave in the mountainside. Shengda opened her mouth, bringing down Chen Li, who screamed in pain. He told the bear to take it easy. Chen Li began to look around and asked the question, "What kind of place is this? Why did she bring him here?" Shengda looked at him with a kind look. She immediately began to growl loudly. Suddenly, 2 bear cubs came out of the round cave and looked attentively at their mother. Chen Li was stunned and looked at it with a sweet look. He asked the question, "Are these bear cubs?" The bear's little children began to move forward with careful steps. They immediately roared joyfully, starting to run towards Shengda. Shengda bowed her head down, and the cubs began to joyfully hug her. Chen Li looked at this in shock. Suddenly, the cubs began to run towards him. He leaned down and began to stroke one of them. He asked the question, "Are these her children?" Shengda looked at him kindly. Suddenly, the system panel appeared and explained that 2 cubs, under the influence of their mother, were ready to join their communication. "Does he agree to this or not?" Chen Li asked the question. "Why is the bear ancestor's spirit so benevolent?" He looked down confidently and immediately exclaimed that he agreed. After some time, the next system panel appeared in front of him. After reading this, Chen Li was stunned and asked a question, "Do 2 bear cubs count as 20 people?" He said that now out of 98 people, 68 were pure primitive military power, and 30 others were these 3 man-eating bears. He looked at the 2 cubs who were fighting each other. The next system panel reported that his congregation had passed the 90-person mark. He started launching a new main quest expansion. The content of this was to increase the area of their holdings to 20 square meters, subject to the effective use of this. The content was for him to reach a tribe with a population of 300 people. The content of this was for him to conquer 3 tribes or clan communities. The following content states that the main attribute was 10, heredity 3, smelting equipment, improvement of trade, science and technology. The duration of this task was 180 days. Chen Li said with a grin that a lot of time had passed since the last main quest. He added with a smile that if the system had not warned him, he would have completely forgotten. Chen Li leaned down and said thoughtfully that the list of rewards was quite tempting. He added that what does it matter when the task is so difficult? He assumed that he would have to speed up preparations for the attack on the mountain tribe. Some time later, Chen Li rode on Shengda's back, and her babies walked next to them. Chen Li stood up slightly and said with a smile that he had nothing to do anyway. He asked the question, "Maybe they can come up with names for the 2 of them." Both cubs began to look around in surprise. Chen Li, meanwhile, looked at the dark-colored bear cub and said that he would be Xing'er. He looked at another bear cub with a light color and said that he would have a bald head. Suddenly, he immediately objected and said that he would be Shunsun. Shunsun suddenly jumped to the side, starting to roar joyfully. Xing'er raised his paws up and also joyfully roared something to the satisfied Shengda. Chen Li thoughtfully lowered his gaze, pressing himself as tightly as possible to Shengda, and said that according to his calculations, he would recover for a couple of days, and then he would have to deal with a huge pile of matters. He immediately spoke, turning to the system to show him the map. Chen Li began to see a map where certain areas were depicted with different symbols. He said, looking at it thoughtfully, that now that the settlement had been discovered, he could only wait for the bite. Chen Li looked thoughtfully at the map and said, slightly stretching his hands forward, that the marriage was currently in a trap. He added that although he had not come close to their camp, information about the surrounding guard posts and traps was already known. He immediately added that during these 2 days he would try to teach them the basics of agriculture, and then go on exploration. Chen Li asked a question out of interest. Have they already eaten the dinosaur he brought last time? He hopes they left him at least a piece. He presented smoked fish with an apple inside and said that everything was delicious in his hands. 3 days later, Chen Li was still walking on Qingda's back. They came to an arch of 2 fangs and a long bone. Chen Li said that almost. He put his hand forward and explained that he had to go. Ayu looked at him and turned to him with excitement and sadness. Xiao Wang looked at him with even more emotion, without saying anything. Chen Li looked at Agun standing with the jackals and said that he would leave the cubs to them. He added that he would return in 3 days at most. He asked them to take care of them. Agun exclaimed that it was good. Qingda began to take away Chen Li, who was still in command, so that they would not allow the detachment with the catapults to become lax. He added that they should watch Alan, because maybe she will remember something. Xiao Wan obediently exclaimed that she understood. She exhaled sadly and told him to stop repeating himself. She added that he should go already. Chen Li looked at Aya and asked her, "Why is she so sad?" He asked the question, "Have the seeds been sown just as he asked?" Ayu said yes. She added that she takes good care of the farmland, so there should be no problem with this. She immediately turned to him with excitement and asked permission to find out the news, because the people of the mountain tribe are completely unreasonable. She added that as a last resort. Xiao Wan suddenly stopped her speech and said that this was nonsense. She added that their leader is not their opponent, much less the bear with them. Chen Li immediately began to quickly move forward astride the running Qingda and shouted that he would be back soon. Xiao Wang and Ayu began to follow him with their gaze. Ayu lowered her worried gaze down and admitted that she hoped he would be okay. Xiao Wan looked at her angrily. At this time, Ayu began to go to the village with Liu Tang. Xiao Wan slightly turned her head to the side, following her with her gaze. Suddenly she noticed something strange in front of her. She told those in front of her that they knew what to do. It was her 3 female assistants who readily bowed before her. One of them said, "Let her be calm, because she gives her word that the task will be completed." Xiao Wan immediately turned to the side and waved her hand, telling them to leave. Her assistants quickly began to run away at that very second. Xiao Wan looked down with a gloomy look and thought, "Last time, almost getting to the point, the bear took him away." She clenched her fists angrily and said, "She must make sure if he is really going on reconnaissance." She shouted angrily, "It would be better if she didn't find out about some secret hut hidden there." Meanwhile, Chen Li sneezed loudly. He began to look around and asked the question, "Where does the cold air come from here?" He asked if his wound had not healed yet. Suddenly he noticed a rocky cliff and said that it had a rather steep slope. Chen Li added, "If someone wants to climb up this silently, then it's all over." Chen Li commanded Qingda to go north. Qingda quickly began to run forward. Chen Li suggested that there seemed to be only a couple of ways to climb smoothly. It was not surprising to him that they chose this particular place. It was extremely safe here. Chen Li said with a frown, "What if he sends his main forces to the very middle?" He frowned warily and added that he himself would try to get to the rear. Suddenly a loud voice came and asked him who he was. Why did he come? Chen Li and Qingda began to frown. Chen Li turned around sharply, trying to look at everything as carefully as possible. Meanwhile, someone from the hill tribe asked the question, "Who will he be?" Qingda stopped, looking forward angrily. Chen Li told them to calm down, because his name is Chief Chen Li. He came to arrange a meeting with their leader. He explained, putting his hand forward, that last time he himself came with the war, and now it was his turn. He asked him a question. This is simple politeness. Do they understand? The inhabitants of the mountain tribe began to whisper among themselves, leaning towards each other's ears. The man with the green cape told him to leave because their leader would not talk to him. He added that otherwise, let him prepare to become prey. Chen Li pursed his lips angrily and thought, of course he was pretending to be innocent. He immediately added that they were obviously supposed to be scared by a man-eating bear. He held his weapon in his hands and began to mentally reason that, besides, these savages have no education, so he doesn't even want to communicate with them. He mentally asked the question, maybe he could just kill them all. Chen Li suddenly noticed something strange ahead and exhaled questioningly. The mountain tribesmen were carrying something heavy in sacks. Chen Li asked a question. Were they prisoners? He didn't remember exactly, but one of the locals told him about people tied hand and foot. He saw that these were not connected. Suddenly, he angrily asked a question, is the leader of the mountain tribe there? Was Muki also with him? Suddenly, the king of the mountain tribe noticed him and looked away in shock. He asked a question, is this Chief Chen Li? He asked him why he came. Chen Li immediately commanded the bear to run forward. Xingda quickly began to run, covering a long distance. Suddenly, one of the guards, who was wearing a green cape, blocked the bear's path and shouted for her to stop. Chen Li put his weapon forward and shouted back at him to make way. Meanwhile, the bear scattered all the guards in different directions. Musi said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Chen Li stopped right in front of them at this time and asked the question, how did they stoop to this level? He said he came to ask for one more fight. The king of the mountain tribe looked down with pity and admitted that the end had come for them. He said that their witch does not give divine power to the losers, and those who lose this power become what they are now. He said sadly and with disappointment that he was no longer a leader. The former king of the mountain tribe looked at the edge of the cliff, saying that the new guy was stronger than him. He added that this is what he needs. The new chief of the mountain tribe stood on the top of the rock and held a spiked club in his hands. His long black hair fluttered in the wind. Chen Li and he made eye contact. Chen Li sat astride Xingda at the foot of the mountain and looked up where the angry mountain tribe warriors stood. Chen Li asked puzzledly, harpoons? When did they manage to take possession of the harpoon? The mountain tribe warriors prepared to throw it at him. A moment later, many harpoons were flying down the mountain. Xingda ran away in fear, saving herself and Chen Li, who was excitedly analyzing the situation. The harpoons pierced right through his men. The hill tribe people put up sandbags, using it as a shield. Chen Li dismounted and walked towards one of the wounded people, thinking that these savages had completely ignored the presence of their former comrades and others. The mountain tribe man questioned Jushi. The weapons are right at their feet. Why do they continue to do nothing? Do they want to lie down on the sacrifice table? Jushi remained thoughtfully silent, holding a sandbag on his shoulder. Chen Li looked around and thought angrily that they were coming from all sides. Their new leader refused to come down and fight in person. It would be reckless to use Pangu's power now. Having climbed Xingda, he said, well, the smart one won't climb the mountain. He ordered the bear to run forward. They quickly moved away, fleeing from the harpoons flying at them. After some time, the sun half hid behind the mountain peaks, painting the sky in pink and golden tones. Chen Li sat on the ground under a wide tree trunk and looked at the mountains. There were people from the mountain tribe holding torches in their hands. Chen Li heard the splashing of water and turned his head to the side. There, the bear Xingda held a freshly caught fish in her teeth. Chen Li looked at the mountains again and said, in the middle of the night, people were still walking around with torches. It seemed to him that even if he attacked at night, he would not achieve success. Their real leader is not the new leader, but a certain witch hiding behind the scenes. He will be able to defeat this leader, and a new one will appear immediately. Changing one after another, they will still defeat him. Intelligence, that's what's missing now. If he can find out where the witch is hiding, he will simply kill her. Xingda growled angrily and bared her teeth. Chen Li looked around in surprise to see what was there. He asked with interest, did she notice something? A sound was heard in the bushes. They both looked there in surprise. Chen Li asked, what is there? Someone quickly rushed through the bushes, raising clouds of dust. The huge green reptile screamed desperately. There were some black creatures sitting on top of her body, and she was desperately trying to throw them off. Chen Li and Xingda hid in the bushes on the other side of the river and looked out with caution. Chen Li threateningly told Xingda to be quiet. Just let it squeak. The reptile screamed heart-rendingly, and the black creatures bit into its flesh with their teeth. One of them gnawed through the thick skin, and its blood gushed out in a stream. The reptile fell defeated to the ground, tears flowing from her eyes. Chen Li looked fearfully at the corpse of the reptile lying on the other side of the river, blood flowing from its eyes and mouth. He looked at the black creatures and excitedly asked himself, "What kind of herd of weirdos is this?" One of the monsters with a bloody mouth listened warily. Chen Li and Xingda quickly hid behind the bushes. Chen Li asked in fear, did he notice him or what? The monster turned away and walked away. Chen Li sighed in relief as he closed his eyes. Peeking out from behind the bushes, he said, apparently not noticed. Chen Li entered the river waist deep and told Xingda to stay there. He would move to the other side to look and return in an instant. After these words, he completely sank underwater. After a while, Chen Li walked ashore, carefully looking around. He moved through the forest, quickly running from one tree to another, hiding. Chen Li asked in surprise, how did they manage to drag this monitor lizard so far? How far is their lair from here? In any case, you need to talk to them first. When he walked forward a little, a catwoman attacked him from behind. She grabbed him by the neck and snorted. She said menacingly, "I got lost." Chen Li looked at her in surprise as she straddled him. Catwoman asked a question, "Is he from the tribe of werewolves?" Catwoman fearfully covered her mouth with her furry paws and exclaimed, "It can't be, it can't be." But werewolves cannot move so quickly. Chen Li was pleased to hear this. His cheeks flushed with pleasure. Chen Li said, "To be honest, he has no idea what kind of werewolves we are talking about, and that's not why he's dexterous. But it's too early for her to know about it." Chen Li saw something interesting in front of him, looked at the Catwoman and told her to wait. Girls from the Coconut Grove tribe were sitting on thick branches. Chen Li asked a question, "Who is this?" The Coconut Grove's assistant jumped to the ground, holding daggers. Catwoman moved her ears alertly, listening. After kicking Chen Li in the stomach, she somersaulted backwards and jumped onto a branch. She said excitedly that she had made a mistake. Then she indignantly asked the question, "Are they ready to tear her to pieces?" Catwoman puffed out her cheeks with resentment and said, "She knows that it was unwise to invade and rush back and forth, but this is also not a reason to attack." She looked at Chen Li, surrounded by the girls from the Coconut Grove, and said they had better get across the river quickly. "It's too dangerous there." "Then don't let them say that she didn't warn." Catwoman jumped from one branch to another with lightning speed and disappeared into the forest. The Queen's assistant asked the question, "Is everything all right with the king?" He, looking warily to the side, said, "Everything is fine." Chen Li asked excitedly, "Is this a girl from a neighboring tribe?" What werewolves was she talking about? The Queen's assistant looked down worriedly. Her face was covered with drops of sweat from excitement. She apologized and said that this was the first time she had heard about them, so she couldn't say anything at all. Chen Li took her chin with his fingers, raised her head, looked into her eyes and said, before continuing to investigate the situation, "He will ask something." He asked the question, "How did she end up here?" Seeing her confusion, he asked with a smile what. The assistant said something indistinctly and excitedly. She turned away shyly and said, "It's all because." Chen Li brought his face closer to her and looked with interest. He said that he himself knew very well whose hands it was. The assistant, feeling a sense of regret, lowered her gaze. She shook her head in agreement and said yes. Chen Li looked towards the river and said, "It's a pity that underwater they are not so hardy. The river is big, it will be extremely difficult to cross. Even Xingda might not be able to cope." He opened his eyes wide and said, "Sure." He almost forgot, the bear is waiting for him on the other side. Chen Li looked over his shoulder, looked at the assistant and said, "There is no need to linger, we need to return quickly." Night fell, a bright moon appeared over the tops of the mountains. The four of them peeked out from behind the bushes and looked at the mountain, where mountain tribe men were still patrolling. Chen Li said that he had been watching them for a long time. This path leading up the mountain is guarded all night. The queen's assistant looked forward with interest. Chen Li asked them to help him find out if there was another path that could be climbed unnoticed. The assistant looked at him with interest and asked a question. What about that girl? Chen Li firmly ordered that they put aside the problems on the other side of the river for now. He looked at the people with the torches and said that he needed to deal with this first. Someone alone should stay here and watch. He will ask Shangda to hide, just in case, and entrust the rest to her. Chen Li said that he would go west along the river to look around and would return before sunset tomorrow. The assistant looked over her shoulder at him and said, "Okay." After a while, he stood in front of a noisy waterfall. This must be where Alan jumped into the river not long ago and ran away. Looking at the powerful waterfall, he said, he would never have thought that he could survive by jumping from here. This child is blessed, nothing less. Approaching closer to the waterfall, he said, since there was no one with him now, he would be able to climb up. Chen Li deftly climbed the steep cliff, choosing ledges with his feet and hands. He turned around and jumped down, saying that the only fear that now haunts him is that the opponents above are already ready to meet him, and there is a strong current below. In both cases, the outcome is the same. He imagined his dead body, from which the handles of knives were sticking out. Chen Li decided that he would look for another place and headed away. After a while, he cautiously looked out from behind the bush. The bush in front of him began to move. Chen Li asked excitedly, "What? Are there people there? Do they patrol here too?" He saw 3 dark figures ahead of him. Trying to see who it was, he said that it was hard to see. Chen Li decided that he would come closer. One of the men asked a question. Can they really trust the guy's words? Another large man said that this was the only chance. Trusting him is all they can do. The third man said that if they had not been friends since childhood, he would never have helped him. He has not been a member of the mountain tribe for a long time. This time, despite enormous risks, he will show them the way. This is maximum. Chen Li looked out from behind the bushes excitedly and mentally asked, "Is that voice?" One of the men said how lucky it was that they managed to secretly record the location of the traps, and how good it is that they met him. Liu Tang, leading several men behind him, noted that it was better for them not to scatter. If some kind of trap was triggered, he would not be able to save them. Chen Li, peeking out from behind a tree to spy on them, wondered if this guy was from the mountain tribe. What are the odds that he's just going undercover? No, it still doesn't look like they're that advanced. Then how could he know the location of each trap? Did he overhear the conversation? He had better see what they would do before attacking. As morning came, the group of mountain tribe members began to run out of steam. Breathing heavily, one of the men simply sat down on the ground, complaining that he really couldn't walk anymore. Tan noted that all they had to do was get to the mountains. Do they really no longer want to go kill King Chen Li? The guy explained that they covered the journey, which was originally intended to take 1 day and 1 night, in just half a day. Liu Tang, looking at their extremely difficult condition, said that he understands everything. With divine power, it may be easier for them, but they don't have it. He's sorry, but there's no shorter way either. Pointing to the peak in front of them, Tang added that there would definitely be people on guard there. Besides, the patrolmen will get here sooner or later, and among them there is a prominent big man. Actually, he doesn't want to be buried here. If they are so unbearable, then they can return to slave labor. Then, falling silent and pursing his lips, Liu Tang remembered that there was an area with traps nearby. A little more and the end would come. Juishi recalled that it was originally his idea. The task of the rest is to make every effort to implement this. But if they want, they can come back. He will reach the witch and ask for them. Juishi then walked forward and many followed him. Another guy turned to Xiao and ordered him to get up. He asked hopefully if they were coming back, but the brother said displeasedly, "Where?" They need them here. Without them, they can't do anything. Who then agreed with him, exclaiming that it was so. After some time, Agun, carefully examining the area, suddenly noted with surprise that it seemed that someone had entered the area with traps. Maybe these are hungry wanderers, but upon closer inspection, he noticed Liu Tang and wondered why he was there. He must know the safe way. Then Agun began waving his hands at him, ordering him not to take a single step forward. This area is unsafe. They must return the same way. The guys were scared by this, realizing that they had been noticed. They should retreat before it's too late and return. Tan, looking at Agun, sadly thought, why is he the watchman today? If it had been someone else, they would not have tried to save them, but would have called a patrol to arrest them. Now he can only rely on traps. He needs to activate at least one of them by any means. Then Liu Tang deliberately touched the rope hidden between the bushes, and suddenly the ground around them shook and collapsed. The men fell straight onto the sharp spikes at the bottom of the pit, groaning in pain. Tang, also wounded in the shoulder, gradually lost consciousness, thinking that only one witness was enough. His Majesty will surely find a way to appeal to the mountain tribe. The patrol should arrive sooner. Before finally closing his eyes, he saw a silhouette above, and Liu Tang flashed through his mind. This is the king. Soon, Chen Li was sitting under the crown of a tall, lush tree, treating the men lying on the ground with a potion. Finally, he sighed heavily. He reached the last person, and Xiao Wang, standing behind, asked if they really shouldn't be tied up. He explained that this was definitely not necessary. He did not treat them completely. Even if they wake up, they will not have the strength to attack. She sternly noted that these people could serve him, but first he must let her deal with the traitor. Waving her whip, Wang was ready to hit the unconscious Tang, when suddenly Lai stood in front of her, ordering her to stop. She shouldn't rush to conclusions. Let this guy wake up and tell everything himself. Haihu also angrily added that only a couple of people would be enough for interrogation. They did not have to leave everyone alive. She agreed, noting that they couldn't afford to waste so much medicine. Chen Li explained to them, this is not very nice of him. Such an arrogant type cannot easily be made to betray his community, even if it treated him like a slave. But as far as he knows, these guys are closely related to each other. If he saves the others, the former chieftain of the mountain tribe will obediently submit. Then mentally he continued, moreover, last time this guy promised him that he would not kill his people, so he would be merciful. But at the same time, he was also irritated by the fact that for the sake of some savages he had to spend a lot of money and medicine. He must hear at least one word of gratitude. After Lai ordered to take Liu Tang to the house, when he woke up, they would have to call him. Shig repaired himself and promised that they would take care of him. Suddenly Ayu, who was sitting next to Jiushi, noticed the movement and assumed that he had woken up. After some time, when he actually more or less came to his senses, then Chen Li, asking him, summing up, he wants to say that no one has actually ever seen the witch. Usually all information is transmitted through a little girl. Jiushi confirmed this. Yes, even the most important sacrifices were performed by her. She claimed that she was the witch's messenger, that only she was not affected by the curse. Li immediately asked what this curse meant. He again shared that according to the girl, the witch's body is shrouded in a curse, and anyone who comes near her will die. Since they have seen divine power in action with their own eyes, no one dares to doubt it, and there is not even any guard at the entrance to the cave. Chen Li then said that if he believed these words, then there was a chance to carry out an attack operation. Only the newly minted leader of the mountain tribe is not so easy to deal with. Jiushi clarified, is he worried about collapse? When Li asked what it was, he explained that it was the name of the current leader. No one has yet been able to compare with his power, especially after he received divine power. But it still relies on the daily ritual of sacrifice. During this, they need to light a fire, so on a rainy or windy day the ritual is not performed. The divine power may not reach anyone. On such days the leader and the entire clan are at their weakest. Chen Li, after listening to him again, noted that their tribe had many vulnerabilities. Why doesn't anyone know about this yet? Jushi explained that because on rainy days it is very difficult to move along mountain paths. Even people who know the area do not go outside the territory. What can we say about others? Then Li added that, on top of everything, strong winds are always accompanied by rain, so they can hide vulnerable spots for a very long time. Sigh heavily, he thought that others definitely couldn't know about this information. Holding out his hand to the confused Jushi, Chen Li announced that he was now a traitor to the mountain tribe. They definitely couldn't take him back. He should join the newcomer tribe. However, he pushed Li away, stood up and replied that no matter who asks him, under what circumstances, he never gives out information. However, abruptly falling silent and breathing heavily from weakness in his body, Jushi added more quietly, he doesn't know for sure. Maybe the guy is some kind of special, answering his questions. He doesn't want to hide anything. Chen Li replied with a smile that this was love. Then he got angry again and shouted. The guy was apparently tired of living. Li was quick to reply that it was a joke. Jushi, having calmed down, thanked him for interrogating him without strangers and called him the dignity of a traitor. But he could not accept the offer to join. Then Chen Li replied quite easily that in that case he would not force him. Once the others are back on their feet, they can leave at any time. He also hopes that the next time they meet they will no longer be enemies. But still, Li asked jokingly, does he really not love him? Jushi instantly flew into a rage and grabbed him by the collar of his clothes. But this time too Chen Li declared that it was just a joke. 5 days later, a working atmosphere reigned in the tribe, and Liu Tang, bringing a wooden bowl to Chen Li, explained that there was eel there. He replied that it was very cool. Then, laying out the items on the table, he announced that there were coal, sulfur, saltpeter, and bamboo stalks here. They need more charcoal. Ayu, approaching Li, asked in a whisper whether the king had forgiven him. He explained that when it comes down to it, the only thing he can't forgive is how Tang pretended to be a traitor to find out information. She insisted, suggesting, what if he was cheating? Chen Li interrupted her, explaining that Liu Tang practically lost his life for him. He had no reason not to trust this guy. He mentally added that, on top of everything else, primitive people are unlikely to have enough brains for this. Li then wanted to speculate about Tang's ability to pretend, but he was distracted by Ayu, who said that the king of the mountain tribe had left their camp this morning. Chen Li displeasedly asked her to remind her what he ordered her. She replied that the king need not worry, they took a weapon, food and water with them. It is assumed that they will have to wander for some time. Then, returning to work, Li happily announced that in this case nothing much was required of them. The rest depended on themselves. Weapons, shields, armor, poison, food, firecrackers, everything seems to be ready. They can only wait for the storm. As evening fell, the entire camp came into combat readiness, and Chen Li, sitting in his house, opened the system window, which showed a blood-stopping ointment that cost 80 technology points apiece. Its total number of points is 50. Li noted with disappointment that for 3 copies of the ointment, this broken system spent 70 technology points. He thought the price was stable, but it turned out that it doubled after each purchase. Soon there was a knock on the door, and he allowed the tribesmen to enter. When the 5 people were right in front of him, Chen Li announced that they should know why he called them here, so he won't beat around the bush and will go straight to the plan. In general, they need to divide all the soldiers into 4 squads. Haihu must take 3 reliable subordinate troops and go with them to the mountain to rescue the prisoners. Afen discovered the place where the prisoners were kept a few days ago, and at the right moment she will be able to direct it on her own. As for Shig, he will be in charge of leading the main squad. With the onset of sunrise, people left the house, but as soon as the door closed, Xiao Wang remained in the room. Li asked her if she thought there was something wrong with the plan. She answered a little hesitantly that she didn't know. She can hardly trust Shig and is not sure whether such treasures can be given to them. Or will the king allow the rebel to stay and guard their home? Chen Li tried to reassure her that this time they were in full force. Women, children, and the elderly need protection. Moreover, Liu Tang's wounds had not yet healed. It would, of course, be ideal if he were in charge of guarding the camp. But most importantly, many, including them, are still offended by this guy. And he definitely understands it. In this way, he will be able to show his attitude towards the inhabitants of the tribe. Tan is not a traitor. If he wants, he can prove it. Van, having listened to him, headed for the exit. Finally, we will answer that let everything be as the king says. But if this guy does something suspicious, her fears will be true. Lai, who was left alone, noted out loud that this time the enemy would be the former Liu Tang clan. It would be too cruel to force him into battle. Suddenly Ayu ran into the house and frantically announced, "The wind has blown." There were indeed strong gusts outside, and when Chen Li came out and looked back, he noted out loud that he felt moisture. It seems they don't have much time left. Rain will only hinder them. Then he turned to the men sitting near the stove and ordered them to get ready. They were leaving immediately. When the clouds cleared and the sun came out, they had already arrived at the waterfall. Li, turning to Afen, notified her that Alan was in ambush nearby. If any of them fell into the water, she would be responsible for the rescue. But she also doesn't have to worry because he asked Zun to look after her. Chen Li then addressed the others, announcing that they first needed to cross the river and climb the cliff. He will go to the top of the mountain alone, and they will have to follow the plan. Haihu assured him that the king could have confidence in them. He, looking into the distance, replied that it would be so. At the same time, Shig, together with Haizhu Xiao, commanding an armed detachment, approached the top of the hill, and he assumed, most likely, that the king and the others were already there. Then, handing Zhu Xiao a homemade firecracker, he asked him to light it. Haizhu Xiao immediately lit the fuse using sparks from the flint, and then Shig, throwing it forward, ordered the others to leave, and the louder the better. In the air, a firecracker exploded, startling the hill tribe members, and his squad rushed to attack, shouting for their opponents to get out of the way. Suddenly someone asked him to stop and look up, because it seemed that the leader of the mountain tribe had appeared. Shig, having actually seen the collapse, noted that it happened just in time. Their task is to attract as many enemies as possible. Then more rivals began to descend upon them, and then he ordered his soldiers to maintain a defensive formation. When double-tipped spears flew at them, they began to defend themselves with wooden shields. The savages shouted at them to die, and even Huangshi asked if it was too late for them to retreat. However, Shig confidently said that they couldn't do that. They must hold on. The leader of this tribe is still at the top, and while the men were staying to fight back, one of the savages approached Collapse, asking if they needed reinforcements, because it's not so easy with these strangers. However, he confidently replied that they did not need this. Today he did not receive divine power. Let the prisoners wear them down first, then they will enter. At this time, near the waterfall, other men from the mountain tribe led the people of the sea bay tied up, as befits slaves. Haihu, seeing this, decisively declared that the time had come for the leader of this tribe to cover the debt with his blood. Embittered savages continued to fight, thirsting for death. Collapse, watching Haizhu Xiao and Haihu from above, noted that these guys were quite brave. They still refused to turn around and run away. Then, turning his attention to the mountain, he also asked why the prisoners had not yet been delivered. Okay, he can't wait any longer. Also rushing to the attack, he ordered his subordinates to follow him. Zhu Xiao, noticing this, announced that they were being attacked. Then Shig ordered him to carry away the wounded. He will cover. When the soldiers got up to go down, one of them shouted that the captain should look back. Collapse was right behind Shig and was about to hit him with a huge bat, but he managed to turn around and defend himself as best he could with an iron shield. Then, taking out the potion, he decided that now it wouldn't hurt to have a little refreshment, and, drinking the green liquid as he walked, rushed away. As soon as the soldiers approached the descent, they were met by Xiao Wang and her subordinates, and ordered the girls to prepare to rush. Now it was their turn. All the students, at her command, threw out firecrackers, which began to hit the men from the mountain tribe, exploding here and there. Shig, running past, Wang notified her that all the wounded people were here. They need to reorganize the formation immediately. The next battle will be decisive. By this time, Chen Li had overcome the gorge with a waterfall and approached the ritual stone with inscriptions. Looking around, he noted that there was not a single enemy here, and this was extremely natural. The wind is gradually dying down, and it should rain soon. Suddenly, sniffing, Li noticed that the sweet smell seemed to be coming from the cave. Heading there, he immediately saw a lot of wooden barrels and wondered what they were doing here. Deciding to come closer, he almost immediately stepped on a small twig, which made a loud click. The next moment, barely audible mutterings were heard somewhere nearby. An unknown person complained about the fools who ended up bringing the honey. The witch, apparently, is not at all impatient. Then displeasure was directed at Li, and someone ordered him not to come any closer. He must put back what he took and leave. Is he really not at all afraid of the witch's curse? After listening, Chen Li noted to himself that the voice sounded like a woman's. She must be very close. But as he walked forward, he realized that he saw no traces. Suddenly a shaggy girl appeared behind him and began shouting that he was a fool. Has he really gone completely deaf? What idiot sent him here? He must leave immediately. Waving aside the wooden mask that she threw at him, Li wondered if the witch was by any chance this overly talkative girl. What a nightmare! Then, using his strength, he abruptly ran up to her, and hitting the right point on her neck, made her fall unconscious, without even having time to properly resist him. Then, throwing the child over his shoulder, Chen Li went outside, thinking that the mountain tribe had never seen what their witch looked like. Therefore, even if this little girl is killed, she will never believe that the witch is dead, and since no one has seen her, he can try to blackmail them. Looking at the sky, he also noted that the rain was only getting worse. At this time, the merciless massacre continued, and the strength of both sides was running out. Shig tried to cheer up his soldiers, asking them not to panic. All the wounded in the rear, the leader's medicine was enough for everyone. But when he stopped, he saw more people running towards him, from which Shig assumed that these were reinforcements. Haihu was actually heading towards them along with Afen and other men, shouting that now was the time to take revenge. News flashed among the members of the mountain tribe that they were surrounded. Suddenly, they were all distracted by a masked man who fell from somewhere in the sky. And then they saw Chen Li, who, having climbed the hill, announced that the battle was over. Their witch is already dead. The savages were perplexed for some time, but after looking at each other and at the fallen man, they suddenly shouted in horror that this was a curse. Then they scattered. Collapse tried to stop them, shouting that the battle was not over yet. However, Xiao Wan, who stood opposite him, only grinned, saying that it was useless. He must prepare for death. With these words, she waved her whip, and he responded by throwing his wooden bat at her. Shig managed to notice this, and realized that things were bad. At the last moment he managed to deflect the weapon with his shield. Van told him not to worry about her, and to run after Collapse. However, now he was stopped by Li, who, having gone down, explained that this was not necessary, they could not leave. Most of them are wounded and unable to continue fighting. The battle is won, they will stop there. When they all returned to the settlement, they first of all began to treat the wounded. Chen Li, making his rounds, noted out loud that he also had to use the last bottle of medicinal ointment that he had saved just in case. This was not a problem if they managed to save someone's life. Liu Tang approached and sadly reported that 5 had died on the battlefield, and 4 prisoners too. Chen Li humbly said that after all, death in war is inevitable. They will bury these people in the north in the forest, at the foot of the mountain. Tan stepped back, obeying him. Then a system window appeared in front of Li, in which a story quest called Expansion was displayed. The content of this was to increase the area of his possessions to 10 square kilometers. progress amounting to 4.2 million square kilometers out of 10. The next task was to reach a tribe with a population of 300 people. The mission remains in progress, and so far he only has 118 people. The third task was to conquer fortifications or clan communities, but so far Chen Li had only one tribe in his possession. However, he did not become upset, and reassured himself that if we take into account the losses, the population grew by 20 people. This time 25 people joined the tribe. But at the same time, he admitted that in the future the opponents will only be stronger, and most likely, the losses will also increase in age. Suddenly he was called out by a girl who announced that that girl had woken up. When he approached the tree on which she was hanging, tied, the child screamed with all her might that she would bury them all. Seeing Chen Li, she added that she remembered. He is the same freak who dared to hit her on the head. He must let her go and see all her power. He tiredly thought that he should let Aya deal with her. Only she could do this. Soon she actually told him that the girl had calmed down. She really was now sitting, although tied up, and chewing several green leaves. Having spat them out, the child angrily asked to bring more of this herb, otherwise the sweetness would quickly disappear. Ayu explained that this is licorice, there is a lot of it here, but she must promise that she will be obedient. Then she asked if the king could come closer to her. Li walked towards the girl with 2 licorice leaves, but explained that first he would ask her a few questions, and only then she would receive the sweet. She only sharply bit his hand, which is why Chen Li immediately began to scold her, saying that she is a very naughty child. What is she doing? But the girl asked him in the same dissatisfied tone who gave him permission to hit her on the head. Is he using this herb to trick her? That's enough. She only needs honey. Lots of honey. Patting the girl on the cheek, Li replied in a friendly manner that they could agree on this. In the future she would get it as much as she wanted. Although the child was surprised, she almost immediately noted that although he was strange, she decided to stay here. Soon, she climbed onto Chen Li's shoulders, calmly looked at her splashing with him, and admitted that although this place was not the best, she could get used to it. The main thing is that she does not have to return to her father. She doesn't want anything to do with stupid werewolves. Hearing this, Li asked as carefully as possible what her father was like. What does this have to do with werewolves? The girl explained that her father was a great sorcerer of the werewolf clan, and she learned magic from him. He is so powerful that he can turn a person into a wolf. Her real dad was turned into this by another dad. Chen Li, trying to understand the connection of what she was telling him, clarified, that is, all these werewolves were once ordinary people. The child confirmed this, but noted that with the exception of a few other children her age, they were selected to be forced to serve him. Everyone else was converted. She was named Xiaoyu. Li, wary, noted to himself that he did not expect to hear this. It seemed like he had better not provoke the werewolf tribe on the opposite side of the river. In any case, they are also not going to act somehow. And in general, he would like evening to come as soon as possible so that he can eat well. When this time comes, the whole tribe gathers around large fires, and spending time in cheerful conversations, they have dinner. Chen Li, after trying to feed Yu, said that she could rest well while she had free time. Shanlin Da, sitting next to Ayu, noticed the flower wreath on her head and asked what was wrong with her today. She is very elegant. She shyly explained that Shanling would know when the king went to rest. She also blushed and exclaimed that she understood everything. Ayu wants to take advantage of the opportunity while he is happy. But the first will not be the one with flowers on her head, but the one who will run to him first. And in the next moment, Shanling Da rushed out of her seat. Without listening to anyone, she went straight to Chen Li. Although he noticed some movement, it was already too late, and Shanlin, having jumped, was about to land on top of him. Li barely had time to plaintively shout to her to stop and not come closer.